The Immortal Stranger. Starting as a traveling merchant, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. The Past of the Thieves. Did the thieves do something that angered the heavens and the people? Zhao Chen asked curiously. The fact is, it didn't. When it comes to this, even Zheng Qingyuan, who tried her best to maintain her cold and elegant personality, became weird. Or in other words, some of the slightly outrageous things done by the thieves were not done by the original thieves at all. What does this mean? Zhao Chen asked puzzledly. Did someone or an organization frame them? Zheng Qingyuan shook her head again, organized her sentences a little, and then continued. The thieves was originally just a loose organization formed by a group of thieves with their own unique skills, and not many people knew about it. But more than 300 years ago, this organization became famous for successfully stealing treasures from the Great Xia Palace. You know, although the Great Xia Palace is not within the Dangshan, it is still one of the most dangerous places in the world for thieves. But these thieves from the Daomen not only gave a notice in advance, they also successfully stole the Yellow Dragon Cup, a treasure of the Great Xia royal family, which caused a sensation at the time. The original mission of the establishment of the Six Gates organization in Great Xia was to hunt down the Daomen. So in the end, the Daomen was wiped out, and the Yellow Dragon Cup was recovered? Having said that, Zhao Chen guessed that it might not be that simple, otherwise Qingyuan would not have revealed such a strange look. Sure enough, Zheng Qingyuan shook her head lightly and said, unfortunately, the Gate of Thieves actually ended in a rather funny way. She did not continue to keep the suspense, but just paused for a moment, and then narrated. Since they knew nothing about the members of the Gate of Thieves, the Six Gates decided to take advantage of the organization's looseness, and sent their carefully trained members to be undercover. Well, because the successful theft of treasures from the Imperial Palace made a sensation throughout the world, many monks who were dissatisfied with the Great Xia court joined the Gate of Thieves during that period. So at the time, there was actually nothing wrong with this plan. But, no one knows how valuable the Yellow Dragon Cup is. Many noble families and sects have also sent their elites to join the thieves in order to obtain this treasure. I don't know the specific process, but the final result is, the undercover from the Six Gates actually became the leader of the thieves after several years of development. When he couldn't help but close the net, he was surprised to find that all the leaders of the thieves were undercover personnel from various forces. Some were even sent by other departments of the court. The cases they had done before were all done by these undercovers in order to gain trust and get the cooperation of their own forces. Even most of the skills passed down by the thieves were provided by various forces. And the real people from the thieves who stole the treasures in the beginning have long disappeared. They were once again tricked by the people from the Thief sect. In the end, in order to save face, the court had to forcibly announce that the Thief sect was wiped out. But in fact, half of the members of the Thief sect directly joined the Six Gates, and only a small number of the members of the other forces returned, and most of them set up their own sects like Starpickers and Crane in the Clouds. After all, they were well known at that time, and it would be too ostentatious to return directly to the forces behind them. As she spoke, even Qingyuan, who had always shown a cold image, raised the corners of her mouth and revealed a dazzling smile. In other words, this thief sect has been turned into a brewery by the major forces of the court. Zhao Chen complained and couldn't help laughing out loud. He didn't know whether to say that the Six Gates were too stupid or that the first few core members of the thief sect were too high level. As for the whereabouts of the Yellow Dragon Cup and the true identities of the several senior thieves who stole the treasure, no one knows it until now. However, a Dangshan cultivator used the treasure to make calculations, but only got a few hints. This makes people suspect that there are real Dangshan cultivators among those senior thieves. Zheng Qingyuan's face became serious again when she said this, and she transmitted her voice. But according to the information I have investigated, even the three major holy places were very secretive about the identities of the treasure thieves afterwards. The holy places are very secretive. Could it be that a certain Daojin took action personally? Zhao Chen was a little shocked and did not dare to dwell on this topic anymore. Instead, he asked curiously, why are you investigating this? The method used by evil god Song Wuyuru to steal treasures from the Zhuge family is very similar to that of the thieves. Since I have been tracking him, I also investigated it by the way. By the way, the information about the thieves that I mentioned was collected by the Zheng family. Most of it should be accurate, but there must be omissions. Zheng Qinggan explained briefly, as if she was talking about someone else's business. But it was indeed someone else's business. This information was obviously found by the original Zheng Qinggan. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. At this point, he had guessed that there must be someone behind the actions of the evil god. Otherwise, with his supernatural power, even if he was unparalleled in his scheming and mastered the first-class great supernatural power, it would not be possible for him to gather all the conditions to enter the historical mist so smoothly. Especially two of them involved top families such as the Zhuge family and the Zheng family. The evil god who harmony and peace care for the people is just a chess piece whose fate is controlled by others. It is really sad to think so. Perhaps only when you reach the level of Shengxuan or even Daojin will you have the hope of jumping out of the chessboard and transforming from a chess piece to a chess player. Zhao Chen sighed slightly, retracted his thoughts that had drifted away, and asked again, which forces are behind the great elder of the Bei family in Ningzhou, star picker Baking Shu, and the master of Ling Castle in Suzhou, Crane in the Clouds Churangrang? They were all sent to be undercover in the beginning, so that they could escape unscathed after the disintegration of the thief sect, and also formed a force, right? Seeing that he finally got back to the topic, Zheng Qinggan also sorted out his thoughts, then nodded slightly and said, yes, Star Picker Baking Shu and your fairy Tang Mao are both relatives of the Jinzhao family Mu family. Don't listen to her nickname Star Picking Hand. She is actually better at swordsmanship, and the 7 constellations of Azure Dragon she condensed is actually evolved from a sword move of the Mu family. Its power is even greater than your fairy Tang Mao's 7 constellations of White Tiger Knife. And Crane in the Clouds Churangrang is said to be an outer sect disciple of Shuzhang Sword Pavilion, and is also known for her swordsmanship. The two of them didn't get along when they were in the thief sect, and later they were even more hostile to each other after they each occupied their own territories. I don't know how they became enemies. Chapter 352, Alibi. As the topic had been off topic for a long time, and it was not easy to get back, Zheng Qinggan did not say much about Baking Shu and Churangrang's affairs, and instead said, Dan Ningzi of the Danding Xianzong is the predecessor who helped 13th Aunt to take down the bloody giant hand on the night of the blood moon. He and the demon sect do not get along well, so he should not be the person behind Ma Guangliang. So, I guess the person Ma Leo really joined is Sima Zheng of the Sima family. After all, his identity after reincarnation is the illegitimate son of the Sima family. With this blood relationship, many things are easy to say. In addition, I remember that Ma Guangliang seemed to have the surname Sima before his reincarnation. It is hard to say whether he had any connection with the Sima family in his life as a real person. Master Baoji and Sima Zheng. Zhao Chen recalled the information of this master and knew that he was not only a strong man at the true body level of the second realm of Dangsun, but also condensed the Dharma domain and was only half a step away from being promoted to Shengxun. Such a being, if holding a magic weapon or immortal weapon, can even fight with the Shengxuan master. He and Qinggan really can't afford to provoke him. And as long as the other party wants to protect Ma Guangliang, the two of them may not have a chance to do anything. It seems that we really have to think about it in the long run. Zhao Chen sighed. If Ma Guangliang didn't have a clue about another accessory of the Star Chariot, the profitable immortal staff, he wouldn't want to provoke the other party now. Well, if Ma Guangliang can get Gongyun's seed of laziness, then the only thing he needs to complete the heavenly demon ceremony is the seed of lust he planted in the female hero Feng Wan, right? Maybe we can make a fuss in this regard. When Zhao Chen was thinking, Zheng Qinggan reminded him, you have left the girl Mingsu and her friends alone for long enough. Shouldn't you go and meet them? When Alan came to report just now, he said that Du and Mingsu had something urgent to see. As a result, Zhao Chen not only arranged his clothes slowly, but also chatted with Zheng Qinggan for a long time. It was not a good way to treat guests. No hurry. She came in a hurry, so she must have something to ask for. I have to test her bottom line, or figure out how urgent she is, so that I can ask for a price. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. Unfortunately, the girl Mingsu is more anxious than you think. She has come to the bedroom. Zheng Qinggan glanced at him and said, "Isn't that perfect? I like to talk about things in the bedroom." Zhao Chen first teased Zheng Qinggan, and seeing that her eyes became cold again, he said seriously, "Maybe she is eager to see us. Otherwise, no matter how urgent the matter is, she should not be so rude." Before he finished speaking, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and a pleasant female voice rang out, "Is Master Chen here? Mingsu wants to see you." Zhao Chen had no intention of opening the door for her, but only responded politely, "Master Duan, please come in, you're welcome." After 2 seconds of silence, there was a creaking sound from the door, and then 2 women with quite consistent steps walked into Zhao Chen's bedroom together. One of them was Ming Zuling with a veil on her face. She was wearing a snow white robe, her breasts were straight, and her figure was exquisite, but she was half a step behind the other woman with relatively average appearance and figure, who was Duan Mingsu. However, both Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan knew that this so-called Duan Mingsu was not the real person, but just a lifelike puppet. On the other side, after entering the room, Ming Zuling saw that Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan were both neatly dressed. For some reason, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then controlled no to in the appearance of Duan Mingsu to apologize. "Mingsu meets you too. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Mingsu is rude. Although Zhao Chen had some guesses about what she was up to, he pretended to be ignorant at this moment. He stood up and poured a cup of tea for the 2 beauties, then asked with a smile, "I wonder what important matter has brought Master Duan and this fairy to visit so late at night." Although Ming Zuling only came to show her presence in front of Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan, she was prepared. She took out a morning newspaper from Yinshan City from her storage bag, handed it to Zhao Chen, and said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The problems of the Vlad family have been completely resolved, and all the tasks you assigned to me have been completed." Zhao Chen glanced at the Yinshan Morning News, and saw the headline on the front page. Shock. A mountain of silver was discovered in the moon worship cult's stronghold, and it turns out that he is the leader of the cult. Who on earth brought this kind of trend to the news in this world? After Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, he carefully read the following content. Fortunately, as a serious newspaper, this report is not a headline party, and it still clearly restores the discovery of the Daoist office and the 6 gates the next morning, after Ming Zuling made a scene in the Vlad family's mansion. Not only was you the person in charge of the Vlad family that was contaminated by the blood moon, you also killed a real whole master of the moon worship cult. After Zhao Chen put down the newspaper, he carefully looked at Duan Mingsu, or Ming Zuling behind Duan Mingsu. As far as he knows, the head of the moon worship sect at least has magical powers. The 2 puppets in front of him can kill enemies of this level in a short period of time. Their strength should not be underestimated. They may not be able to compare with Qinggan, who has first grade magical powers, but they will not be worse than his own Tang Mao. "Thank you." Under the control of Ming Zuling, Duan Mingsu bowed slightly, and then asked while sipping tea, "I wonder when I can join your plan to deal with Ma Guanglian?" Seeing the question, Zhao Chen showed a slightly exaggerated expression of surprise on his face, and asked back, "Don't you know?" "What don't I know?" Ming Zuling was puzzled and asked, while controlling no to. "In the second half of the night today, Ma Guangliang's clone should come here to trade with me. I thought you knew about this, so you came to see me overnight." After Zhao Chen explained, he asked in confusion, "But if you don't know, why are you so anxious?" "I'm so anxious, isn't it Mingsu who urged me?" Ming Zuling pursed her lips, then found an excuse to explain, "Don't blame me, Master Chen. It's because I admire you that I begged Sister Duan to come to see you overnight." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. "Are you playing a honey trap on me? Are you so sure that I will eat this?" Zhao Chen was indignant in his heart, but he showed a look of sudden realization on the surface, and then smiled and said, "Fairy, some things should be said to the Sakura dragon fairy next to me." Who would have thought that Mingxuling's face was full of confusion when he heard this, and obviously he didn't get the real meaning of Zhao Chen's words. At the same time, in the eastern part of Daxia, Qizhao is across the sea from Yingzhou. A woman in a purple dress ignored all the formations on the city wall of the state capital and stepped into the inner city in one step. Chapter 353, Half Prophecy Poem. Qizhao, located on the coast of the East China Sea, is connected to Qingzhou and Zhuzhou on land, and across the sea from Yingzhou on the sea. However, unlike Qingzhou and Zhuzhou, two large states with two great families, the Meng family and the Zhuge family, Qizhou does not have any major sects or top families. It is a buffer zone. In addition, it is not far from the Yingzhou island with abundant resources, so it is a place where many casual cultivators are active. The capital of Qingzhou is called Yi. It is close to the mountains and the sea, and has developed commerce. It was a famous city that never sleeps in ancient times, hence the name. Now, Duan Mingsu is walking step by step on the streets of Yi, admiring the prosperity that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. She walks steadily, not fast or slow, and keeps a smile on her face. When others see her, they will probably think that she is a chivalrous woman in the night market. But in fact, the murderous intent in her heart has already boiled. Yes, Duan Mingsu is here to kill people, and the identity of the person she kills is not ordinary. Even if she arranges carefully, she feels that the probability of success is less than 30%. But she still came without hesitation, because she was going to avenge her biological mother. As Zheng Qinggan said to Zhao Chen before, Duan Mingsu was the daughter of a real person from the Danding Xianzang and Immortal woman after reincarnation, and before recovering the memory of the previous life. Their family of three was originally very happy, but after the real person suddenly realized that I'm not me, he abandoned them and returned to the mountain gate of the Danding Xianzang. Although the real person was not a heartless person, he often asked about his daughter Duan Mingsu and tried his best to meet her needs for cultivation, resources and skills, but the affection was getting weaker and weaker. Duan Mingsu could accept such a situation, but an incident that happened 10 years ago made her completely sever ties with her father. And this incident was that her mother was killed by Gu Cheng, who was passing by Shanzhou for fun at that time. In other words, it was not just her mother, because Mr. Gu got angry for some reason at the time and casually activated the amulet given to him by his father. The magical power contained in it exploded and destroyed an entire street. If the garrisoned monks of the local Dao official office had not stopped it in time, the city might have been destroyed. Duan Mingsu's mother happened to be checking the accounts of the shop on that street at the time, which was why she was unfortunately killed. Afterwards, Mr. Gu apologized and compensated, and the 6 gates were forced by the person behind him not to pursue it too much, and hastily closed the case. But Duan Mingsu did not recognize such a result. She went to the Danding Xianzang to see her father, and asked him to avenge her mother, but she only got a sentence, fate made it so. Since then, Duan Mingsu has never mentioned this matter again, as if she had accepted her fate. But in fact, she has been secretly investigating everything about Mr. Gu, and constantly improving herself, and looking for opportunities for revenge. To this end, she did not hesitate to use the taboo ritual from the cult. While getting a certain prophecy, she also accidentally created a puppet with her own soul. Gu Chang. I finally got this chance. Duan Mingsu entered the most prosperous street in Yi, and kept approaching the flower building called Ruan Pavilion according to the time. After years of secret investigation, Duan Mingsu not only figured out Gu Chang's identity, but also mastered most of his daily habits. First of all, the reason why even her father, who was the elder of the Holy Land, was unwilling to provoke this man was because Gu Chang was the son of a Shengxuan's engine, and that Shengxuan's engine was a genuine casual cultivator. Such unrestrained people are the most feared by major forces. After all, if he is determined to deal with you, he can completely attack the disciples who are traveling outside without face. At that time, you can't send a Shengxuan behind every disciple, right? Moreover, the lifespan of the Shengxuan master is long enough to target him for thousands or tens of thousands of years. No force can bear it. Therefore, when the old monster finally left offspring for some unknown reason, all the major forces were actually relieved quietly and were extremely tolerant of the misdeeds of the young master Gu Chang. According to Duan Mingsu's investigation, the young master Gu Chang often went crazy. As long as he was in a bad mood, he would vent his anger, and most of the time, it would cause bloodshed. It can be said that he committed many evil deeds, but all the major forces, including the Six Gates, turned a blind eye to him. Speaking of which, if Duan Mingsu's mother had not been involved in his madness in Shanzhou, he would not even apologize or compensate him afterwards. It's not that there were no young knights who insisted on justice to assassinate him. Even the Xianpu sword, one of the contemporary 7 swords of the Shuzhang sword pavilion, once intercepted and killed him on the street, defeating the 6 magical monks who were guarding Gu Chang. Unfortunately, he was captured by a Dangsuan master hidden in the dark, and his efforts fell short. Of course, the Dangsuan did not dare to do anything to the Sky Waterfall sword, and send it back to the Shuzhang sword pavilion politely. As a result, the Sky Waterfall sword entered the sword tomb and closed the door, threatening that the day when it came out of the door, it would be the day when Gu Chang surrendered. I will not fail like the Sky Waterfall sword, because the Dangsuan who stopped her will leave Yi in a quarter of an hour. By then, my opponents will only be 6 middle grade magical powers. Although the Meng family of Kingshao and the Zhuge family of Zutai are not far from Kishao, they will not fight for a playboy who has angered the heavens and the people. While Duan Mingsu was constantly perfecting the plan in his mind, he also recalled the half prophecy he had received. 10 years from now, the blood moon in Ganzhou will arrive at midnight on the 5th day. Wait for the Kingson to leave Yi, and there will be a secret of heaven to end the hatred. Kingson should refer to the kingly fairy who protects Gu Chang. She was originally the concubine of Gu Chang's father. With his help, she was awarded the 4th rank position. Therefore, she values Gu Chang very much and protects him almost all the time. But tonight, it is a rare opportunity for Kingly Fairy to leave Gu Chang, because 5 days ago, this young Master Gu went crazy again and provoked a direct descendant of the Meng family. Fairy Kingly had to go to the door in person to apologize. This matter was originally very secretive, and even few people in the Meng family knew about it, so Fairy Kingly could leave with peace of mind. But unfortunately, it was discovered in advance by Duan Mingsu who had the prophecy. When the hands of the clock tower reached the hour of hay, Duan Mingsu finally walked to the door of the flower building Ruan Pavilion. At this time, 2 figures suddenly grew out of the shadows and blocked her way. This building has been booked, and no one is allowed to enter. One of them scolded. No one is allowed to enter? Duan Mingsu smiled, narrowed her eyes and said, then, where are the enemies? Before she finished speaking, a battle formation diagram appeared out of thin air above the Ruan Pavilion, covering the entire building. Now, the Kingly Fairy won't receive any news of the accident here in a short time. Human County City, Jinbio Martial Arts School, Zhao Chen's bedroom. Meng Zuling, who was performing the beauty trap in an extremely unfamiliar manner, suddenly felt a little uneasy. She frowned and immediately simulated some divination skills, but to no avail. Zhao Chen, who noticed her abnormality, smiled and asked, Miss Ming, what happened? Meng Zuling has just reported her name. Although her naming method is not a simple surname plus a given name, she did not correct Zhao Chen's misunderstanding. Nothing. I always feel that something bad has happened. Meng Zuling's face suddenly changed as soon as she finished saying this. She could no longer maintain her original calmness and composure. Instead, she was helpless and worried. This is because the connection between her and Duan Mingsu was completely cut off. As Duan Mingsu's creation, even if they are thousands of miles apart, even if she already has her own soul, the connection between them has never been interrupted. Even when Duan Mingsu entered the Blessed Land in the past, this connection could still be vaguely felt. But now, this connection has no sound. No matter how Meng Zuling calls, it is like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response at all. What happened to Duan Mingsu? Did she fail? But with the preparations she made, even if the real person Dangsuan is present, she can get away with it, right? In addition, even if she is really caught with Mingsu's identity, does that young master really dare to kill her? But if Mingsu is still alive, why did she lose contact? Mingzuling, as an artificial person and a puppet, had no idea what to do at this moment. After all, although she had her own soul, she had always relied on Du and Mingzu's orders in the past. Suddenly losing her master, she felt at a loss. Seeing her getting more and more flustered, Zhao Chen and Zheng Qingyuan looked at each other and realized that something might have happened to the real Du and Mingzu. Although they didn't know what that person was planning, just seeing that she went to great lengths to create an alibi showed that what she was going to do would definitely not be simple. Zhao Chen was about to ask a few questions when he saw the puppet Du and Mingzu bow and say, "Master Chen, Fairy Yinglan, I'm sorry, I have something to deal with suddenly, so I'll leave." Hearing this, Zhao Chen pretended to be surprised and asked, "Ma Guanglian is coming soon, aren't you waiting for him? Let him go for now. After all, Master Chen, you said before that he is just a clone and is fearless. If I see him, it would be a disaster." Du and Mingzu thought for a while and replied, "TSK, the intelligence of this puppet Du and Mingzu is really good." Zhao Chen nodded silently and said with a smile, "In that case, Zhao Chen will respectfully see Fairy Du and off." Then, Mingzuling did not delay any longer, took no 2, and left the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall and went to the safe house they had temporarily prepared in Human, ready to cast a spell to confirm Du and Mingzu's situation. After he left, Zhao Chen retracted his gaze from the other person's back and turned to look at Zheng Qingyuan and said, "How is it? Did you calculate anything? Although my 9-line celestial changes is profound, it can't calculate everything out of thin air." Zheng Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him and continued, "But what is certain is that Du and Mingzu's affairs should not involve the human puppet named Mingzuling. She will not be in danger. You only emphasized her." Zhao Chen listened thoughtfully. "Isn't it because the other one is not a living being?" "Yes. This Mingzuling not only has her own soul, but also has true intelligence. This is quite rare. You know, except for humans, even animals that also have souls find it difficult to open up true intelligence. Just look at the previous weird thing. That was not a truly intelligent creature. What's more, there is a high probability that she was just a dead thing." Zheng Qingyuan exclaimed in amazement. "Only creatures with true intelligence can rely on practice to become powerful, so apart from humans, there are very few other kinds of practitioners. It's enough to know this. Anyway, what Du and Mingzu did is none of our business, as long as it doesn't involve Mingzuling and cause us trouble." Zhao Chen shook his head and stopped asking too much about the matter. Instead, he said, "The time agreed with Ma Guanglian is coming soon, right? Ma Guanglian has actually arrived, and your little black cat is receiving him." Zheng Qingyuan's tone was not very happy when she mentioned the little black cat. Zhao Chen knew that she had started acting again, so he just pretended not to hear it and said with a smile, "Then let's go together." "Okay." In a small building in the southern area of Human, after Mingzuling launched a Morning Star spell mansion spell from the west, he began to arrange the ceremony and began to communicate with Du and Mingzu with the help of the connection of fate. But this ritual, which used to be very easy, caused Mingzuling to suffer a terrible backlash, causing her to be severely injured immediately and lose more than 30% of her function. How could this happen? Du and Mingzu's apostrophe fate has disappeared. She can't really have. Mingzuling pursed her lips, unable to believe it was true. After a few minutes of rest, she didn't care about her injuries and was about to arrange another ritual to communicate with Du and Mingzu through other media. But at this time, number 2 stopped her. "Your physical injuries have not been repaired, and you are not in a position to continue the ceremony. Get out of the way. I need to find out Mingzu's situation." Mingzuling frowned and ordered forcefully. However, No 2, her subordinate machine, did not execute the order. Instead, he looked into her eyes and asked as if to confirm, "Do you really need to find out the situation of Du and Mingzu?" Seeing this, Mingzuling suddenly thought of something and immediately replied, "Yes. All the prerequisites have been met. Please receive the message from Master Mingzu." Many symbols flashed across the eyes of No 2 and began to transmit data to Mingzuling's eyes. After a moment, as Mingzuling sorted out the new information, she pinched a spell, and the phantom of Du and Mingzu appeared in front of her. "Xiaoling, I'm sorry. When you see this message, it means that I have failed. Sure enough, only half of the prophecy can't let me get a glimpse of the whole picture. Maybe the real opportunity is actually hidden in the lower part. Unfortunately, the chips I can pay are too few. Being able to get half of the prophecy is already the limit. Chapter 354 Awakening. Kizhao, Yi. In front of the ruined Ruan pavilion, a graceful figure emerged. It was the kingly fairy who had gone to the Meng family to apologize. She glanced at the silent figures in the ruins. They were all the magical monks who protected Master Gu, and then walked towards the only building in the entire Fian pavilion that was not destroyed. There was no worry on the fairy's face, as if she was sure that her master was fine. Sure enough, as soon as she approached the intact building, she heard heavy breathing, intermittent crying and begging for mercy from inside. Fairy Kingly did not enter the building, but stood outside the door. She waited until a satisfied roar came, and then she respectfully asked, "My lord, are you okay? What can I do? It's just an assassin, not rare. And this assassin tonight, in addition to predicting that you will leave, is not as strong as the Skyfall sword in the sword pavilion." A voice came from the house, with a rather disdainful tone. "It is very unusual to be able to accurately grasp the timing of my leaving my side. Did you interrogate her background?" Fairy Kingly asked again. "I only know that she is a female cultivator, and she has already run away." The voice in the house was silent for a few seconds before it came again. "Escaped." Fairy Kingly showed disbelief on her face, and for the first time she was surprised. She was able to escape successfully? There are always some things that are more powerful than my father's thing. Gu Chang sighed and continued, "The escape route prepared by the female assassin is the door and key to enter history. With this thing, the thing my father gave me can't be left." "I see." Fairy Kingly exhaled and then frowned and said, "If she enters history, it will be almost impossible to deduce her identity. And you have so many enemies, young master, it's not easy to find out who did it. Don't bother looking for her. I haven't heard of anyone who has entered history and can come back." Gu Chang curled his lips, then tidied his clothes, then walked out of the house leisurely and came to Fairy Kingly. "Not to mention, if the Meng family leaked the news, can you really go and settle the score with them? They don't want to provoke my father, not because they are afraid of him. If I really piss them off, it will be easy for such aristocratic families to punish me." Fairy Kingly knew that her young master was right, so she could only sigh. Speaking of which, although Gu Chang often goes crazy, he is definitely not a brainless playboy. Every time he can't control his emotions and needs to vent, he will find a place without strong forces, and he has not caused any major disasters so far. Even if he occasionally accidentally hurts some people with noble status, he will apologize as soon as possible afterwards. Generally, for the sake of his father, they will not make things too difficult for him. In fact, they don't know that the one who hopes I die the most is probably my father. It's just that he can't show it, and he has to go to great lengths to send people to protect me. Hey, this kind of promotion that is not free at all is better than not being promoted. Gu Chang laughed sarcastically a few times, but none of the words he said could come out, and they were all eliminated by invisible forces. In response, Gu Chang's smile became even more sarcastic. In a small building in the southern area of Yumen, after talking about the half-prophetic poem, the Phantom of Duan Mingsu briefly talked about the grievances between himself and Mr. Gu, and then continued, "Xiaoling, after I fail, I will either die on the spot. In this case, due to our connection, I'm afraid that you will be implicated, and this shadow will not be seen by you. Or my backup plan will take effect, and I will have entered a period of history at this time, and I'm afraid that I will never be able to return in this life. And the connection between you and me will be cut off. Congratulations, Xiaoling, you are completely free." Hearing this, Meng Zuling's eyes flashed with joy, not for her own freedom, but because Duan Mingsu did not really die, even if they may never see each other again. "However, as a friend, I still want to selfishly make 3 requests to you. I wonder if you can agree." Duan Mingsu's phantom said with some embarrassment. "Since we are friends, I will naturally fulfill your request." Even though he knew that Duan Mingsu could not hear, Meng Zuling still responded seriously. "I guess you will agree." On the other side, Duan Mingsu's shadow also smiled, because my Xiaoling is such a gentle, kind, and considerate girl. Although I'm usually a little nagging and sharp-tongued, Mingsuling pursed her lips and did not admit her shortcomings. First, I hope you can help me complete a certain ritual and obtain the second half of the prophecy. Duan Mingsu's shadow restrained his smile and said seriously, you should not know that. In order to find an opportunity to assassinate Gu Chang, I have actually joined the All-Stars Society. Although this organization is evil, its declaration of Star God is born, and fate is uncertain has hid my heart. This is the ambition that people should have. I don't believe in any fate. Oh, that's off topic. In fact, the ritual I used to obtain the prophecy was the Star God Sky Crossing ritual bestowed by the Assembly of All Stars. And the Galaxy Ghost Scale Lantern that went with this ritual was originally in my hands, but I later deliberately gave it to Master Zen of Dunhuan King Gaian, and he lost this treasure as I expected. This way, you won't have to deal with demons and evil spirits anymore, and you'll have a chance to retrieve this treasure, help me complete the subsequent rituals, and obtain the next prophecy. By the way, according to my investigation, that thing is currently in the hands of Bloodsword Prince Zhao Chen, which is one of the reasons why I brought you to Ganshan on purpose. Duan Mingsu really is calculating every step she takes. Are all humans so complicated? When Mingsuling heard this, she felt that her computing ability was almost insufficient. It was not because of how complicated these plans were, but because the logical relationship among them was difficult for her to establish. That Bloodsword young master is no ordinary person. I know you have the means to steal, but the Galaxy Ghost Scale Lantern is not so easy to get, so you still need to be cautious. It's best to gain his trust first, and don't steal, if you can trade. In addition, what is required to activate the Star God Sky ritual is soul power or its equivalent. If you can't use the souls of magical powers or even Danksa and monks as sacrifices, you will need to sacrifice a large number of monks and ordinary people who have never eaten sweet potato rice. I don't recommend you to do that, because it will inevitably attract a crackdown from the Taoist office. Therefore, it is an excellent choice to find a celebrity, to follow and use him to accomplish your goals. And Zhao Chen is the candidate who meets this standard. Staying by Zhao Chen's side temporarily can not only gain his trust, but also help you collect the souls of the strong through him. Duan Mingsu's shadow paused here, and then continued, but how to do it specifically is up to you to decide. Otherwise, everything is my instruction, so how can you talk about freedom? Well, as for the second request, I think you have guessed it. That is, when one day you can really get the prophecy of the second stanza and really get the opportunity to kill Gu Chang, please help me avenge my mother. After listening to Duan Mingsu's suggestions and requests, Mingsuling just nodded thoughtfully, muttering, I didn't even know you joined the All-Stars Society. In addition, did Zhao Chen have such a treasure in his hand? No wonder you attached so much importance to him from the beginning, and insisted on finding him as an alibi. Is this paving the way for subsequent contacts? Humans' calculations are indeed very complicated. You can't see it at all before the purpose is revealed. And the same thing may have many purposes, and these purposes can change as things change. Mingsuling sighed slightly, feeling that she was still far from becoming a real human. She didn't expect that there were very few humans who could calculate to this extent. The third request is just a small wish of mine. Well, that is, when you are strong enough in the future, please go to the Danding Xianzong and slap my father in the face, to help me vent my anger. Listening to Duan Mingsu's slightly childish tone, Mingsuling nodded seriously and said solemnly, Mingsu, don't worry. I will help you complete your 3 requests one by one. Although Duan Mingsu's phantom was only a reserved image, she seemed to be able to hear Mingsuling's words, and a smile bloomed on her face, saying, I know you will definitely agree, Xiaoling. The capacity of the phantom message is limited. I won't say too much here, just say one last sentence. Xiaoling, I entrust everything to you. Please live a good and happy life. After the phantom said this, it disappeared completely. Mingsuling stood there in silence for a long time, then said to No 2 beside him, from today on, I'm Duan Mingsu. In the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, as soon as Zhao Chen and Zheng Qingyuan entered the yard where Zhao Ruan was placed, they saw Gong Yun and Ma Guangliang exchanging witticisms, while the young Zhao Fu shrank aside, not daring to intervene in the battlefield of the two Gangsha masters. Seeing Zhao Chen and Zheng Qingyuan coming in, the two exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and Ma Guangliang took the initiative to say, "All the preparations for my dream engulfing Gugu technique have been completed. Do you want to treat the little girl now?" Zhao Chen opened his Dangsu eye to carefully look at Ma Guangliang and found that he was still just a Yin Qi clone. Then he turned his head to look at the young Zhao Fu and asked, "Brother Zhao, are you ready?" Zhao Fu took a deep breath and answered firmly, "I'm ready. I can wake Ruan up in the dream at any time." Zhao Chen nodded slightly, then looked at Ma Guangliang again and said, "Then let's start." About half an hour later, a magic circle was set up in this courtyard. Not only were there nearly 100 gems of different colors inlaid in the grooves around the magic circle, but there were also 2 jade platforms in the center. These materials were collected by Sima Zheng for Ma Guangliang in recent days. On one of the jade platforms, a beautiful woman with a normal face but closed eyes was lying. It was Zhao Ruan. The other jade platform was empty, but right above it, there was a purple halo that kept flashing, like a cage made of light beams. At the edge of the magic circle, Zhao Chen, Zheng Qingyuan and others stood there, and there was also the green-robed young man Li Changsheng who came over after seeing the noise. The pale-faced young man stood with Gong Yun, fanning himself with a folding fan, and looking at the magic circle in the yard. It was unknown what he was thinking. Zhao Fu stood a little further away, with more than a dozen talismans pasted on his body, and Gong Yun had painted many seemingly complex patterns on his robe, which made people feel dizzy after staring at it. It's midnight now, and it's almost time to let Brother Zhao enter the magic circle. Ma Guangliang took out a magic staff from his storage bag, and said with narrowed eyes, "Yes, Junior obeys." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu exhaled lightly and slowly entered the cage made of light from the back, and after a moment, he lay on another jade platform not far from Zhao Ruan. At this time, Li Changsheng frowned and asked, "Ma Guangliang, you have arranged the formation of shared sorrow in the southern Xinjiang area, right? It can indeed bring the little girl into the dream you preset. But, I remember that this formation is unsolvable. How do you guarantee that the two of them can safely escape from the dream?" Ma Guangliang looked at him meaningfully and said with a smile, "Sixth brother is really knowledgeable. He even recognizes the formation of shared sorrow." Then, he changed the subject and explained with a smile, "However, if this formation is not combined with the dream haunting goo, it is indeed as you said, and they can only escape after death. But with the dream haunting goo, there is hope. Because after they enter the dream, the carrier of their consciousness is actually this insect, and then the sorrow of the same death will naturally be the insect. Mr. Chen and I have signed a contract, so we won't do anything about it." The young man in green robe, Li Changsheng, suddenly realized what he said, and said nothing more. He let Ma Guangliang raise his staff and spray a purple spiritual light into the magic circle. At the same time, the bright moon shining on Dunhuang Maraksha also reminded Zhao Fu, who was about to sleep, "Brother Zhao, remember, there are only 9 chances. If you can't wake up this little girl in 9 scenes, don't show off your ability. Activate the talisman on your body as soon as possible and wake up by yourself." Zhao Fu nodded and agreed, and then fell into a deep sleep. Then, the whole magic circle suddenly hummed loudly, and the surrounding gems also bloomed with various colors of light, illuminating the small courtyard of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall with colorful lights. Zhao Chen didn't pay attention to Zhao Fu. Most of his attention was attracted by the staff in Ma Guangliang's hand, because its style was exactly the same as the one that was destroyed in Wuiaofang Market. Obviously, they were both imitations of the lost accessory of Xingcha, the profitable fairy staff. Ma Guangliang really had clues to the profitable fairy staff. Chapter 355 Awakening. The staff in Ma Guangliang's hand is golden in color, and is made up of 7 snake-shaped carvings, each with a different colored gem in its mouth. The overall shape is somewhat similar to the staff of Mercury, but not only does it have 5 more snakes, but the wings on the top have also become a golden disc. Speaking of which, Mercury in the mythology of the previous life was originally the Western god of commerce, and the staff of Mercury was even called the scepter of commerce, which is quite similar to the profitable fairy staff lost by Xingcha in terms of power. The mythology of this world is almost the same as that of the previous life. If there really is a Mercury, the god of commerce in the West, then would his staff be a replica of the profitable fairy staff? When Zhao Chen was lost in thought, Ma Guanglian noticed his gaze, so he asked with a smile, "Mr. Chen, are you interested in my staff?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen came back to his senses, and while his thoughts were racing, he said calmly, "I remember your staff was damaged in Wu'ai market." Ma Guanglian looked Zhao Chen up and down, smiled and explained, "This staff is a replica of a spiritual magic weapon. The 7 snakes on that spiritual magic weapon each have their own strengths, so when I imitated it, I also made 7, and each one contains the power of a snake. The so-called spiritual treasure actually refers to a magic treasure that has been born with a soul and has its own life. This is very rare in this world and difficult to replicate. Every dead object that has been born with a soul is extremely precious. Of course, there are normal ones and abnormal ones. The so-called abnormal ones are actually things that have gained spiritual intelligence under the pollution of various kinds of knowledge. Although they also have wisdom, and some even have real souls, they are actually just appendages of the existence of the source of knowledge. For example, the spirit of Cheyenne Blessed Land, although it has great magical powers, it has to be humble when it meets Zhao Chen, who is favored by the source. In addition, magic treasures with abnormal souls cannot be called spiritual treasures, but are called Tangshan Lingbao. Logically speaking, the probability of Xingcha accessories giving birth to souls by themselves is extremely small. On the contrary, like the Yangxiojin Wu crown in Wu'ai Cave Heaven, it is more likely to be cultivated with great magical powers by humans. Of course, Zhao Chen is still unclear about the difference between spiritual magic weapon and heavenly magic treasure. With the precedent of Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown, he was not surprised, but asked curiously, 7 snakes have different powers? This is really strange. I wonder if you can see it? Ma Guanglian smiled but said nothing, turned to look at Zhao Fu on the jade table, frowned and said, the first scene is over. Zhao Kid didn't succeed at once. Zhao Chen also knew that the old monster Ma Laowa might have seen through his purpose, but he was not worried. Anyway, he still had what he wanted in his hand, and he was not afraid of not getting the information of profitable immortal staff. He could talk slowly later. Miss Zhao has been trapped in nightmares for many days, and it is difficult to succeed at once. Gong Yan on the side didn't care. After a pause, he glanced at his former second brother and asked, do you have the means to show Zhao Kid's experience in his dream? No. Ma Guanglian shook his head directly. Although he has been put into the body of dream goo, it can only roughly detect his condition. Is that so? Gong Yan nodded and looked at Zhao Chen again, with some expectations in her eyes. Don't look at me like that. I also want to watch the live broadcast. It's a pity that Zhao Fu is not from Xingcha. Zhao Chen pretended not to notice the expectant eyes of his little black cat and took the initiative to find the green-robed young man Li Changsheng, who looked very pale, and said, Brotherly, I wonder how the county governor's office and the Li family plan to deal with the Camilla family? The Camilla family's stronghold in Taxi is basically surnamed Zhao, so he is still quite concerned. Seeing the question, the green-robed young man was slightly stunned, but quickly replied, the punishment will not be too severe. After all, although the Warlock family is more dangerous, as long as it is under supervision, the problem will not be big. And His Majesty's current concubine Ning is a member of a vampire family, so vampires still have some face in Daxia. At most, it's just a fine and compensation for the losses caused on the night of the blood moon. Of course, the Camilla family used to hide behind the scenes and use the people of Daxia to do business, which is tax evasion. This part of the money must be paid. Daxia is strong, and the Westerners have no preferential treatment here, except for the 2 states directly controlled by the Zheng family and the Wu family, and the several free ports used as pilots by the Daxia court. The taxes are even heavier than those of the locals. As for the Camilla family coming out from now on, this is justified and cannot be considered a punishment. The old emperor is really good at playing, and he even took a vampire into the harem. Zhao Chen secretly clicked his tongue twice, but didn't care too much. After all, the current Xia emperor is less than 40 years old, and he is in his prime, and he even has the hope of impacting the Dangshan realm. However, once he really succeeds, he will have to abdicate. After all, according to the ancestral system, the emperor of Daksha cannot be a being above the real person. Retracting his thoughts that had drifted a little far away, Zhao Chen asked again, did the various places suffer heavy losses on the night of the blood moon in Ganzhou this time? Many believers of the blood moon, even if they usually disguise themselves well, and even if they do not think they really believe in the evil god, are likely to undergo changes on the blood moon night. Therefore, it is okay for big cities, at least there are magical monks in charge, but some towns and villages such as Bingquan Town, where Zhao Chen lived before, are very dangerous. Even if a monster equivalent to the one that chased Zhao Chen in the past appears, it is not something that ordinary key warriors can deal with. Fortunately, the impact of this blood moon is mainly in Dunhuang, Zhanghai, Yumen and other big cities with magical powers and even Dangsha in existence. It seems that they want to contain the powerful monks living in Ganzhou and achieve some purpose. By the way, the reason why you and Kaozi were attacked may also be because of the relationship between Fairy Zheng and the Dangshan behind her, so you suffered an unexpected disaster, and the small town suffered almost no losses this time. No, the target of Blood Moon is probably Ningmeng, and you are just incidental. Zhao Chen complained in his heart, then he breathed a sigh of relief inside. It's good that there are no losses. Even if he had asked Ming Zuling to sweep around Ganzhou in advance, he was still worried that there would be fish that slipped through the net, which would be his fault. After all, in a sense, he could have avoided this incident, but he did not protect Ningmeng in advance for the sake of acting. Zhao Chen paused for a moment, and then asked curiously, have you figured out the real purpose of the moon worship cult and the blood moon? Although some people in the Camilla family and the Garsha family knew the truth, they were now under the control of Zhao Chen and naturally would not tell it. Although some people in the alien camp might have guessed it, they could not reveal it either. Not yet. Li Changsheng shook his head. However, news came from Yanshan City today, saying that the Vlad family hiding there was destroyed by a strange strong man. Now we can be sure that the deacon of the Vlad family and the guests he brought are all moon worshippers, and even middle and high level ones. So, I guess the real purpose of the blood moon may be related to this family. After all, on the night of the blood moon, other places were in turmoil, and only the moon worshippers in Yanshan City were calm. Didn't expect that the Vlad family in Yanshan City would take the blame. That Miss Ming Zuling did a great job. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully and asked with a smile, then which master destroyed the conspiracy of the moon worshippers? I don't know, but there are traces of the Tree Man branch in the three magical powers of educating people at the scene. It is very likely that the evil spirits of the Demonwood Academy did it. The moon worshippers and the Demonwood Academy have always been mortal enemies, and it is not surprising that they sabotage each other. When Li Changsheng was answering Zhao Chen's question, something strange happened. Zhao Fu on the jade table began to tremble violently. At the same time, the talismans on his body also ignited without fire, and they all burst into spiritual light. Not good. It was the flower charm in Zhao Ruan's dream that polluted Brother Zhao. At this time, Ma Guangliang's voice also came over. Although his wording made people feel urgent, his tone was flat, as if it had nothing to do with him. How many scenes has Zhao Fu experienced? Zhao Chen asked, after thinking for a while. It's only the third one. He is still quite capable. He almost woke up Miss Zhao in just 3 times, forcing the flower charm to attack him directly. Fortunately, you are well prepared. Ma Guangliang said with a smile as he looked at Zhao Fu's gradually calming body. Most of the talismans on Zhao Fu's body were bought by Zheng Qinggan to protect the soul, and a few were Green Emperor Soul Protector talismans drawn by Zhao Chen himself. However, Zhao Chen was not proficient in the art of making talismans, and the success rate was touching, so there were only a few. However, after this, the flower charm will probably attack Brother Zhao in every scene. It will depend on whether Miss Zhao wakes up first or Brother Zhao can't hold on first. Ma Guangliang said lightly. Zhao Chen was not too worried about this. After all, Zhao Fu's soul was hiding a magic weapon, and he himself might even be the reincarnation of a real person. When it came to a matter of life and death, he could cheat. He thought about it, and asked in confusion, why does the pollution of this flower charm have such a high intelligence, and choose to attack Zhao Fu? After sensing the crisis, hey, flower charm pollution, what do you think is polluted? Ma Guanglian asked back with a smile. It's the soul. Zhao Chen said affirmatively. He still had this common sense. So isn't it normal for a polluted soul to have intelligence? Ma Guanglian laughed and continued, isn't it because Miss Zhao is confusing herself, that she can't wake up? She can only wake up if she defeats her polluted self. But it's easy to defeat others, but hard to defeat yourself. And it's even more impossible to defeat yourself who has been polluted by a high level power. Therefore, she can only let her normal part be polluted, and use pollution to counter pollution, and use later pollution to cover previous pollution, so that there is the greatest hope. This is also the fundamental reason why I said that, if Brother Zhao fails, her soul must be damaged to remove the pollution. As soon as he finished speaking, before Zhao Chen could think about the mystery, the Zhao Fu on the jade platform began to tremble again, and the amplitude was several times greater than before. The King Di soul protection talismans drawn by Zhao Chen burned out in an instant, and the spiritual patterns drawn by Gong Yan on Zhao Fu's clothes also dimmed one after another, and finally collapsed completely. Even the purple light curtain covering Zhao Fu on the jade platform began to flicker, as if it would go out in the next moment. This should be the final counterattack of the flower charm. It is actually planning to concentrate all its strength, and achieve success in one battle. This Miss Zhao has a good heart, and is good at making decisions. Ma Guanglian was amazed, and his face became serious for the first time. The flower charm in Zhao Ruan's dream is essentially a part of her, and most of her personality is inherited from her, so she was praised by Ma Guanglian. Zhao Chen also glanced at Zheng Qingyan, who had been silent since entering the yard. The latter nodded, and the bubbles of dream of the goddess of beauty silently enveloped the entire mansion. I don't know how much noise Zhao Fu would cause if he really awakened, so it is better to cover it up appropriately. At this moment, all the talismans on Zhao Fu's body have been burned out, and all the spiritual patterns have been broken. His body trembled more and more violently, and in the end he actually floated up and suspended in the air. Then, Zhao Fu suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden lights shot out from his pupils, and they went straight to the sky. But fortunately, the entire martial arts hall was covered by the bubbles generated by Dream of the Goddess of Beauty, and the two golden lights had no real power, so they did not cause a sensation in Human City. But even so, the bubbles created by the third grade magical power Dream of the Goddess of Beauty also shook a few times and almost broke. This is the suppression brought by position. Is this the aura of magic weapon? Brother Zhao has a magic weapon hidden in his spiritual platform and sea of consciousness? Ma Guanglian widened his eyes and said in surprise. This sharp feeling must be a peerless sword. The origin of this Brother Zhao is not simple. The green-robed young man Li Changsheng also narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. It turned out to be a sword-shaped magic weapon. Was Zhao Fu a Dangsa and sword cultivator in his previous life? Zhao Chen quickly came back to his senses. He touched his chin and asked Ma Guangliang, how is the progress of your magic circle? Ma Guangliang spread his hands and said, what progress can there be? The power of the sword cultivator's magic weapon exploded directly in the soul. Not to mention my dream lingering goo insect, even the flower charm will inevitably disappear. Now I just hope that Kid Zhao can control his strength and not kill Miss Zhao as well. Otherwise, I don't know how our deal will continue. The contract they had signed before only stated that, if Ma Guangliang's method failed, then they would use a method that damaged the soul to remove the pollution, but there was no clause in the event of Zhao Ruan's accidental death. Chapter 356 Three Suspects. Fortunately, the vision on Zhao Fu came and went quickly. In less than 3 breaths, the golden sword light in his eyes completely disappeared and returned to silence. Zhao Fu himself could no longer maintain the suspended state and fell back on the jade platform. At this moment, many gems inlaid in the same sorrow array shattered one after another, and the various lights and clouds emitted by the array also disappeared. Even the 2 jade platforms had several cracks, but fortunately they did not completely split. Zhao Royan on one of the jade platforms suddenly groaned. Her eyelids moved slightly twice, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She was a little confused at first, but soon showed a worried look, and struggled to prop herself up and looked around, as if looking for something. Finally, her eyes fell on Zhao Fu on the other jade platform. At this time, Gong Yun had walked to the jade platform, took out a prepared pill, and fed it to Zhao Royan. Although Zhao Royan escaped from the nightmare created by the flower charm, she was naturally very depressed after being eroded for so long, and lost a lot of vitality. In particular, the dream scenes constructed by the dream lingeringu and the same sorrow array were all extreme scenes of great joy and sorrow, which was also a great burden for Zhao Royan. If Zhao Fu had not explained the reality to her in the dream, she would definitely be more confused now. The elixir provided by Gong Yun is called Purple Jade Pill, which she bought from the store opened by Dending Zai and Zhang before. It has the effect of nourishing the soul and harmonizing the vitality. She herself has been taking this pill after cleaning the pollution left by Feng Qing in her body. Just as Zhao Royan took the Purple Jade Pill and refined the medicinal power, Zhao Chen also walked to another jade platform and checked Zhao Fu's condition with the Eye of the Void. There's nothing wrong with his body, except that there's a bump on the back of his head when he fell from the suspended state. As for the meridians and soul, after a few simple observations, Zhao Chen stretched out his hand and was about to use the 5 immortal spiritual key to investigate again. But who would have thought that, as soon as his true key entered Zhao Fu's meridians, an extremely sharp breath came out from his spirit platform, completely destroying the true key that Zhao Chen had brought into his body. TSK, this magic weapon is so overbearing. The spiritual key of the 5 immortals reflects the beauty of the great Dao. Generally speaking, even the protective key will not be too repulsive to it. For Sister Hangsha, the true key will directly open the door to thieves. Who would have thought that the beauty of the great Dao would not be welcomed sometimes? After sighing, Zhao Chen withdrew his hand, lest the magic weapon in Zhao Fu's body overdefend and hurt himself again. However, with just a quick investigation, Zhao Chen also roughly figured out Zhao Fu's condition and knew that he was fine. The reason why he didn't wake up was probably because he was washed away by the memories of his previous life, and it was estimated that he would not wake up in a short time. How is Zhao Fu? Hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Chen turned around and saw that Zhao Royan had stood up with the help of Gong Yun and walked towards him. It's not a big problem, but he may need a day or two to wake up. Zhao Chen paused here and gave her a vaccination in advance, and his personality may change after he wakes up. I know, Zhao Royan said, looking at Zhao Fu lying quietly on the jade platform with a very complicated look. In the last dream, I knew it. In order to save me, he put on a tight hoop and changed back to his original appearance, and then he successfully killed my nightmare. Although it was a dream, it was an illusory thing, but the power it burst out was not fake. In order to save me, he took the initiative to become that strong man. Zhao Chen blinked, and the more he listened, the more wrong it was. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ma Leoa. What kind of scene did this guy design for Zhao Fu and Zhao Royan? Although this story seems to have similar stories circulating in this world, is it really okay for you to use it directly? Seeing Zhao Chen looking at him, Ma Guangliang misunderstood his meaning and just smiled and asked, since Miss Zhao has awakened, what about the deal between us? I didn't want to tell you this, Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but after knowing that there was a Dangshan monk who had cultivated into the Dharma domain behind the other party, he did not intend to default, so he nodded to Gong Yun. Gong Yun did not hesitate, took out a small box from the storage bag, and threw it to Ma Guangliang. That was the seed of laziness cultivated with the help of her spirit and emotions. After taking the box and checking it a little, Ma Guangliang showed a sincere smile and then bowed to Zhao Chen and others and said, since the transaction is completed, I will not disturb you anymore. Everyone, goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, his body disappeared in front of everyone, as if erased by an eraser. However, before his figure was completely erased, there was a pause, but it was not obvious. Only Zhao Chen, whose lips moved slightly, noticed it. After Ma Guangliang left, the green-robed young man Li Changsheng naturally did not stay for long, and also said goodbye and left. When only her own people were left, Zheng Qingyuan glanced at Gong Yun, who was settling Xiao Royan and Zhao Fu, and walked to Zhao Chen and asked, "Did you finally send a message to Ma Guangliang? I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "I proposed another deal to him, but it was difficult to say it in front of Li Changsheng, so I made another appointment with him. Is the scepter in Ma Guangliang's hand important to you? It is also a star god relic?" Zheng Qingyuan asked thoughtfully. With her understanding of Zhao Chen, she could naturally guess what he was thinking. "I'm interested in the prototype of the replica of the scepter, and Ma Laowa is obviously determined to find the whereabouts of Feng Qixia and the 7 heroes of the South Desert." Zhao Chen smiled and answered, and asked Alan to call the vampires of the Garsha family who lived in the martial arts hall and command them to dismantle the magic circle. "But the injury of Lady Feng Wan should be very serious, right? How do you plan to invite her out?" Zheng Qingyuan frowned and asked. As far as she knew, Feng Wan was fatally wounded, several times more serious than Wang Daoye. Without a powerful healing ability to keep her alive, she might not even survive for a breath or two. I had no other choice, but the previous trip to the weird domain gave me a lot of inspiration. Zhao Chen said meaningfully, "Many things that cannot be realized in reality may not be impossible in the weird domain that can distort the rules." Zheng Qingyuan was stunned when she heard this, and then looked Zhao Chen up and down for several times, and then sighed. "You can really think of a way?" Indeed, after absorbing the weirdness of Loi City, that Miss Shen should be able to add some rules by herself after unfolding the weird domain. As long as you design a rule that can temporarily keep people alive when seriously injured, it doesn't matter, even if they turn into monsters afterwards. After all, Miss Shen's greatest ability is restarting. Zhao Chen saw that Qingyuan quickly understood what he meant, and while he stretched out his hand to hug her waist, he smiled and nodded and said, "That's right. You still understand my thoughts best." "Understand your thoughts? Of course I understand. For example, you are definitely not thinking about serious things right now." Zheng Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him, but let the other party do what he wanted. After a brief pause, she asked again, "When did you arrange to meet him?" 3 days later. Ma Guangliang also needs time to absorb the seed of laziness. While Zhao Chen answered, he naturally took Zheng Qingyuan to his bedroom. 3 days is enough for us to deal with the matters of Wuya Valley and Yichen first. Zheng Qingyuan nodded slightly. "If all goes well, we can even come back before Zhao Fu wakes up. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Zhao Chen replied casually, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, speaking of Zhao Fu, can you tell the origin of the sword-shaped magic weapon in his spiritual platform? Such a sharp and domineering feeling would never be an unknown thing." After considering it for a while, Zheng Qingyuan answered uncertainly, "Since the senior who holds this sword has passed by an Yuan sect, then I do have a few suspects, but there is no evidence." "Have you investigated all the Dangsuan monks who visited Anai when my master was still in Yuan sect?" Zhao Chen asked in surprise. "Your business is my business, of course I will pay attention to it." Zheng Qingyuan replied as a matter of course, and then changed the subject. "However, your master is currently trapped in the historical fog, and not many people can remember him, so the results of the investigation by the people I sent out may not be completely accurate. In addition, there are no clues about the changes that happened in Yuan sect that year, and those who are suspected of knowing the truth are silent. It's okay to use it as a general reference." Zhao Chen was not disappointed, and asked, "Who are your suspects?" "During the time when your master was still in Yuan sect, there were a total of 13 real people who were recorded to have visited Anai. Among them, there are 7 sword cultivators, all of whom came to observe the Zuaniuan water-repelling sword, one of the 3 treasures of the Yuan sect. And now, among these 7 real people, the whereabouts of 3 are unknown. They are Song Tao, the sword of life and death of the Shuzhang sword pavilion, Feng Yaseng, the poetry, sword, and knife of the ancient poetry sword school, and Zhang Guangyang, the 8 desolations demon subduing sword of the famous Zhang family in Hanoi. The Shuzhang sword pavilion is one of the upper sects and the top power in Daxia, while the latter 2 are the second level sects and families. Among them, the ancient poetry sword school is also located in Shuzhou, while the Hanoi Zhang family is in Sizhou, not far from Zaidu. The ancient poetry sword school? I have seen this force in the files of the Taoist office. I remember that it is a sect whose names of all the moves are taken from various poems in the ancient Tang dynasty. It is said that the original Green Lotus Sword Sutra of the Li family also came from this sect, and its history is also quite long. Zhao Chen remembered the origin of the ancient poetry sword school after a brief recollection, and then smiled, and shook his head and said, poetry, sword, and knife. How could he be given such a nickname? Could it be that this Master Feng is an expert in both swords and sabers? Indeed. Poetry, sword, lyrics, and sword Feng Yasen was also very popular in his time. His swordsmanship was inherited from his sect, but his saber moves were all self-created. However, his self-created moves are not weaker than the inherited swordsmanship, which is why he is an expert in both swords and sabers, and has won a good reputation. However, this senior's swordsmanship is as ethereal as a fairy, and his saber skills are sometimes bold and sometimes graceful, which does not match the mighty sword light in Zhao Fu's eyes just now. He is the least likely of the three, Zheng Qinggan said lightly. Then who do you think is the most likely? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Sword of Life and Death Song Tao's swordsmanship is extremely sharp. Once the flying sword comes out, it controls the life and death of others, hence the name Sword of Life and Death. The 8 Desolations subduing demon sword is extremely domineering, and it also fits the characteristics of Zhao Fu's sword light. At this point, Zheng Qinggan paused, and then said seriously, they are all very likely. After listening for a long time, you just gave me a sentence all possible? Zhao Chen was a little speechless, but he also knew that Qinggan's guess was the most pertinent, so he didn't ask any more questions, went back to his bedroom with him, and closed the door casually. On the official road outside Jingguan City, Shazhao, elderling, who had been running all the way, finally couldn't support his injuries anymore, fell from the air, and fainted. At this time, a young man witnessed this scene. He hesitated for a while, and after talking to himself for a few words, he hurried to elderling's side, carried him on his back, and left quickly. About a quarter of an hour later, the deacon of the Flower God sect, Franz Li, appeared here. After carefully exploring the surroundings, he suddenly lost the trace of elderling. Who helped him? Franz frowned, and he was able to hide from my detection, so he must be at least a master of magical powers, and he may even have a top-grade magical power. Then, he gritted his teeth, took out a compass-like magic weapon from his storage bag, and began to chant spells, using its power to make calculations. But the next moment, Franz's breath suddenly weakened, and he himself spat out a mouthful of blood. Is there a Dongsuan master helping him cover up? Damn it. Damn it. After cursing a few times, Franz finally sighed helplessly. Although he was the outer sect deacon of the Flower God sect, he couldn't afford to offend the Dongsuan master. This vengeance could only be put aside for the time being. Thinking of this, he looked in the direction of Jingguan City, and then reluctantly turned around, and flew back to Ganzhou. At the same time, the young man who saved Ling Leo heard a muffled groan in his ear, and then there was no sound. Senior? The young man who had settled elderling asked tentatively. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Z-kid. A slightly weak voice sounded. Hey, I've reached the point where I almost got backlashed for blocking a magical power. The young man surnamed Z was surprised and said, Senior, do you know this old man? They actually suffered backlash for each other. Could they be relatives? The young man surnamed Z never thought that the senior who was temporarily living in his sea of consciousness was a goody-goody who was brave enough to do something righteous. Hey, Z-kid, don't be ungrateful. This old man is your biggest helper in seeking revenge on the princess. I did it for you. The weak voice said. Hey. This young man was Zhangqi, whose family was destroyed and whose master died tragically outside the Beifang market, and who had a deep hatred for the Wei princess. Chapter 357 Sun Family. Zhangqi was originally ranked 10th on the human outstanding list, the owner of Black Wine Fort, and the second brother of Crazy San Zibodu. He was originally sent by his elder brother to practice in Fian Mountain, a major sect in Shanzhou, but because his elder brother Zibodu was trapped in Shijin Mountain and his third brother Zishuai was dug out by Zhao Chen as a member of the Four Evil Hall, he was hunted down by Wei County Lord Minghan Gaiu, who had a deep hatred for the Four Evil Hall. As a result, Zhangqi fell from being a direct descendant of a major sect to wandering around the world, and even his master Shan Yunzi, who had been protecting him, died outside the Biao market. As far as he knew, the one who did it was Wei County Lord's subordinate, Seven Evils Luo Sheng. Therefore, Zhangqi regarded Wei County Lord as his irreconcilable enemy, and had been looking for an opportunity to assassinate her. His biggest reliance at the moment is the soul of the unknown strong man in his sea of consciousness. The other party not only knows many secrets, but is also proficient in divination and calculation, and has provided him with great help before. Based on this, he dared not take the words of the senior seriously, and immediately took more diligent care of the old man who was picked up. Although the senior in his sea of consciousness was weak at this time, he was also thinking in his heart, although there is nothing wrong with this person's origin, it is still a bit too coincidental that he happened to be met by Z-Kid. In addition, the process of me being blocked and attacked by the King of Qin and the King of Shu, and finally attached to this Z-Kid, is also a coincidence. So many coincidences are superimposed together. Is there someone behind the scenes? Hey, no matter who it is, if you dare to use me, you must be prepared to be backfired by me in the final stage. Yicheng, connected to the wasteland in the north and Sand Mountain in the east, was considered a fortress to defend against the northern nomadic peoples in ancient times, but now it has long lost this function. Although it is only a small city, the quality of practitioners in Sand Mountain and Wu'ao Valley Market, two places with abundant spiritual energy, is far higher than that of cities of the same size such as Bingquan Town. There are nearly 10 powerful people stationed nearby. Among them, the strongest one was Yuan Sword Sect, but because Elderling came to Sand Mountain and forcibly searched the souls of masters such as Tangying and the sect currently has only a few refining warriors to barely support the mountain gate. If it were not for the fact that Zhuo Hong, the head of Yuan Sword Sect, was still there, other forces, especially the Yunying Sect, which had been seized by the mountain gate, would have been unable to hold back. In fact, Qi Banshan, who was once infected by the demonic energy of the Yunying Sect, had already proposed to attack Yuan Sword Sect, but was suppressed by the mature and prudent head Yun Langzi. However, during this period of time, people in Yicheng were in turmoil, including the local wealthy family Sun family, the city lord's mansion worshipper Li Yuzing, and other powerful people who had already begun to privately connect, just waiting for an opportunity. And Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan came to Yicheng again in such a strange atmosphere. However, unlike the last time with Yan Hongxia, Zhao Chen did not make a fuss this time. Instead, he first found his subordinates who had been left in Wu'aofang City, and brought out the so-called Mingjiao left Dharma King Yanshan from Wu'ao Dongshan. When he completed the task and left the Dongshan world, the voice without ups and downs asked Zhao Chen whether he wanted to bring the two of his properties, left Dharma King Yanshan and Yunling Saint Konglin, back to Zuanshan. At that time, Zhao Chen chose Yanshan as his assistant for various reasons, and settled down in Wu'aofang City. At the beginning, he gave Yanshan the task of uniting the local forces in Yicheng as much as possible, fighting with Zhuo Hong in the open, consuming the power of both sides, and waiting for the fall of Yuan Sword Sect in the future, so that he could naturally preside over the affairs of Wu'aofang City. However, the situation changed later. Zhuo Hong was sent out by himself to follow Zhao Fu, but he returned to Human after a long journey. The matter of seizing the Yangxiu crown was even more sudden, so Zhuo Hong took the blame in advance. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Zhao Chen sighed, and then he and Zheng Qinggan entered a private room of a tea house, where the left Dharma King Yanshan had been waiting. The old man, who was becoming more and more vigorous, first saluted Zhao Chen, and then bowed slightly to Zheng Qinggan. Obviously, he knew the importance of the Zheng family's legitimate daughter, who had lived in Daxia for a month. No need to be polite. Zhao Chen waved his hand, and then after sitting down with Zheng Qinggan, he asked, "What is the situation in Yicheng now? I have failed your expectations, young master. I haven't gained enough reputation in Yicheng." Yanshan immediately stood up to apologize, but was interrupted by Zhao Chen's wave, so he organized the next sentence and said, "The head of the Sun family and the chief worshipper of the city lord's mansion both have ideas about the Yuan Sword Sect of Sand Mountain, and they may have received support from the Li family. It's just that Ganzhou has been turbulent recently, and Li Yunfeng is still under house arrest, so they haven't taken any actual action. Of course, the main reason is that they are not sure. Not sure. Didn't the masters of Biyuan and Sword Sect all get crippled by that Ling, a master with magical powers? They don't have confidence? Or are they afraid of Zhuo Han's revenge? Zhao Chen asked, while picking up the teacup and taking a sip of the Buffon Wuai tea produced locally in Yicheng. He found it had a rich chestnut aroma and a mellow and sweet taste, which was very good. All of them. Yanshan respectfully added water to his cup, and then continued. Tang Ying of Gyuan Sword Sect just went crazy after his soul was searched. He still has the strength of the 7th turn, and even when he goes crazy, he is a little more powerful than before. And the head of the Sun family has a maximum of 5 turns of magic power, and Li Yuzheng, the chief worshipper of the city lord's mansion, has the top 9 turns of magic power, but because he was severely injured in his early years, his foundation was injured, and he couldn't exert his full strength. So they have been inciting the people of Yunying Sect to take the lead, in order to consume the strength of Biyuan Sword Sect. Unfortunately, although Qi Banshan was instigated and ready to make a move, Yan Langzi knew all the calculations here and was not moved at all. I see. Zhao Chen compared what Yan Shan said with the information he had obtained, nodded slightly, and then asked, what about the Stone Village Master of King Feng Village? The Stone Village Master never got involved in such things, but said that, if you need a musket, you can find their village to order it. At this point, Yan Shan paused, frowned again, and said, speaking of this King Feng village, I always feel it's very strange. It is too united internally, and it is difficult to find any useful information. As an old revolutionary who once led the Mingjiao to raise the flag of rebellion in Wuiao Cave, Yan Shan smelled a familiar smell. That is where my cheap father's arsenal is located. Of course, the organization is tight, otherwise it would have been exposed long ago. Of course, there are also masters who look down on this kind of village, because no one has calculated it with fingers. After Zhao Chen complained in his heart, he asked carefully, what do you think I should do to secretly control the entire Yicheng in a short period of time? In other words, how to prevent the possible secrets of Wuiaofang City from being leaked out? This is also a test of Yanshan's ability. Yanshan frowned again, thought for a moment, and then replied, secret control means that an agent is needed. If I choose from the existing candidates in Yicheng, I think it is better to use the Sun family to achieve the goal. Oh. Tell me why? Zhao Chen asked with interest. Yanshan also knew that this was the master testing him, so he explained seriously. In fact, the answer can be obtained by the method of elimination. First of all, Gyuan Sword Sect is already the target of public criticism, not to mention that it has always been hated by the Sun family and other forces before. Even if they use force to suppress all parties, they will keep an eye on Gyuan Sword Sect's every move behind their backs. So this sect is the least suitable to be an agent, because it cannot keep secrets. Sir, you should have thought of this at the beginning, so you gave up this plan at the beginning, and instead let Zhuo Han oppress all parties, to pave the way for me. No, I didn't think that far at the time. You'd better not be duh. After Zhao Chen muttered to himself, he heard Yanshan continue. Secondly, King Feng village is in a remote corner and lacks prestige, and the owner of Shi village is a person who doesn't want to get involved in anything, so they are not good choices either. They are not worthy of their positions, and they can't stay in that position for long. And I'm the same. Of course, my lack of prestige is only one aspect, and the other is, because everyone knows, that I'm a subordinate of Master Chen and Hangsha Sword. If I become the agent, I will not be able to achieve the effect of secret control that you mentioned. As for the Yunying sect, at this point, Yanshan suddenly stopped and glanced at Zhao Chen. What about the Yunying sect? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. As for the Yunying sect, if Yan Langzi is killed, and Qi Banshan takes the position, I think it is more suitable than the Sun family. But if Yan Langzi is still the head of the sect, then I think it is best not to let the Yunying sect take on this responsibility. Yanshan answered with a measured tone. He didn't quite know what the relationship between the Yunying sect and the master was. He only knew that the mistress named Yan Hangsha seemed to be practicing the Yangsha Danshu of the sect, so he was a little hesitant. Has the old man Yunlang's cunningness been so deeply rooted in people's hearts? Zhao Chen smiled, did not comment on the matter of killing the old man, and only continued to ask, what about the city lord's mansion? The city lord's mansion is actually the most troublesome. Because if you want to control Wuiaofang Market and Yicheng, you can't get around it. But since you have made it clear that you want to secretly take charge of this place, I guess you probably already have a plan to deal with the city lord's mansion, right? Yanshan asked with a smile. You still look down on Yunlangzi, you are also very cunning. Zhao Chen sighed and said to Yanshan with a smile, don't worry, the current city lord will soon get into trouble, and there should be no more city lords in the next few months. And I will plan the selection of the new city lord in the future. The reason why Zhao Chen is so confident is naturally that Zheng Qingyuan has used the magical power of Xiangxiangjiaoyi to deduce a lot of black materials about the city lord of Yicheng and his great worshipper Eli using, and pass them to the enemies of the city lord through some channels. In a few days, the city lord will step down. That's no problem. Yanshan showed an expression of as expected, and said with a smile, so, excluding other forces, the remaining Sun family is naturally the most suitable. First of all, the Sun family is the local snake in Yicheng, rooted here for hundreds of years, with enough influence and prestige, and a good reputation, and all forces are willing to cooperate. Secondly, the Sun family's apparent backer is young Master Li Yunfeng of the Li family, who can help you secretly control the Wuiao Valley market. Even if something goes wrong in the future, young Master Li will take the blame. Thirdly, the head of the Sun family is already old and rarely asks about family affairs. The Sun family is in a period of transition at this time, and there is no second mana cultivator in the family, so it is not as difficult to control as imagined. According to my observation, among the direct branches of the Sun family, the first branch is relatively clean, because their leaders are excellent enough, and may be promoted to manor at any time. And the second and third branches are obviously unwilling, so there are traces of unknown forces intervening behind each of them. Especially the third branch, I think there might be a secret organization behind them. Sir, if you want to control the Sun family, you might as well start from this aspect. If it is discovered in the future, someone will take the blame. Yanshan talked freely, listing the advantages of supporting and controlling the Sun family one by one. Secret organization. Zhao Chen frowned when he heard it, and asked after pondering for a moment, do you know which organization it is? In fact, not all secret organizations are the evil organizations that everyone wants to fight against. There are also sects like the Thief sect among them. If it is the latter, it's fine, but if it is the former, Zhao Chen, the Taoist official, must investigate it thoroughly. Moreover, if you want to keep the secret of Wuiao Valley market, it is best to clean up these secret organizations in advance. Yanshan had just come out of the cave not long ago, and didn't know about the troubles of these organizations, but Zhao Chen had contact with more than half of the secret organizations in Daxia, and of course he understood how powerful they were. Yanshan shook his head and said, I don't know much. Well, the man from the third room accidentally mentioned a few words of the creed of that organization when he was drinking with me, but it is different from what was mentioned in the evil organization information you gave me. Is that so? It seems I have to go and check it out myself. Zhao Chen and Zheng Qingyuan on the side looked at each other, and they nodded in tacit understanding. By the way, the creed of that organization is everything is allowed. Yanshan added at last. In the northern part of Yicheng, in a house that is more luxurious than the city lord's mansion, the master of the third branch of the Sun family was walking towards the front hall while holding a pair of walnuts in his hands. This is a middle-aged man who looks to be about 40 years old. He has a well-proportioned figure and light footsteps. No sound can be heard when he walks on the road. But just as he was about to step into the front yard, he suddenly stopped beside a path. Because his second brother, the current master of the second branch, Sun Kunhei, was walking towards him. He was a big fat man with a bulging belly, let alone lowering his head to look at his feet. This man couldn't even complete the action of lowering his head. Seeing him, the middle-aged man showed a helpless expression on his face, but it was not easy to hide anymore. He stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Hello, second brother." Sun Kunhei looked at the middle-aged man with a half smile and said, Third brother, it's really hard to see you now. Did we have a result on the last discussion? I'm sorry. Second brother, I choose to withdraw. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Spell to Conceal the Breath. Seeing that his third brother refused without hesitation, Sun Kunhei's face darkened instantly. A cold light flashed from his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat to leave only a slit. He said in a cold voice, "Third brother, you have to think about it before you reply. Although there is a certain organization behind you supporting you, it is very likely that it cannot withstand investigation, right? Otherwise, they should have come out to support you a long time ago. And what I want you to do is not excessive. It's just stealing that thing from the Uniying sect and sending it to the Gyuan Sword sect. As long as it is done, you will also benefit a lot from your nephew's achievement of magic power in the future." These words were both threatening and tempting. But his third brother, the middle-aged man with an unusually tall posture, sighed and said, "Second brother, how many times have I said it? Some of my special skills were obtained from previous adventures, and there is no secret organization behind me. How many times do I have to say it for you to believe it? In addition, I'm a friend of Brother Key from the Uniying sect, and I will never betray my friend. I don't care about your competition with my eldest brother's lineage, but please don't involve me." Seeing that his third brother said so firmly, Sun Kunhei was immediately furious and said in a frustrated tone, "Sun Kun, why are you still pretending? Your magic that completely conceals your breath is obviously the secret of the Thieves' Gate in the past. If I tell the 6 gates all in castle about this, you will be in trouble." Hearing what his second brother said, the middle-aged man, Sun Kun, also narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Second brother, don't forget that the old man is still alive. The implication is that the 3 brothers can fight, but they cannot exceed a certain degree. Otherwise the old man of the Sun family will not play deaf and dumb again. You." Sun Kunhei's expression was ferocious, and he seemed to want to say something cruel, but in the end he didn't say it, but snorted, "You are very good. We'll see. When my son Jua achieves magical power, I'll make you suffer." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and walked to the other side of the courtyard with his big belly. Third Master Sun Kun stared at his broad back for a while, his heart full of doubts. Big brother has already opened all 9 orifices, built a spiritual platform, and is only 50 years old. It's not a sure thing for him to enter the realm of magical power, but he has a great chance. Where does the second brother get the confidence to think that his son can surpass the big brother with a solid foundation? Or, how much benefit did the foreign affairs elder of Ling Castle behind him give him? However, with the size of Yicheng, it can't give much back. What exactly does the foreign affairs elder of Ling Castle want to plot with such a big investment? Lu Kun, who has been thinking for a long time, but has no conclusion, simply put the matter aside and continued to walk to the front hall, ready to find the housekeeper to withdraw this month's regular money and go to the Wuiao Valley market for a walk. He did not intend to tell his eldest brother Sun Kunai about his second brother's plan. First, his eldest brother also coveted the Gyuan Sword sect and might also be planning to use the Uniying sect as cannon fodder. Second, he was not close to his eldest brother, and his relationship with him was even worse than that with his second brother. His second brother Sun Kunhei had only become greedy in the past few months. He had been quite nice to his third brother before. As for the old man, Sun Kun felt that he seemed to be indifferent, but in fact the family was still under his control. If his second brother did something out of line, he would definitely know it at the first time, and he didn't need to interfere. After taking the standard money, the third master walked out of the Sun family's house leisurely while eating walnuts. Then he turned his body and completely blended into the crowd on the street, so that the servants who were staring at him could not react in time, and lost his trace. Outside the tea house, Zhao Chen recalled what Yanshun said, "Everything is allowed," and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Isn't there another half sentence in front of it? Everything is false. This is probably an assassin's organization." But this creed is obviously something from my previous life. How could it reappear in this world? Although the history and culture of this world in ancient times are roughly the same as those in my previous life, it is impossible for the Assassin's Creed in the video game to evolve naturally, right? Could there be other time travelers? Or, is it the work of the candidates brought by Xingcha before me? A series of speculations arose in Zhao Chen's mind, and he deeply felt that this world itself was hiding many secrets. Zhao Chen had long speculated that this was not the first time that Xingcha brought people to this world. He even thought that the Star God was one of them, or even the earliest one. That's why he was always misunderstood as the patron of the Star God. What are you thinking about? Zheng Qingyan saw him in a daze and couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. Zhao Chen shook his head lightly. He felt that there was no need to tell Qingyan about this matter involving his true origin, so as not to involve her in the trouble on his side. So he changed the subject and asked, have you heard of this organization with the motto of everything is allowed? No. I suspect that this was most likely made up by the third master son himself, to show that there is someone behind him. Zheng Qingyan had just expressed his opinion when his eyes suddenly condensed, and he immediately changed his words. No, that Sun Kun might really have some problems. Zhao Chen obviously noticed Qingyan's abnormality and asked curiously, Qingyan, what happened? Zheng Qingyan nodded and said, just now, that Sun Kun walked past us not far in front of us so swaggeringly. If I weren't a cultivator with magical powers and divine awareness, I wouldn't have found him. Zhao Chen was also shocked after hearing this, because he didn't notice anything. Even if he opened the Eye of the Void immediately, he still found nothing. He has left, and it's a little late for you to open your pupil technique. Zheng Qingyan shook her head lightly and said seriously, that kind of breath-obscuring spell. If I'm not mistaken, it's the result of the combination of the soul-hiding technique of Misty Rain and the hidden trace technique of Wind and Cloud passed down by the Thief Sect. This is one of the few spells in the Thief Sect, which was passed down from the hands of the elders who stole the Yellow Dragon Cup. It is rumored that when it is performed by a Gangsha cultivator, even a cultivator with magical powers who specializes in pupil technique will find it difficult to see through it. I didn't quite believe it before, but now it seems to be true. Sun Kun is just like you, with the cultivation level of 7 orifices, and can only exert the power of 1 turn with these 2 spells. But even so, if I hadn't happened to sweep my spiritual sense across the front, I wouldn't have discovered it. Having said that, Zheng Qingyan paused, and added, by the way, the soul hiding technique in Mist and Rain and the hidden in Wind and Cloud technique can be combined together according to certain methods to create a second grade magical power Cloud Body and Smoke Body, which can merge into the Void, and is a first class concealment magical power. The successful theft of the Yellow Dragon Cup that year was largely due to this magical power. Cloud Body and Smoke Body. This magical power is very oriental, not Creed at all. Zhao Chen complained in his heart, and after a little thought, he asked Zheng Qingyan, since you have seen through his magic, he must still be under your surveillance now, right? Of course. Zheng Qingyan nodded slightly. Where is he going? Zhao Chen asked. It seems to be the gambling house in Wuialfang City. Well, in order not to be recognized, he also changed his clothes. What a superb disguise technique. Zheng Qingyan's expression became more and more strange when he said this, because this third master son did not seem to be consistent with what Yanshan had investigated. How can such a lazy character be the ambition to fight for the position of the head of the family? Gambling house. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and made a plan in his mind. Then he smiled and said to Zheng Qingyan, in this case, according to the original plan, you go to the Sun family to control Sun Kun He and the forces behind him, and I will deal with this obviously abnormal Sun Kun. Can you do it? Don't lose me. Zheng Qingyan raised her face and teased seriously. I'm also a cultivator with supernatural powers. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, and then his aura changed. He borrowed the identity and power of Wang Daoyi with the purple light ring. In the main hall of the Yicheng City Lord's mansion, Sun Qunayang, the eldest wife of the Sun family, was sitting here at this time, talking with Li Yuzing, the chief worshipper of the City Lord's mansion. Young Master Yun Feng sent a message, telling us that we don't have to worry too much about Elderling being wanted. He came to Sand Mountain at that time. In fact, it was also on the orders of the young master. It can be seen that the young master has also lost favor with Zhuo Han. By the way, young master Yun Feng seems to have made contributions to the Li family recently. The time of house arrest has been reduced by half, and he will be free in a month at most. The chief priest Li Yuzing said with a smile as he talked about the latest news. He is a white-haired old man wearing a purple birthday robe. His face is tough, and there is an extraordinary momentum in his eyes. Great. Sun Quniang also smiled, with young master Yun Feng backing us up. It should be much easier to take down the Gyuan sword sect. Li Yuzing shook his head and said, don't be so optimistic. Although what we are going to do is not a matter of annihilating the whole family, we are also going to seize other people's foundations, so we should be very cautious. What's more, even if Zhuo Han doesn't show up, it's not easy to deal with Tang Ying, who has fallen into madness. If things go wrong, both Elder Sun and I might get killed. Hearing this, Sun Quniang sighed helplessly. Yeah. It's a pity that the old Taoist Yun Longzi of the Uniying sect didn't take the bait, and the subordinates of the young master Chen in the market have no interest in the Gyuan sword sect. Otherwise, we can use them to get something out of the fire. The old Taoist Yun Longzi was able to resolutely give up the mountain gate and save the sect in the incident that year. We know that he has a good mind. How could he not see our tricks? As for the old man Yan in the market of Wuya Valley, you'd better not have any ideas about him. The young master Chen behind him is not an easy person to deal with. Li Yuzing warned seriously. Isn't he just a pretty boy who has deceived a few female knights? Sun Quniang asked in confusion. Hey, you don't understand. Li Yuzing shook his head. Take the matter of promoting mana as an example. Even if you have built a spiritual platform and opened all 9 orifices, you still need at least a few years to wait for the right opportunity to successfully draw the vitality of heaven and earth into your body. But that young master Chen will definitely succeed within this year. The promotion of magical power will definitely succeed. How old is Zhao Chen? 15. Even Yan Hangsha, the most talented person in the human area, has not achieved magical power at this age, right? Isn't this the speed of practice that only the disciples of the upper sect of the aristocratic family can have? Sun Quniang's face was full of envy, which then turned into jealousy. So, that young master Chen has a bright future, and his future magical powers are expected, which we can't compare with at all. Li Yuzing also shook his head helplessly, but soon he said with some gloating, but if he wants to rise, he has to get through the Meng family. TSK, the current direct descendant of the Meng family who has entered the world to gain experience is coming to the northwest. By then, the fairy Sakura dragon may not be able to protect that young master Chen. The direct descendant of the Meng family, why would the children of the Meng family make things difficult for Zhao Chen? Sun Quniang asked puzzled. Li Yuzing kept silent about this and did not explain. Seeing this, Sun Quniang realized that this was a secret he shouldn't know, so he didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, he also put away his jealous thoughts and gloated over the misfortune of others like Li Yuzing. After the two chatted for a few more sentences, they talked about Sun Quniang's 2 younger brothers. Kunhei has devoted all his efforts to training my nephew, and even let Chua get engaged to the granddaughter of the foreign affairs elder surnamed Chu from Ling Castle. According to the information I received, the elder Chu is a distant relative of the crane in the clouds Chu Zhenren, but his granddaughter is born stupid and not good looking, which is unfair to my nephew. It's a pity that the elder Chu doesn't support him very much, otherwise, with the size of Ling Castle not inferior to the Li family, it would be easy to deal with a small Gyuan sword sect. At that time, my second brother could not only take credit from my father, but also use the resources of the Gyuan sword sect to train my nephew Yu. Sun Quniang smiled and told Li Yuzing about the family affairs, obviously not taking his second brother seriously. Don't take it lightly. I always feel that there is something strange about this matter. You know, the foreign affairs elder of Ling Castle wants to marry his granddaughter. Even if he is stupid and ugly, there will be no shortage of grooms. I think that elder Chu may have other intentions. Li Yuzing reminded. I know, and my father is also watching. There should be no problem. Sun Quniang responded seriously. That's good. Hearing that Grandpa Sun was also paying attention, Li Using stopped asking and turned to ask, what about your third brother? Third brother? Although he pretends to want to participate in the fight for power in the family, he is actually just trying to cheat money from the old man. The old man and I know this. As for the so-called organization behind him, it is rather strange, and the people I sent to follow him have never succeeded in keeping up with him. Sun Q9 frowned and said, in the gambling house of Wuya Valley Market, Zhao Chen, whose aura and appearance had changed, hid in the dark and carefully observed Sun Kun's every move. After a long time, a thought emerged in his mind. This man came to the gambling house to gamble. Couldn't he be acting? He obtained the 8th grade. Chapter 359 Gambler. The reason why Zhao Chen came to this conclusion was that, although Sun Kun wandered among the various projects in the gambling house, he was mainly observing most of the time, and he did not have the fanaticism of other gamblers. Moreover, even if he occasionally placed a bet, he invested very few chips, but he could make a small profit almost every time he made a move. This fully reflects what is called small bets for pleasure. But every time he made such a small bet for a period of time, he would use all his chips to make a big one. Then, he would temporarily leave the casino, turn around, change his image and come back. According to Zhao Chen's observation in the dark, he had some losses and wins when he made small bets, but every time he made a big bet, he would secretly make some moves to ensure that he would win. Such regular actions naturally made Zhao Chen have to suspect that Sun Kun was completing some kind of acting. After all, if he just wanted to win money with the means of this third master son, there was no need to repeat the small bets so troublesomely. Small bets are fun, but big bets must be made when you are sure. Is this the rule for his role? After being awarded the While Zhao Chen was guessing in his heart, he saw that Sun Kun had completed another round of small bets and was about to make a big one, but he appeared and sat opposite him. Because of the disguise, Sun Kun did not recognize Zhao Chen's identity and thought he was just an ordinary gambler, so he asked with a smile, "What are you playing? But let me be frank, my stakes are always big." Hearing this, Zhao Chen responded with a smile, "What a coincidence, I also like to play big. I don't know if you can afford it." Sun Kun was stunned, then took out 3 dice and put them on the table, pushed all his chips into the betting area, and said, "Just shake the dice, I'll bet my entire fortune." Zhao Chen glanced at him and asked as if to confirm, "Are you sure you want to bet your entire fortune?" The all in his words was obviously different from the all that Sun Kun understood, but the latter obviously did not hear it, so this Mr. Sun nodded affirmatively and said, "I'm sure I'll bet everything." Then, deal. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and let the 16 golden star Libra swords above his head, which were invisible to others, notarize their verbal contract. Sun Kun frowned, thinking that something had just happened. However, as a cultivator of the refining orifices, he could not sense the power of notarization. He could only urge him anxiously, "Where are your chips?" Zhao Chen clapped his hands upon hearing this, and the clerk of his own gambling house brought him the equivalent chips. This gambling house was run by Yan Shun, and naturally it was also Zhao Chen's own business. Sun Kun was shocked upon seeing this, thinking that the person in charge of the gambling house had noticed his means and was asking the master of the place to deal with him. However, Sun Kun was not afraid. He had encountered such a master of the gambling house in other towns before, but he was confident that he could fight and win. The two quickly agreed to decide the winner in one round. "Big or small?" Sun Kun asked with a smile while shaking the dice. "Small," Zhao Chen answered nonchalantly. He had never lost in cheating. Sun Kun smiled strangely upon hearing this, and the ability brought by the was activated instantly. Since this is not his innate magic, nor is it a natural ability, the gambling house's array for detecting magic fluctuations cannot detect it. This is what Sun Kun relies on to win every time he gambles big. Clang. Sun Kun turned the dice cup upside down on the table, and then slowly lifted it up. This dice cup is made of special materials, and spiritual perception and consciousness cannot detect or interfere. Then, 3 dice were stacked together, and the top one with a point facing up fell into Zhao Chen's eyes. 1 point. Sun Quan smiled triumphantly, which meant that he was already invincible, so he raised his chin and said, "It's your turn." Zhao Chen took the dice cup calmly and shook it up and down. At the same time, he smiled and looked at Sun Quan across from him and asked directly, "Your method of influencing the dice is very subtle, almost like a supernatural power. What is the name of that ability?" Sun Quan's heart was pounding when he heard this, because this was the first time someone could detect his cheating method, and he couldn't help but have the urge to turn around and run away. But soon, he forced himself to calm down, thinking that the other party's words might be a trick on him. After all, if he really saw through his method, shouldn't he be arrested directly now? So Sun Quan deliberately sneered and asked, "Are you throwing dirty water on me because you feel that you are sure to lose? Although your method is exquisite, it cannot be hidden in my dark eye." Zhao Chen shook his head slightly and then stared into Sun Quan's eyes and said, "Besides, where do you get the confidence to think that you are sure to win?" As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Chen turned the dice cup upside down on the table. Sun Quan was full of confidence at first, but as Zhao Chen's hand revealed the answer, his pupils suddenly dilated and his face was full of disbelief. Because he saw that the 6 sides of the 3 dice were actually ground flat. This means that there is nothing left. Impossible. These dice are made of real gold. Even the 9 revolution spell can hardly damage them. How could they be ground flat without any sound? Unless. At this point, Sun Quan's slightly distorted face looked at Zhao Chen woodenly, his eyes full of dullness and shock. "Yes, unless you use divine power." Zhao Chen followed his words, approved his guess, and then smiled. "So, you lose. How can a mere real gold withstand the power of the divine wind?" Sun Quan was stunned for a while, then looked at Zhao Chen with resentment, thinking, "You are a master of magical powers. Why do you come to the gambling house? To make fun of me?" But he also knew that he could only consider himself unlucky when he encountered such a master playing games with the world, so he bowed and said, "Yes senior, I lost." As he said that, he pushed all the chips close to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen only glanced at the chips and retracted his gaze, shaking his head and said, "These are not your all chips." "But my chips are all here." Sun Quan asked with a confused look on his face. "But you are also a chip." Zhao Chen said this while secretly pinching the magic formula in his hand, and his eyes met with Sun Quan's. And Sun Quan suddenly felt that the scene around him had changed. He didn't know when he came to a magnificent palace and stood in the hall of the palace. He looked around and found that 3 sides were covered by a faint grey-white mist. Only a desk was placed on the high steps in front of him. Behind the desk was a throne made of 6 golden dragons, and a mysterious tall figure was sitting on the seat at this time. The moment he saw the figure, countless information flooded into Sun Quan's mind, making him understand his current situation. It turned out that the supernatural monk who gambled with me represented the will of the great being called Star Chariot Lord in front of him. It turned out that after I lost the bet, I had already lost everything I had, including my soul. I have become the property of the Star Chariot Lord. The only good news is that this great being is kind to property. As long as you obey orders, you will not lose too much. After sorting out the information that appeared in his mind, Sun Quan had no doubts about these contents, because he had realized that he could not even think of resisting. "Meet the Lord." Sun Quan immediately paid homage. In his heart, he thought quite frustratedly, "I'm probably the most unsuccessful gambler. Not only did I make a losing bet, but I also lost everything." As the owner of Sun Quan, Zhao Chen naturally knew what he was thinking, so he asked with interest, "Gambler, is this the 8th grade position you got?" "Yes, my lord." Sun Quan felt that he could not keep a secret in front of such a great being, so he said without reservation, "This position was obtained when I accidentally entered the strange domain more than 3 months ago." Strange domain? Could it be that you, like Uncle Zhen and Kyozi, have turned a disaster into a blessing after being trapped in the strange domain? Zhao Chen was surprised in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm and just waited quietly for Sun Quan's explanation. As a property, Sun Quan was unconsciously influenced by Zhao Chen's intentions and continued, "The strange domain I entered is a scene similar to the civilization of the Western countries. I joined an assassin organization in it and received training from that organization. The position was also awarded after completing an assassination mission. Does this strange domain seem to want to give some sweetness first and then give the most profound despair so that people will collapse mentally and gain rationality? However, the assassination organization plus the creed. Could the source of this weirdness be a traveler? Could it be a star god? Did he also fall into madness, so he grabbed rationality in this way? The composition of this evil weirdness is indeed very complicated. When Zhao Chen was thinking, Sun Quan continued to tell his experience in the strange domain. However, the assassinations were indeed thrilling, but they could not arouse Zhao Chen's interest at all, because he had played them all. And Zhao Chen also confirmed that the script in the strange domain was the plot story in a game in his previous life, but it was quite difficult. Although Sun Quan said that the death in the strange domain is not a real death and can start over, Zhao Chen guessed that this is the weird way to plunder rationality. If Sun Quan cannot pass within a certain number of deaths, then what awaits him must be eternal damnation after his rationality is exhausted. In the strange domain, in addition to obtaining the 8th grade gambler position, I also have a Taoist book on the level of magical powers. Unfortunately, it is incomplete and lacks the part on how to achieve magical powers. But even so, it is also a treasure book that directly points to the upper grade magical powers. So from then on, I was no longer interested in the petty intrigues in the family. After all, when I achieve upper grade magical powers in the future, only the family will ask me for it. By the way, that Taoist book is called the Book of Thieves. I made special inquiries about it after returning to Daksha, and I heard that this book was originally owned by the Thieves sect. It has 3 parts, upper, middle and lower, which record the methods of practicing 6 kinds of magical powers. And what I got is the middle part of the Book of Thieves, which contains 2 kinds of magical powers, namely cloud body and smoke body and golden eyes, both of which are 2nd grade magical powers. As he said this, he took the initiative to record the contents of the Thief Saint's manual and handed it to Zhao Chen. The classics of the Thief sect. According to King Yan, they are the classics passed down by the real Thief sect elders who stole the Yellow Dragon Cup. But why would such a thing appear in the strange domain? And even that weirdness can grant that matches this technique. Are the elders of the Thief sect related to the source of the weirdness? If the source of the strange domain that Sun Quan experienced is really the star god, then are the elders who stole the Yellow Dragon Cup also related to him? Or are there also travelers among those elders who were brought to this world by the Star Chariot? Well, judging from his behavior of sending a notice letter before stealing the treasure, is he imitating Xiang Shui or a certain strange thief? As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and roughly flipped through the middle volume of the Thief's Guide. He found that the magic spells recorded in it were indeed exquisite, not inferior to the 12 methods of heart light, and only inferior to the 5 emperor's true magical powers. After that, seeing that he had learned what he wanted to know, Zhao Chen no longer needed to play tricks in the Great Sun Star Chariot, so he waved his hand and made Sun Quan disappear in the magnificent palace. In the gambling house, when Sun Quan's soul returned to his body and was still a little confused, he heard the voice of the magic power monk who had gambled with him. Do you have the confidence to take charge of the Sun family and help me watch over the entire Yicheng area? What? Sun Quan's face showed a blank look, and it was obvious that his mind had not yet turned around. I want you to take charge of the Sun family and help me watch over the entire Yicheng area. Do you have the confidence? After Zhao Chen repeated his previous words, he smiled and said, although you have only the cultivation of 7 orifices, with the skills you have gained in the strange domain, even your father would not be able to defeat you easily, right? After all, he is indeed old and weak, and he can't even exert 50% of his full combat power. As for your 2 brothers, you don't take them seriously at all. You just don't want to compete with them, right? As the other party's owner, Zhao Chen naturally knew what he was thinking. Sun Quan came back to his senses after hearing this, and knew that the other party, as the patron of that great being, was asking, but in fact it was an order. So after a little thought, he nodded and said, I do have this confidence. But then he changed the subject and continued, but this is not just a problem for my family. How should the city lord's mansion and the Lee family behind my eldest brother deal with it? What about the foreign affairs elder who supports my second brother? Don't worry about that. The city lord's mansion will soon be overwhelmed, and as for that foreign affairs elder, Zhao Chen had just said this when he heard Zheng Qinggan's cold voice. I've taken care of it. So, Zhao Chen smiled and continued, okay, that elder is no longer a threat now. Chapter 360 Mahoraga. Some time ago, when Zhao Chen was observing Sun Kun in the gambling house, the latter's second brother Sun Kunhei found his backer, the old man surnamed Chu, who claimed to be the foreign affairs elder of Ling Castle. My dear, my third brother is stubborn, and refuses to go to Yunying sect to steal treasures, and then Frain Gyu and Sword sect. What should I do? Do I really want to spread the news that he has the Thief Saint's treasure book? Not to mention that it will also bring disaster to our Sun family. The old man will never agree to it. Sun Kunhei, who was pregnant, was not as calm as before in front of the old man surnamed Chu. Instead, he was very respectful. As soon as the other party's eyes swept over him, sweat covered his cheeks. Since he is unwilling, then I have no choice. After all, even if the Yunying sect is in decline, the treasure that is the foundation of the sect must be guarded strictly. Without the means of the thief sect, it is impossible to steal it. If we don't lose that treasure, it is impossible for the old Taoist Yunlangzi to take advantage of the fire for us and consume the resources of the Gyu and Sword sect. He paused here and said with a very regretful tone, without the resources of the Gyu and Sword sect, Chua's progress will probably be delayed, and it is very likely that he will not be able to surpass your eldest brother. His words seemed to have some kind of magic power. After hearing this, Sun Kunhei's eyes immediately turned red. If Zhao Chen was here, he would probably be able to immediately see that this so-called Elder Chu used the anger-generating anger method and out-suggestion method in the 12 methods of heart light. Then what should I do? Sun Kunhei tried to calm down the anger in his heart, but his breathing became heavier and heavier. It's very simple. If your third brother is unwilling to do it, then let someone who is willing to do it. We don't have to have your third brother. What we actually need is the Thief Saint treasure book in his hand. The old man surnamed Chu coaxed him bit by bit. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Can't I ask my third brother to hand over the inheritance in his hand? There is no need to ask him to do things he doesn't want to do. Why didn't I think of such a simple question before? Sun Kunhei was stunned at first, and then he said happily. Seeing this, the old man surnamed Chu smiled even more and guided him earnestly and kindly. What should you do if your third brother is unwilling to hand it over? Then, Sun Kunhei's face changed again, revealing a little struggle, but it was soon replaced by determination, and he said viciously, that's not up to him. Well, this is the courage that people who do great things should have. Jua is lucky to have a father like you. In this way, I'm more relieved about handing Linger over to Jua. Elder Chu stroked his beard and exclaimed with a look of relief. Sun Kunhei was also very happy to be praised. After laughing for a while, he stood up and said goodbye. Then I will go and prepare first and take action tonight. Go. Don't worry about your eldest brother. He went to the city lord's mansion today and will stay there. Elder Chu added with a smile. Hearing this, Sun Kunhei nodded, and then, with his belly bulging, he strode out of the old man's mansion in the city and headed for his own yard. Looking at his bulky back as he went away, the old man surnamed Chu showed a half-smile expression and said silently to himself, I didn't expect that just casually invading a person's identity could bring me so much fun and gain. TSK, the drama of brothers fighting each other is one of my favorite projects. If my main soul hadn't lost contact, a weak split soul like me would have no chance to enjoy it. In addition, the appearance of the Book of Thieves is also an unexpected gain. Haha, this idiot doesn't even think about it. The Lord of Ling Castle, Chu Rangrong, is from the Thief Sect. If it was really the External Affairs Elder, how could he not report it after discovering the Book of Thieves? Oh, so he doesn't know the details of Ling Castle? That's fine. I really want to see that idiot wake up immediately and find out that he has killed his brothers and ruined his family. That must be wonderful. The old man surnamed Chu couldn't help licking his lips when he thought of the happy thing. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Behead. The old man surnamed Chu was startled and suddenly found himself in a huge bubble without knowing when, and a green longsword made of unknown plants and with 6 forks on the sword body was suspended above his head, and it chopped down like lightning. The second grade magical power, Yamu 7 swords. This was Zenkingan's sudden move after finding out the details of the so-called Elder Chu. And because it was in the bubble created by the dream of the goddess of beauty, it was inconvenient to use this more powerful lightning, so Zenkingan used the swordsmanship that she was not good at. Of course, to say that she is not good at it, it is only the identity of Zenkingan who is not good at it. In fact, Qi Meng's swordsmanship is like her dun skills, and she has already reached perfection at this stage. Especially after entering Shu County and fighting with many swordsmen in Shu, Qi Meng's swordsmanship level has made great progress. The dragon stretched out its claws, like light and lightning. Facing such a sword, the old man surnamed Chu obviously would not sit still and wait for death. He immediately made his body empty and entered a strange state. He would use the heart world formed by human thinking to escape from the bubble that blocked the space and at the same time escape from the swift and beautiful sword light. This is heart world travel, one of the 3 magical powers that can be achieved by 12 heart light methods. For this reason, he did not hesitate to abandon the skin that he had occupied for a short time and let it delay time for him. But Zenkingan, who is a mortal enemy of Xing'an Temple, or Qi Meng, is too familiar with their abilities, so how could he give him a chance to escape? You know, the reason why she arranged the dream bubble of dream of the goddess of beauty to block the space, in addition to isolating the fluctuations of mana and magical powers, is that dream of the goddess of beauty can also isolate the heart world. Dreams are originally part of the heart world, but dream of the goddess of beauty can also isolate a space in the heart world. Therefore, when the strange spiritual creature transformed by Elder Chu tried to pass through the thin wall of the bubble, it was blocked by it. How could this happen? This bubble clearly only has the authority of the sea. How could it invade the heart realm? Elder Chu was obviously seeing this kind of magical power imported from the west for the first time, so he was a little dazed. Isn't the sea of mind a sea? After Zenkingan said this lightly, the Yamu 7 branch sword had penetrated the body of the Elder Chu, and at the same time, the Yamu divine thunder burst out from the sword body, completely annihilating its spirit. This Xing'an Temple demon is, after all, just a divine spirit, and its strength is actually only equivalent to the level of the initial divine power, and it cannot exert its full strength when occupying another person's body, and after leaving the occupied body, it can only use the magical power 2 or 3 times at most, and it will fall into a weak state. With such a level, how could it be an opponent of Zenkingan's top magical power? Looking at the Elder Chu, who was crushed into pure heart realm matter by the Yamu 7 branch sword, Zenkingan, after inserting the cyan green longsword back from his chest, stepped on the gangbu, pinched the formula, and chanted the mantra, and summoned the phantom of a bodhisattva. The bodhisattva looked kind at first glance, but when you look closely, you feel it is extremely evil. At this time, the bodhisattva gently opened his mouth and sucked the substance left by the Elder Chu into his mouth. In the private room of the gambling house, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh after listening to Zenkingan's story about what happened on her side. It's the evil spirits of Xing'an Temple again. We are really destined to be with this organization. After sighing, he glanced at Sun Kun, who was still gritting his teeth after knowing that his second brother was controlled to deal with him, and then he said carefully, based on my understanding of the Daotin method, even if Elder Chu is eliminated, Sun Kun's twisted mind will not recover immediately. He is probably still planning to deal with you at this moment. You may be able to use this. Sun Kun took a deep breath, nodded and said, please rest assured, young master, I know what to do. This time, my second brother has to learn a lesson. It's good that you know it in your heart. I won't ask too much about your family affairs, as long as you complete the task I give you. Zhao Chen said with a smile. Yes, I will definitely satisfy you. When something happens in the city lord's mansion, it will be the time for me to take control of the Sun family. Sun Kun solemnly stated. Having been training in the strange domain for an unknown period of time, he can still make Zhao Chen feel at ease in terms of doing things. This guy just didn't argue before, but once he had an idea, his 2 brothers were really not enough. After Sun Kun, who looked ugly, left, Zhao Chen put his arm around Zheng Qinggan's waist, let her sit on his lap, and leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Do you have anything else to say?" Zheng Qinggan rolled her eyes at him and said, "You have already opened your mouth. Just transmit the sound directly. There is no need to get so close. Sound transmission is actually not very safe, and it is easy for experts to intercept part of the information." Zhao Chen said seriously. "Then just say it directly. Aren't you afraid of being hurt?" Although Zheng Qinggan refuted, she did not resist or refuse Zhao Chen's actions. "Now what you and I say have been notarized. If an outsider eavesdrops at this moment, the price he pays will not be small." Zhao Chen raised his head slightly, glanced at the 16 golden star Libra sword that only he could see, and then continued to ask, "Did you find any important information when you were looking through the memory of that evil spirit?" "Yes, I learned something from its memory fragments." Zheng Qinggan's originally expressionless face became solemn. "It is actually a kind of evil spirit called Mahoraga. It is used to playing with humans, letting humans kill each other for fun, and enjoying human pain and regret. Originally, spirits like it actually have no power. After discovering the target, they often only do some preliminary preparation work, waiting for the main soul to arrive before opening the so-called feast. But just a few months ago, the main soul of Mahoraga suddenly lost contact with the various spirits and let each spirit usurp part of its power. And this spirit that I killed is one of them, with the strength of a beginner in supernatural powers. Mahoraga, isn't that one of the 8 immortals of Buddhism? Is this a former Buddhist leader who fell after the collapse of ancient Buddhism?" Zhao Chen asked with a frown. Fei Meng once told him that the ancient Buddhism focused on the way of faith, so they borrowed many names of gods and Buddhas that existed before the Jiaoshan heavenly change, and these people were also the first group of powerful people who fell after the collapse of ancient times. Maybe, or maybe not. After all, it seems to be a pure creature of the heart world. Zheng Qinggan replied uncertainly, and then emphasized, "It doesn't matter whether it is or not. What matters is the time when its main soul lost contact." "The time when the main soul lost contact? What do you mean?" Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something when he heard it, and couldn't help but widened his eyes. "You mean, the main soul of this Mahoraga is trapped in the fog of history? Red Gold Mountain? A special mission?" Zheng Qinggan nodded solemnly and said, "I guess that's right. After all, the time is basically the same. And apart from the fog of history, there are not many things that can isolate the connection between the demons and their clones. So, one of the Dangxuan beings that my master and Li family Dangxuan dealt with in Red Gold Mountain was very likely this Mahoraga." Zhao Chen said here, and said in disbelief, "What virtue and ability does the god of evil have to calculate such a demon? There must be someone or something related to this demon who was sent to Red Gold Mountain. And Song Weiru has his name on the star's magical power list, so he can use its power to temporarily upgrade the great magical power of Yang Wanhe, Fulian Kang Sheng to the level of nearly Dangxuan. If it is really calculated properly, it is not impossible." Zheng Qinggan sighed, and couldn't help but feel sad for the original owner's recklessness, because this fairy of the Zheng family was probably calculated by Song Weiru from beginning to end, and served as his human robbery. Zhao Chen was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Are there any other places worth noting?" "Yes, but it has little to do with us." Zheng Qinggan organized the sentence and continued, "Its memory contains information about a stronghold of the Xingyang Temple in Shu County, but it was destroyed by the King of Shu and the King of Qin not long ago. However, an abbot of the Dangxuan level ran away from that stronghold. He had contacted this split soul through the Heart Realm, hoping to get some materials. And the reason why Elder Chu instigated the Sun family to break through the gate of Gyu and Sword Sect was largely to gather those materials. The Xingyang Temple stronghold that the King of Shu and the King of Qin jointly destroyed? I know about this. When Master Zuantin was setting up a stall in Zangai, he happened to receive a young man who benefited from this incident and bought 2 methods of practicing 12 methods of heart light from him. Wait. This Mahoraga should also have this knowledge in his memory, right?" Thinking of this, Zhao Chen looked at Zheng Qinggan expectantly. Chapter 361, Conquering Yicheng. Although Zhao Chen had been exposed to the 12 lights of the heart for a long time and had obtained several of them, he only had the Yi-Hint method found in the Zi family's treasure house, the dream of Nang that Li Yunfeng's retainer Chu Yuan gave him to translate when he tested him, and the slow and greed that he had obtained from Gong King of the Yunshan Sword School in Shuzhou when he was setting up a stall in the Zhangai market. As for the remaining anger and crazy in the 5 methods, although he also knew them, he could only practice them to the first level. Not to mention the 4 mantras, although the toad light ribbon, mother and child concentric card, and heart disease dagger in his hands were the instruments corresponding to the blind heart technique, mind viewing technique, and heart disease technique. He had no idea how to practice these 3 spells, not to mention the heart healing technique that he had never seen before. Among the 3 mantras, apart from the illusionary dream mantra which has a complete method, he only knows the basics of the Heartsea tracking mantra, which can be used to perform the paper crane tracking method. As for the last great Prajna heart mantra, he has never seen it either. The abridged versions of the spells he knows are barely enough for the refining stage, but when he achieves magic power and gangsha in the future, they will be less powerful. Of course, there are only 18 natal spell slots for Yang Gang and Yuncha together, and Zhao Chen may not necessarily practice the 12 light of the heart, but it will not be wrong to reserve them first. Having choices is definitely better than having no choices. In short, he can use them, but he can't live without them. Zheng Qinghai naturally understood Zhao Chen's thoughts, and she didn't keep him in suspense, saying directly, I only got its memory fragments, and the skills contained in them are also missing a lot. Well, the practice methods of the 5 methods in the 12 light of the heart are still there, but the 4 techniques and 3 mantras are not complete. Among the 4 techniques, the blind mind technique and the heart healing technique are complete, but the other 2, one is completely missing, and the other is only at the 2nd level. And among the 3 spells, only the Heartsea tracking spell has been completely preserved. Fortunately, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had never expected to collect the 12 methods of heart light. Now that the 5 methods are complete, it doesn't matter if the other 4 techniques and 3 spells are incomplete. With the bad fate between Fei Meng and the Heart Light Temple, he has a hunch that he will be able to collect them sooner or later. Just as Zhao Chen's thoughts were turning, Zheng Qinghai did not further recite the obtained method, but twisted her body on Zhao Chen's legs to make herself face sideways to him, then stretched out her slender jade hand and said lightly, where are my benefits? Zhao Chen, who knew that Fei Meng had started to act again, smiled and shook his head, then took out a jade hairpin from somewhere, inserted it into Zheng Qinghai's bun, and said with a smile, this is a gift for you. Ever since Qinghai had to eat her own taste and asked him for a gift last time in Black Wind Castle, Zhao Chen has often carried such small items with him. And this jade hairpin is no ordinary item. It seals a sword energy that Zhao Chen displayed when he was at full strength, and its production method is similar to Yan Hangsha's Hangsha bullet at the beginning. Although this thing is of no use to Zheng Qinghai, she still happily accepted it, and then began to recite various mysterious scriptures. San Mountain, Gyuan Sword Sect. At this time, the gang's meeting hall was gloomy, and Zhuo Hang's direct disciple Shen King frowned and listened to the report of his junior brother. Senior brother, today more than a dozen outer disciples secretly left the mountain gate, and even looted the warehouse of the Foreign Affairs Hall. When I arrived with people, I only barely recovered 30% of them. A young man with dark red hair reported with a tired face. He is Zhuo Hang's 3rd disciple, named Li Zinian, and has a nickname Blood-Haired Demon Sword. Junior brother, you have worked hard. As for the outer sect, the loss is the loss. We are doing well, now that we can defend the inner sect, and there is no reason to ask the outer sect disciples to share the joys and sorrows with us. Shen King was silent for more than 10 breaths, and sighed helplessly. Anyone who is not stupid can see what the Gyuan Sword Sect is like now, and it is no wonder that the outer sect disciples ran away. Even in the inner sect, there are already many people who plan to rebel, but they were suppressed by Shen King and Li Zinian and other junior brothers with 7 orifices and above cultivation. But this is bound to not last long. How is Uncle Tang doing? Shen King looked at another junior brother who was only 16 or 17 years old. Although his cultivation was not high, he was Tang Ying's only son, and had a high status in Gyuan Sword Sect. When Tang Yuzhang heard his senior brother asking him, his face became even darker, and he whispered, "Father seems to have gone even crazier. He used to have 1 or 2 hours a day to recover briefly, but now he can't even recover half an hour. Is that so?" Shen King tapped the table with his fingers and thought for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, "I propose that, while the various forces in Yicheng are not ready to attack us, we should evacuate San Mountain as soon as possible, break up into small pieces, and go to other places to rebuild the mountain gate. The Uniying sect was able to survive like this back then, so can we." Everyone was stunned when they heard his words, and Tang Yuzhang murmured, "Senior brother, has the situation really deteriorated to this extent? He has lived in San Mountain since he can remember, and has deep feelings for this place. He never thought that one day his home would be gone like this. When we drove away the Uniying sect members, I think they felt the same way. This is just a cycle of cause and effect." Li Zinan sneered. He supported his senior brother's decision. After all, the foundation of Gyuan Sword Sect is the core practice of the sect, Gyuan Sword Canon, and they, the direct disciples. As long as they are there, Gyuan Sword Sect will rise again sooner or later. But this is the truth. But Tang Yuzhang is still unwilling to give up, and asked like praying, "Is Sect Master Zeduo not back yet?" In his eyes, Zeduo Hong, the head of the Gyuan Sword Sect, is a godlike existence. As long as the sect master returns, all problems will naturally be solved. No. Shen King shook his head and sighed again, and now that things have come to this, even if the old master comes back, I'm afraid it will be of no help. Unless he can find a new backer. Otherwise, the Sun family and the city lord's mansion, backed by Li Yunfeng, will never let us go. Just when Tang Yuzhang and other disciples were looking depressed, an inner disciple ran in breathlessly, but his face was extremely happy. "Senior brother, good news. Good news." The disciple shouted repeatedly. Seeing this, Shen King's heart moved, and he stood up and walked up to him and asked while comforting him, "Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, what's the good news?" Just now, 3 pieces of news came from Yicheng, which are all great news for us. After the disciple emphasized it again, he took a breath and organized his sentences. First, an internal conflict broke out in the Sun family. Sun Kunhei, the second master of the Sun family, actually gathered people to attack his third brother Sun Kun, but was discovered by the third master in advance, and relied on the combat power far exceeding the 9 orifices to take down Sun Kunhei. It is not uncommon for a cultivator of the orifices to have combat power at the level of mana. Yansen and Lu Zhen, 2 of the 7 heroes of the southern desert, can do it. Even many mana cultivators among the bandits have become stepping stones for Yansan, the flying eagle of the desert, to become famous. But it is a bit surprising that this kind of combat power appears in Sun Kun, who usually does not show his strength. It seems that the third master of the Sun family has been hiding himself on weekdays. He was forced to fight back. Shen King was not very happy after hearing this. After all, the internal strife of the Sun family not only did not lose any strength, but also exposed a high-level combat power. It is hard to say whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for the Gyuan Sword Sect. What happened to Sun Kunhei? Was he killed by Sun Kun? Shen King asked. That's not the case, because when Sun Kun launched a counterattack, he also invited the old man of the Sun family to take charge in advance. And afterwards, Sun Kunhei is said to have repented very sincerely, so he was only temporarily confined. The disciple who came to report the news answered. Li Zinan on the side curled his lips in disdain. Hey, indecisive. He was obviously not satisfied with such a result, and he didn't think that Sun Kunhei would really repent. What about the other 2 good news? Shen King asked again. The second is that the people of the 6 gates suddenly came to Yicheng tonight and took the city lord, Li Yuzing, and the eldest master of the Sun family, Sun Quniang, to Zangai for trial. It is said that they committed a big crime this time. The disciple who reported the news said happily, with a hint of mystery in his tone, because this incident and the internal strife of the Sun family happened at the same time. It is rumored that it was the work of Sun Kunhei, the second master of the Sun family. He originally planned to eliminate his eldest brother and third brother together, but unfortunately he failed in the end. After hearing this, Li Zinan sneered again. Sun Kun Hei's conspiracy? No, this is more like the calculation of the third master Sun Kun. TSK, he has been patient for many years and killed with one blow. What a good character and good means. I take back my previous evaluation of him as indecisive. He played this hand very well. He not only showed his strength and brains, but also did not force his two brothers into a desperate situation. He also dressed himself up as a victim. I think even the old man of the Sun family will be very satisfied with this heir. Tang Yazhang on the side asked in confusion, "Senior brother, how can you be sure that this is Sun Kun's conspiracy? Isn't he also a victim?" Junior brother, remember this. After an event happens, whoever benefits the most is more likely to be the planner. Although it is not absolute, it applies to most cases. And in this matter, Sun Kun seemed to be passively counter-attacking, but he eliminated both brothers in one fell swoop. In the future, he will be the only one who will make the decision for the Sun family. Li Zinan said this, then looked at his senior brother, and asked carefully, "Senior brother, since the incident in the City Lord's mansion has been investigated by the Six Gates, do we still need to continue to move?" "Of course we have to move. And as soon as possible," Shen Qing said firmly, even more determined than before. Why? Tang Yazhang didn't understand at all. The Sun family is an internal strife, and the City Lord's mansion is temporarily ownerless. Isn't our most dangerous time over? Shen Qing shook his head and said solemnly, "No, we have ushered in a more terrifying opponent. So, we must evacuate as soon as possible." After speaking, he looked at the disciple who came to report the news and asked, "What is the last good news?" "The last good news is that there is finally news about the master," the disciple said in an excited tone. "Really? Now, even Shen Qing, who has always been steady, couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. "Where did the master show up?" "In Anai City." The disciple paused here and continued, "The source of this news is the Wu'ai Valley market, and it should be spread by the subordinates of Master Chen of Human. Master Chen has a grudge against Master Yunfeng of the Li family. I don't think he will help that master to cheat us. Anai does not belong to Ganzhou, and is far away from the Li family's sphere of influence. The sect master has not violated the taboos of the Six Gates and the Taoist office, so it is feasible to rebuild the mountain gate there. In addition, the local Yuan sect in Anai has continued to weaken over the years, and now there may not even be many monks with magical powers. So master, do you think there is an opportunity?" After Shen Qing lowered his head and pondered for a while, his eyes slowly became firm. "I've decided. Let's pack up all kinds of supplies. We will leave the mountain gate early tomorrow morning, walk through the desert into Bingzhou, and go to Anai. In the gambling house's private room in Wu'ai Valley Market, after Zhao Chen finished learning magic with Zheng Qingyan, he let Sun Kun, who had been waiting outside the house, in and asked with a smile, "Is everything done?" "It's done. I have already mastered most of the power in the family." Sun Kun replied respectfully. "Didn't your father suspect you?" Zhao Chen asked curiously. "Of course he suspected. Even many outsiders think that I have been keeping a low profile. But the more I'm suspected, the deeper you hide, which is a good thing." Sun Kun said here, took out another letter, handed it to Zhao Chen, and said, "This is a letter I wrote to Lin Castle, which explains in detail how Elder Chu was possessed by a demon, and finally died in my hands. Do you see if there is anything you need to add?" Although Elder Chu had already died at the hands of the evil spirit, he died in Yicheng after all, and he has to give an explanation to Lin Castle. Zhao Chen took the letter, glanced at it, and handed it back, saying, "You don't have to make up some non-existent background. Just tell the Lord of Ling Castle that it was Fairy Yinglang who passed by and killed the evil spirit. What's more, Fairy Chu, the crane in the clouds, is a Dangsa and real person who can tell the future and calculate. After knowing the result of this matter, it is not difficult for her to reversely calculate who killed Elder Chu. There is no need to conceal it at all." Sun Kun frowned when he heard this and asked hesitantly, "But in this way, won't it expose that Fairy Yinglang, and you may be behind me to help me? I just happened to pass by. Is this excuse too perfunctory?" Sometimes the more honest you are, the less outsiders will think we have any relationship. Chapter 362 Opportunity. Sometimes the more honest we are, the less likely outsiders will think we have any relationship. Zhao Chen replied with a smile and said nothing more. He believed that Sun Kun could understand what he meant. Sun Kun nodded thoughtfully and then changed the subject. Sir, although I'm friends with Brother Qi of the Uniying sect, it is unlikely that I can control the sect through him. After all, the person at the helm of the Uniying sect is Taoist Master Yun Longzi. He paused for a moment and asked respectfully, I don't know what I should do next. Please give me your instructions, sir. Zhao Chen was well prepared for this. He took out the Yangxiu crown that he had taken from Li Yunfeng's followers and handed it to Sun Kun, saying, this is the lost inheritance treasure of the Uniying sect. I will now give it to you to take charge of. I believe you can use it to make the Uniying sect obedient. Although the Yangxiu crown is a magic weapon with the power to increase the power of magic, its most important opportunity to temporarily increase the authority of the Star Chariot has been completely consumed by Zhao Chen. Now it is useless in his hands. It is better to use it as bait to control the Uniying sect. Moreover, this magic weapon was originally the relic of the founder of the Uniying sect, so it can be regarded as returning the property to its original owner. After seeing the magic weapon Yangxiu crown, Sun Kun's eyes lit up, and he had 3 or 4 plans in his mind instantly, but he still needed to perfect the details before he could implement them. He took a deep breath and solemnly assured Zhao Chen, sir, with this magic weapon, I have the confidence to make Uniying sect obey my orders. As for the other 2 major forces in Yicheng, Gyuan Sword Sect and Qingfeng Village, Sun Kun did not ask any more questions. After all, the former has declined and will leave San Mountain soon, while the latter has always been low-key and never participates in the struggles of various forces. You should also pay attention. If Ling Castle really sends someone to investigate the cause of death of Elder Chu, remember to pray to our Lord before accepting the examination. Zhao Chen gave a warning and picked up the teacup. Seeing this, Sun Kun bowed and saluted, then tactfully withdrew. After he left, Zheng Qinggan began to praise him. This man is very methodical, and with Yan Shun's cooperation, he is indeed a good helper to help us secretly control Yicheng and Wuiagu market. It can be seen that she is still very satisfied with Sun Kun. The city lord's mansion was taken to Zhangai for investigation. The power of the Sun family temporarily fell into the hands of Sun Kun. Although the old Taoist Yun Longzi of the Uniying sect is old and cunning, he is the best at protecting himself, and he has the magic weapon of the ancestor as a bargaining chip, so even if he sees something, he will not expose it. And the news that Zhuo Hong appeared in Anai, that I deliberately spread should have reached the ears of Gyuan Sword Sect by now. It won't be long before they go to Anai to find a backer. However, it can only be regarded as a preliminary control of Yicheng. Fortunately, many Dongsuan monks stayed in Ganzhou, and the Li family was busy with their own affairs, and they would not notice the changes in this small place for the time being. Zhao Chen opened the lid of the teacup and blew the hot water inside. Zheng Qinggan glanced at him and asked, you led the Gyuan Sword Sect's people to Anai to prepare for the next investigation of the Yuang sect, right? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Zhao Chen smiled and responded, they have nothing to do with me on the surface, and they are the most useful pathfinders. After a simple reply, he drank the tea in the cup, then stood up and said to Zheng Qinggan beside him, most of our goals in Yicheng have been achieved, and the only thing left is to go to Qingfeng Village to see my father's hidden arsenal. To what extent do you want to do it? Zheng Qinggan understood what he wanted to do, but still asked. Destroy all possible contraband. Shuzhou, Jingguan City. Minghan Gaiyu, the Wei County princess dressed in men's clothes, was playing the piano in the pavilion, imitating the special rhythm of the music she had heard on the Dunhuang Tower. Although she also knew that the rhythm itself might not be special, and what really helped her injury was the power contained in the flute sound, she still couldn't help but try it. After a long time, she stopped playing the zither, picked up her handkerchief, and coughed violently a few times. At this time, perhaps because she heard the sound of the zither disappear, her personal maid hurried over and handed over an invitation. Brother Shuang invited me to go to Sualangton to watch the sword fighting competition held by Jianjun 3 days. Ming Hongaiu took the invitation and looked at it, then frowned. I remember that the sword fighting competition was held next month in the past. Why is it held earlier this time? The sword fighting competition in Jianji is also a special martial arts competition in Shuzhou. It is held every 3 years. All cultivators under the age of 30 can participate. It is a meeting for young people to become famous. Moreover, although it is called a sword fighting competition, it is not limited to weapons. Of course, in Shuzhou, a place that emphasizes tradition, firearms are not allowed. Reply to the princess. This time, because the direct descendants of the major families in the upper clan have entered the world one after another, and several of them happened to arrive in Shuzhou, the sword fighting competition started earlier. The maid reported everything she knew. Oh. It seems that the sword pavilion is very confident in this generation of the 7 swords. Is this to suppress the momentum of the proud son of heaven? Ming Hongaiu's face showed a playful look, but soon she started coughing violently again, as if she was going to cough out her lungs. Cough cough cough. After a long while, Ming Hongaiu stopped coughing, and then sighed slightly. The sword energy of the sword competition is so strong that my body may not be able to withstand it. Please decline the kindness of Brother Shu Wang on my behalf. I really can't go. As you wish. The maid bowed and was about to leave. But before he could turn around, he was stopped by Wei County Lady Ming Hongaiu, who asked, have Huang Yi and Huang Er finished dealing with the Yuntao matter? My lady, not yet. The maid turned around and said in detail, there is a member of the Four Evils Hall who is too cunning, and Huang Yi and Huang Er are still tracking his whereabouts. Ming Hongaiu frowned again and said, didn't Yu Kefang and the Daoguan office assist them? They did, but that person's life-saving ability is really amazing. He was able to escape from the siege of 4 or 5 powerful monks. The maid reported the information she had obtained truthfully. Is that so? Ming Hongaiu thought for a while and asked another question. Where is Uncle Qin now? After helping His Royal Highness the King of Shu to clean up a secret base of the Xingyang Temple, His Royal Highness the King of Qin hurried back to Shanzhou for some reason, and he didn't even care about the appearance of the blood moon in Ganzhou. The maid replied. A blood moon appeared in Ganzhou? Ming Hongaiu was stunned when she heard this and asked anxiously, is Zhao Chen, the blood sword man of human, okay? Zhao Chen? The maid blinked her eyes, not knowing who the princess was asking about and why she was so concerned about him, and forgot to answer for a moment. Ming Hongaiu then remembered that she had asked another confidant to investigate Zhao Chen and quickly changed her words. No, it's nothing. You go down first. Yes. Although the maid was puzzled, she still responded and turned to leave the garden. When only Ming Hongaiu and the yellow turban warriors behind her were left in the pavilion, she sighed and said silently to herself, Uncle Qin Wang hurried back to Shanzhou. Is this true, or is it just a trick? In addition, how can I reasonably contact Zhao Chen? The Princess of Wei became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it, and finally had to play the piano again to calm her already confused mood. I have obviously given up. Why do you let me see hope? In a manor outside Jingguan City, Zhangqi sat opposite the awakened Ling Lao, listening to the news the latter had heard not long ago, because Zhang Rumeng, the true disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Lin Yang, the true disciple of the Xingxiao sect, Zhuge King, the direct descendant of the Zhuzhao Zhuge family, and Meng Sicheng of the Kingshao Meng family have arrived in Shu one after another. The Sword Pavilion Sword Discussion Conference will be held in advance. By then, the King of Shu and the real people guarding Jingguan City will gather at the Locking Dragon Pond. This is a great opportunity for us to take revenge. Chapter 363 Meng Zuling's Persistence. After learning that his savior also had a blood feud with Princess Wei, Elder Ling took the initiative to join Zhangqi's small group and actively sought intelligence. After all, he is a cultivator with magical powers, and he can do much more than Zhangqi, and he is more informed. The sword discussing conference is bound to be full of sword energy, and various artistic conceptions and laws are intertwined. Ordinary cultivators will be extremely depressed, and Princess Wei's physical condition is definitely unbearable. So, she is very likely to stay in Jingguan City. At this point, Eldling's eyes showed excitement, and he emphasized again, this may be our only chance to successfully kill her. Although in addition to the King of Shu and the Zenran of Jianzhou, there may be other Dangsa and Zenran from other major sects in Jingguan City, but they may not rescue the Wei County princess at the first time. Zhangqi was obviously very clear about this, so his expression was also extremely excited. He first waved his arms vigorously to vent his excitement, then took a deep breath and said, "As far as I know, Ming Hangai's protective magic weapon Yellow Sky Flag was borrowed by the Seven Evils old monster, and has not been returned yet. And among her 18 yellow turban warriors, only the first 4 have magical powers. But according to the calculation of a senior, the strongest among them, Huang Yi and Huang are currently far away in Yunzhou, not with the county princess. Whether it is internal or external, when the sword debate meeting is held in 3 days, her side will be the most empty." Having said that, he suddenly tilted his head to listen to something, then changed the subject and said, "However, it is better for us to create some chaos in Jingguan City on the day of the sword discussion conference, and find something for the various forces in the city to do, so that they don't really meddle in other people's business, and go to help the princess." After hearing his words, Eldling nodded repeatedly. He felt that the young man in front of him was right, so he added, "The chaos created cannot be too big, otherwise it might attract the King of Shu back, and that would backfire. But the impact cannot be too small, otherwise it will be quelled in an instant and the effect of causing chaos will not be achieved." He paused, looked at Zhangqi, and asked, "I can't find a suitable way for the time being. Do you have any plans?" Zhangqi seemed to have a plan in advance, and said confidently, "At this time, we can use the killers of the Yinsi." "Killers of the Yinsi?" Elderling looked at his benefactor in confusion, and said hesitantly, "Even if some assassination missions are issued, it won't cause any trouble, right? After all, those people of high status ask for a high price, and we can't afford the deposit. No deposit is required." Zhangqi smiled and said, "As far as I know, the people of the Yinsi are chasing a female knight, and after repeated failures, they have lost the other party's trace. And I happen to know where that female hero is. With this as a bargaining chip, I can naturally make the underworld do its best." Shuzhou, Guangnan County, Gong's old house. Qi Fimeng has lived in this ruin for many days. She is not simply avoiding the killers of the underworld, but she has accumulated some of the faith power she recovered when she worshipped Buddha all the way after entering Shu, and intends to use this to open the posterior yin acupoints in one fell swoop, reaching the state of opening all 9 acupoints. The subsequent process of casting the spiritual platform, building the bridge between heaven and earth, and guiding the vital energy into the body is not an obstacle for her, because she has the Bodhisattva picture, and does not need to ask for heaven and earth to grant the talisman like other cultivators, but only needs to complete the next task, to obtain the 7th grade Walker talisman. In this way, before the special task, she can achieve magic power and let the body have the initial power of self-protection. At this time, in the broken house, Qi Fimeng posed in a very strange posture. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, with her right hand inside, and her palm facing left, her left hand outside, and her palm facing right. At the same time, she bent her left knee, slightly bent her right leg, and lightly touched the ground with the tip of her right toe. Her skin also became illusory, and became whiter and whiter, like a white jade sculpture. As the true Qi flowed, the acupoints related to the posterior yin became one, deep and dead, as if the end of the cycle, the end of life. Naturally, the true Qi poured in, like the tide of the sea, effortless flooding the beach and opening the orifice of the posterior yin. Qi Fimeng only felt that the filth in her body suddenly went crazy. The demons danced wildly, boiling and surging towards the posterior yin acupoints, returning to the world. Her whole body seemed to be washed once, and she felt more and more crystal clear. There is in and out, there is birth, there is prosperity, there is decline. The 5 elements are already, and the divine will is complete. At this point, the inner world has finally completed the cycle, and become a world with a different scene. This time I'm finally ahead of Erlang again, but I'm afraid I won't be ahead for long. His cultivation speed can't be slower than mine. After all, it was for self-protection that I opened up my mind before my true energy was perfected. Although it didn't damage my foundation, the subsequent results of twice the effort and half the results are also the inevitable price I have to pay. Thanks to Yunlu's pool of spring water, I was reborn and barely maintained the advantage over Erlang. As his thoughts turned, Qi Meng took out a set of clothes from the storage bag. When he was about to take a shower and change, he suddenly found that the restrictions he had placed outside the abandoned house had been touched. How did they find here? I haven't been out these days. Where did they get the clues? Although Qi Meng was confused, he acted quickly and immediately pulled the trigger. He slid down from the tunnel, in trance that suddenly appeared, and entered the secret passage that had been cleared in advance. This secret passage was the Gong family's retreat route, but they were wiped out by their enemies before they could use it. After finding it, Qi Meng just cleaned it up a little and used it directly. A moment later, more than a dozen figures entered the dilapidated house one after another. They were all professional killers and were familiar with mechanisms, so they quickly found the entrance to the tunnel. Chase. The leader did not hesitate at all. After giving the order, he jumped into the tunnel first. Gansao, Human County City. After Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan cleaned up the illegal items in Qingfeng Village, they did not choose to meet with the Stone Village Master, but left Yichen directly and returned to the Golden Bio Martial Arts Hall. This is because the Stone Village Master has indeed completely forgotten his identity, and it is meaningless to meet him at this time, especially when he has just caused damage in his village. Secondly, there are some new situations at the Golden Bio Martial Arts Hall. The Meng Zuling who left in a hurry the night before yesterday came again and said that he had something important to see him. Meng Zuling wants to see you, probably because of the Meng Zhu incident. The other party must have had an accident that night. Zheng Qinggan said affirmatively. Zhao Chen asked thoughtfully, did anything big happen in the outer state that night? A lot. After all, Daxia is vast, and there are big things happening all the time. Zheng Qinggan glanced at Zhao Chen and said teasingly, so it is unrealistic to want to know what Du and Mingsu did specifically through this. Then I'm naive. Zhao Chen didn't care, and he was not in a hurry to meet Meng Zuling. Instead, he took a bath and changed his clothes before walking into the living room from the backyard. The veiled beauty had been waiting for him for a long time. After a brief greeting, Zhao Chen asked directly, I wonder what important matter Miss Ming is looking for me. Please call me Duan Mingsu. I have decided to live for Mingsu before helping her revenge. Meng Zuling said seriously. Revenge? Master Duan was fine 2 days ago. Could something unexpected have happened? Zhao Chen pretended to be surprised. Meng Zuling shook her head and said, Mingsu is not dead. It's just that we can't see her for the time being. After saying that, she paused for a moment to organize her words, and then she narrated Duan Mingsu's previous plan and her hatred with Gu Chang in detail, without leaving out anything. Even the 3 things that Duan Mingsu asked her to do in the remaining images, Meng Zuling told Zhao Chen without reservation, which was frank. And Zhao Chen was obviously caught off guard by the straight bull when he heard Meng Zuling talking about her need for the Galaxy Ghost scale lamp in his hand. He finally couldn't help interrupting and said, Ming. No, Miss Duan, it's not good for you to tell me all this, right? Meng Zuling stopped talking and looked at him steadily. After several seconds, she said, based on the calculation and analysis I have established on your character, telling you everything and then actively proposing a deal will have the highest success rate. And if I choose to conceal it, it will backfire and you will hate me or even plot against me. TSK, this is a profile of me. That's right, although this girl has a soul and wisdom and can be considered a real living being, she is ultimately an artificial puppet and must be more inclined to data analysis. However, the reason why Duan Mingsu left that video was to use this silly girl in front of her to help her get revenge, right? What, live happily? Let her assassinate the son of a Shengsu in existence. Whether successful or not, Mingsu Ling will have nothing to do with happiness and living in this life, right? The question now is, should I wade into this muddy water? Well, if I don't agree, she will definitely not give up. If I keep pestering me, many things will be inconvenient to do. If I agree first, sign a contract with her, and then make her my own, I can stabilize the matter first. As for whether to help her avenge the real Duan Mingsu in the future, it depends on the situation. If I have enough strength in the future, then destroying a dandy who is causing trouble in all directions can be regarded as acting in the name of justice, right? Although Zhao Chen had made up his mind, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked Meng Zuling up and down for a few times and asked with a smile, "Do a deal with me? Do you know that what you are going to do is very dangerous? If I help you, I will inevitably be implicated in the future." "I know." Meng Zuling nodded seriously, "so I decided to tell you everything, otherwise you will definitely hate me." "Then what bargaining chip do you have that can make me willing to take such a big risk to trade with you?" Zhao Chen asked. "My biggest bargaining chip is myself." Meng Zuling puffed out his chest and answered resolutely. Is this a sure sign that I'm a lecher?" Zhao Chen complained in his heart and was about to sneer when he heard Meng Zuling continue. "First of all, my database contains information about the cultivation world of Daxia, which is copied from the Six Gates headquarters in Sizhou. Although there are no core secrets, it can be said to be all-encompassing. Having me by your side will definitely be of great help to you, young master. Secondly, I have supernatural powers myself, and I have mastered the third grade supernatural power of all things in the world, which allows me to simulate the spells and supernatural powers that I have learned. Although the simulated supernatural powers are no more than 50% of the power of the originals, and the spells are only 70%, but because I have mastered the spell cultivation methods of multiple sects, even including the skills of some evil organizations, my means are quite diverse, and I'm not considered a weakling among the supernatural practitioners. I'm only inferior to those of the same level in the upper sects and aristocratic families. Secondly, I have to lower level humanoids under my command. Although they only have the strength of Gangsha, they are loyal enough to be your excellent assistants. Finally, although my body is in human form, I have all the functions that a human should have, and my appearance should also conform to your aesthetic taste." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Zhao Chen waving his hand and said, "Stop. I have been impressed by your previous conditions." Meng Zuling was stunned when he heard the words, and then said happily, "Are you willing to give me the Galaxy Ghost Scale Lantern and let me follow you to collect the souls of strong people? Souls of sufficient quality are the prerequisite for launching the Star God Jishan ceremony with the Galaxy Ghost Scale Lantern, and obtaining the second half of the prophecy." Meng Zuling was unwilling to sacrifice the innocent, and chose to follow Zhao Chen, who Duan Mengsu recognized as the protagonist, which was a very good choice. "Don't be happy in a hurry. We need to sign a contract first." Zhao Chen took out a pen and paper and wrote the contents of the contract while the 16 golden stars Libra sword was suspended above his head again. In the strange oasis west of Dunhuang, Ma Guangliang sat cross-legged with the metal box given to him by Gong Yun in front of him. At this time, the lid of the metal box had been opened, and a seed of illusion that had already sprouted continued to extend black illusory branches outward, and finally gathered at the center of Ma Guangliang's eyebrows. After an unknown amount of time, when the illusory branches could no longer maintain their shape and completely shattered, Ma Guangliang, with the moonlight reflected on his head, finally opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself silently, although the effect of the seeds that were forcibly induced to give birth is a little worse, it is enough anyway. Now 6 of the 7 deadly sins have been obtained, and only lust is missing. I just don't know whether Zhao Chen's voice transmission the day before yesterday was true or false. Hey, although he didn't have to lie to me, it's better to be cautious and wait until I'm fully prepared before going to find him. Thinking of this, he lay down with a clear conscience, changed to a comfortable position and fell asleep. Ma Lao didn't realize that his sleeping position was exactly the same as that of a certain black cat. Chapter 364 Zhao Fu awakens. In the living room of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, Meng Zuling signed a contract with Zhao Chen under the witness of the 16 Golden Stars Libra sword. Apart from the vaguely emerging notarization power, he did not notice anything unusual. This is also normal. After all, the other party is a magical cultivator. Zhao Chen did not set a trap in the contract, otherwise it is still possible to be discovered. If something goes wrong at that time, I'm afraid that they will tear their faces apart. Therefore, they actually signed a normal and equal contract, which does not involve the issue of their own rights of ownership. In this contract, Meng Zuling will become Zhao Chen's subordinate and assistant as Duan Mengsu, and follow him for 3 years. During these 3 years, she can borrow the Star River Ghost Scale lamp in Zhao Chen's hand at any time, to hold the Star God Jishan ceremony, to obtain the second half of the prophecy. As for why it is emphasized to use the identity of Duan Mingsu, it is because Duan Mingsu cannot be missing in a short period of time. Otherwise not only will her Dangsha and father look for her, but it may also make that Mr. Gulok the target of suspicion on her, causing trouble for Zhao Chen. Since you are going to replace the identity of Duan Mingsu, don't you change your appearance? Zhao Chen looked at Mingsu for a few times and asked. Mingsu shook her head and said, there is no need. Mingsu rarely shows her true face. She always manipulates the artificial puppet to interact with others. Since her mother passed away, even her father has never really seen her. So, few people know what she really looks like. She can be ordinary, or she can be as stunning as me. She was not shy when she praised her appearance, as if she was stating the fact. However, this Mingsu is indeed outstanding in appearance, even more beautiful than Zheng Qingyuan, and has a very good temperament. No wonder France from the Flower God sect is obsessed with her. Zhao Chen nodded, and then after thinking for a while, he asked her about the Society of All Stars. What do you know about the organization Society of All Stars? The Society of All Stars originally originated from the Star God, but after the Star God became a god, the upper echelons of the organization were deceived by evil spirits, and now it has completely become an organization that worships evil spirits. The organization is said to have 9 Star Masters, collectively known as the 9 Yaos, all of whom are Shengsuan beings, extremely evil demons, but only Ketu, Rahu, Tian, Mercury, and Jupiter have shown their power in the world. In addition, the relationship between the Society of All Stars and the Xingjiang Temple is quite unfriendly, and they are even mortal enemies to each other. Meng Zuling told her the information she had stored, some of which Zhao Chen already knew, but some of which he didn't know, which also allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the many evil organizations active in Daksha. After Zhao Chen digested the information in the other party's words, he asked again, then do you know the Star God relics? This is what he wants to know most. Yes. There are many Star God relics. It is said that each one has different abilities, but the power is not obvious. Many forces that obtained the Star God relics paid more attention to them at first, but after being unable to use them for a long time, they no longer treasured them so much. For example, the key of morning light of the Zhuge family was easily obtained by the evil god, because it was stored outside the Hualong cave heaven. Meng Zuling replied. Then do you know which forces have the Star God relics? Zhao Chen asked. Meng Zhu has not collected similar information. But what is certain is that the Sima family must have 1, the royal family should have at least 2, and the dragon and tiger sect has 1. In addition, the Wu family and the flower god sect may each have 1. Meng Zuling showed an embarrassment, and there was a hint of embarrassment. After all, she just said that her information was all-encompassing, but she couldn't answer a few questions. Zhao Chen was not disappointed, but was slightly shocked. Wow, at least 6 parts of the Star Raft have fallen into the hands of the upper clan and the noble family. It will be very difficult to recover them in the future. Fortunately, I can start with the easy ones, and then go for the more difficult parts after my strength is improved. Then, Zhao Chen comforted the humanoid princess he had just received, and gave her a task, asking her to organize the spells and magical powers she knew, and then give them to him, after making them into jade slips. Meng Zuling then cheered up and left. After she left the living room, and returned to the small courtyard that Zhao Chen had prepared for her, Zheng Qingyuan came out from behind the screen and complained expressionlessly, the house of your martial arts hall is still too small. It will soon be too small to accommodate everyone. Do you want to expand it? Zhao Chen did not respond, but smiled and asked. She took the initiative to offer herself to us, so why not accept her? Although the information she knows is huge, most of it is superficial and actually not of great value, but the trouble she brings is huge. Did you finally accept her because of her beauty? Zheng Qingyuan glanced at him. That's because not trading with her may be more troublesome. The reason why Duan Mingsu brought her all the way to Ganzhou is probably because she had been planning to target me from the beginning. I don't know how many tricks she has left to involve me. So, we can only choose the lesser of 2 evils. Zhao Chen spread his hands and said, at least Miss Mingsuling is honest and a good assistant. I don't really suffer a loss in this deal. Zheng Qinghai narrowed her eyes and said, Duan Mingsu would notice you. Besides the fact that you got the galaxy ghost scale lamp, there may be other reasons. Maybe she got other revelations in the Star God Sky ceremony. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Mingsuling take the initiative to stick to you. Having said that, she paused and continued, however, I agree with your judgment. Duan Mingsu must have other backup plans that she hasn't launched yet. Instead of passively accepting them, it is better to take the initiative. After all, we don't know how long it will take Mingsuling to gather all the souls required for the ceremony. Maybe by then, our strength will have made a qualitative leap. I hope so. Zhao Chen sighed and ended the topic. At this moment, Alan, who was acting as the housekeeper, suddenly came to report that the boy Zhao Fu, who had been in a coma before, had woken up, and Gong Yun asked him to go over and take a look. When Zhao Fu helped the little girl Zhao Ruan clean up the pollution in his dream, he seemed to have awakened the memory of his previous life, so he had been in a coma. Hearing this news, Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinghai looked at each other, and then went to the backyard together, and walked towards the courtyard where Zhao Fu lived. Caven, that's all for now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Zhang Wangyang. Zhao Fu had a very long dream. In the dream, he was a Dongsuan monk of the Zhang family, a prominent family in Hanoi, and was known as Zhang Wangyang, the 8 Desolations demon subduing sword. He was originally from a branch of the Zhang family. At the age of 15, he successfully built his foundation and cultivated true Qi in 100 days. When he was almost 20 years old, his true Qi was complete and his 9 orifices were opened. After that, he wasted 4 or 5 years before he introduced the essence of heaven and earth into his body and achieved magic power. Because he was not qualified to practice the Universian Niang sword passed down by the Zhang family, he had to travel around the world to collect various spells and materials for condensing and refining evil spirits, while constantly improving his own demon subduing sword Qi and accumulating magic power. After more than 20 years, he finally cultivated a self-created 3rd grade magical power 8 Desolations demon subduing sword Qi at the age of 47. Of course, he himself was not a peerless talent, and he was able to create his own magical power thanks to an adventure of his own. In that adventure, he was fortunate to witness the Immortal dancing with a sword, leaving a very deep and domineering mark in his mind. Thanks to this mark, he was able to finally integrate his own cultivation and cultivate this 8 Desolations demon subduing sword Qi, which ranked among the top grade magical powers. At that time, he was really in the limelight, and even the direct line of the Zhang family recognized his identity and included him in the genealogy of the direct lineage. However, the complacent Zhang Wangyang soon received a blow. Because he was so proud of his 3rd grade magical power that he actually participated in the Star Conference in an attempt to leave his name on the Star Magical Power list. But when he arrived in Zadu and signed up for the conference, he found that the 3rd grade magical power was only considered entry level among the participating magical powers, and most of them came with the purpose of gaining knowledge. And if you want to leave your name on the Star Magical Power list, you must at least achieve the 2nd grade magical power. Even so, you can only be ranked at the end of the earthly evil position. Zhang Wangyang didn't believe in evil, but he was soon educated by reality, because his first opponent was the direct descendant of the Zhao family. The young man, who was only 20 years old, just threw out the 8 formation diagram and forced him into a corner, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. Then, because it was a double elimination system, he, who was still in doubt about his life, faced his second opponent, Huang Jiagong of Anai's Yu Wangzang. The Yu Wangzang was not as well known in the arena as the Zhang family in Hanoi, and even their cultivation methods were inferior. But Zhang Wangyang also had little power to fight back in front of Huang Jiagong, who was known as the reincarnation of Yu Wang and Zian Jinlishi, and was quickly defeated. Zhang Guangyang even lost his confidence after this battle, and finally he regained his confidence under the guidance of his opponent Huang Jiagang. And he and Huang Jiagang became good friends because of this. After that Xingqiu conference, Zhang Guangyang completely realized the gap between himself and those top forces, and he once again embarked on the journey of cultivation. After that, he went to the East China Sea Islands to guard the defense line, went to the vassal states of the South Seas to cleanse the demons, and even crossed the ocean to the west, where he worked on the Eternal Wall. 10 years later, he gathered the 3 souls and united the 7 spirits, blending them with his own basic supernatural powers, and after practicing to the extreme, he finally had a blessing in his heart one day, which attracted the praise of heaven and earth, and he was awarded the 4th grade position, and condensed the Dharma in one fell swoop, becoming a Dangsuan real person. Later, Zhang Guangyang returned to Daxia, and heard that his friend Huang Jiagang, who had been honored as Xianjun Zenren, had already advanced to Dangsuan, so he rushed to Anai to reminisce with him. However, when he arrived in Anai, he found that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and Huang Jiagang only met him once and immediately returned to the mountain gate. That night, something happened to the Yuan sect. Not only was one of the 3 main peaks in the sect flattened, but even the head of the sect died for unknown reasons. As a good friend of Huang Jiagang, Zhang Guangyang would naturally not stand by and watch. But he didn't know what happened that night, and he was injured from a difficult to recover injury. His physical condition deteriorated in the following years, and he died in the 6th year after that night. During these 6 years, he hid in a secular town, married and had children, and left offspring, and used secret techniques to allow himself to be reincarnated into his own bloodline descendants in the future. As for what he encountered that night in Yuanzhang, his memory did not reveal a single bit. This may be a protection for those who see this memory. Ha ha ha. Zhao Fu suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, his face full of confusion. Am I the reincarnation of my ancestor Zhang Guangyang? But I can clearly realize that I'm Zhao Fu, and those memories do not cover my memories and emotions. I was more like watching a stranger's life just now. However, since the ancestor was born in the Zhang family of Henei, why didn't he return to the clan? Instead, he married and had children in the secular world, leaving his reincarnated body wandering outside? Is it because of the incident that happened in the Yuan clan that night? What happened that night that could cause a real person to suffer irreparable injuries and even dare not return to the clan? Thanks to the huge amount of knowledge he received, Zhao Fu's knowledge and thinking ability at this time are incomparable to before, but his mental strength is still relatively weak, and he cannot fully exert his advantages in this area. This may also be the main reason why those memories did not cover him immediately, because he can't bear it yet. Just when Zhao Fu was immersed in his thoughts, a surprised voice came to his ears. "Brother Zhao, are you awake?" This familiar and pleasant voice instantly brought Zhao Fu back to reality, and also made his eyes focus again, and see the scene in front of him clearly. He was lying in a not so big room. Ruan, who was awakened by him in his dream before, was lying on the bed, and looking at him with surprise, while Gong Yun, the female hero known as the Eye That Breaks Delusion, stood farther away, curiously looking at his state. Is this the release of spiritual perception? Has my soul power grown to this extent? Zhao Fu only then realized the changes in his spirit and body. He actually had perfected his true key and built a spiritual platform. Unfortunately, there was no change in the acupoints, and it was still at the previous level. So that's it. After receiving the memories of my previous life, I also automatically obtained an 8th grade position. This is my natal magic weapon in my previous life, and it was also given by the 8 desolate demon subduing sword of my natal magical power. It should also be able to grant the subsequent 7th grade, 6th grade, and even 5th grade talismans. But since I have come back to this life, I should lay a more solid foundation, and cannot be satisfied with the old path of my previous life. So, it's okay to accept the 6th grade and before, but I still need to plan for the 5th grade magical talisman. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Fu smiled at Zhao Ruan, whose face showed both worry and joy, and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you gotten rid of the contamination of the flower charm? I'll say so much for now. My stomach hurts so badly, I'm not in good condition." Chapter 366 3 questions. After experiencing many things in the dream that only the two of them knew, Zhao Royan actually had some inexplicable feelings for Zhao Fu. There was touching admiration and a little admiration for the strong man. However, even though she said that she didn't care that Zhao Fu would become another person after waking up, she was actually quite worried. She didn't want the Zhao Fu who treated her well with all his heart to disappear. Fortunately, the greeting from the other party after waking up made Zhao Royan realize that Zhao Fu was still the same Zhao Fu as before. So, she showed a bright smile on her face and replied, "Thanks to your sword, all the pollution has disappeared." "That's good." Zhao Fu unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this, and then exerted force on his back and tried to sit up from the bed. But his action failed because his body seemed to be out of control and could not respond to his ideas at all. Just when Zhao Fu was surprised to find this, he heard Gong Yun's voice in his ears. "Don't waste your energy. Your soul power has increased too much in a short period of time, and it has created a gap with the 7 spirits scattered in your body. This situation is the same as the side effect of swallowing too much of the soul strengthening pill, which will cause a person to be temporarily paralyzed for a period of time. Fortunately, your skyrocketing soul power comes from yourself, so there will be no sequelae like swallowing a large amount of pills. Just take care of it for a few days and let the soul and spirit match again. So that's it." Zhao Fu breathed a sigh of relief and then said sincerely, "Thank you, Miss Gong, for your advice." "You're welcome." Gong Yun waved her hand. "Although you volunteered to join in the rescue of Royan this time, I'm also very grateful to you. Who would have thought that such a change would happen in the end? Fortunately, you have turned a disaster into a blessing." In the story woven by Zhao Chen, she was a good friend of Zhao Royan's mother, and at this time she was naturally speaking as Royan's elder. "Miss Gong, you also said that I volunteered, so don't blame yourself." Zhao Fu replied with a smile. "What's more, I was able to keep my foundation because of your help before. That's the real great favor." He said this very seriously. After all, if a reincarnated Dongsuan Zenran damaged his foundation because of a dream about that kind of thing, he would be laughed at for thousands of years if he told others about it. "In that case, I won't be too polite with you, kid." Gong Yun smiled and continued, "You are not able to move around these days. I will arrange someone to take care of your daily life." Who would have thought that Zhao Royan suddenly said at this time, "Sister Gong, let me take care of brother Zhao in person these days." Logically speaking, she should have called Gong Yun auntie, but changed her words at the latter's request. Gong Yun glanced at her and said with a smile, "Whatever you want." Just when Zhao Fu showed a flattered expression, the door outside the house was opened, and then the figures of Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan appeared in this small bedroom. "Greetings, Master Chen and Fairy Zheng." Zhao Royan stood up quickly and bowed respectfully. Although she had some complaints about the relationship between the eyes of delusion-breaking Gong and the young man in front of her, she would not be so stupid as to show it. Moreover, this young man helped her a lot in getting rid of the pollution and was also her benefactor. Zhao Chen only nodded politely to Zhao Royan as a response, and then turned his eyes to Zhao Fu and directly pointed out the question that Zhao Royan had not dared to ask and Zhao Fu had been avoiding. "What should I call you now? Zhao Fu or Master Zhang?" Although there were 3 suspects in the list, drawn up by Zheng Qinggan at the beginning, at this moment, the characteristics of the 8 desolate swordsman sword key in Zhao Fu's soul were already quite obvious, and they were even more obvious in front of Zhao Chen's eyes of void. How could he not recognize him? After hearing his question, the bedroom instantly became quiet. Zhao Royan even held her breath. Zhao Fu was silent for a while, then sighed. "It seems that Master Chen has already investigated my background clearly. Yes, I'm the reincarnation of 8 desolate demons subduing sword Zhang Wangyang. But now I'm more of a Zhao Fu with a cultivation level of refining key. So Master Chen should just call me by this name." Huh. Zhao Royan exhaled a breath, his eyes filled with joy. However, after looking at Zhao Fu for a few times, Zhao Chen slowly nodded and said, "Then I will continue to call you Zhao Fu." After saying that, he paused slightly, as if he was organizing his sentences. After several breaths, he continued. According to my investigation, Zelfu, your previous life, Master Zhang, should have known Master Xianjun Huangjiagang. I wonder if you recall this memory? Not only are we acquaintances, Brother Huang and I are also very good friends. Huh. That's not right. Having said this, Zelfu suddenly stopped talking. His spiritual sense suddenly focused on Zhao Chen, and he frowned and said, why is my memory of Brother Jiagang fading? Especially the more I want to remember, the more it disappears. That's probably because the master is trapped in the fog of history. But now you are not a true Dongsun, and cannot keep your memory, so naturally the more you think about it, the less you know. Almost instantly, Zhao Chen figured out the reason, and in order to prevent the other party from forgetting everything, he quickly asked, I have 3 questions. Please try your best to answer them. First, did Huangjiagang introduce anyone to the mountain gate, which resulted in a great crisis for the Yuang sect? Second, what happened to the Yuang sect that caused it to decline to this point? Third, have you heard of the evil spirit Mahoraga? The first question is what Zhao Chen noticed when he recalled some of his master's previous words. His master seemed to be reluctant to introduce people to the sect casually, and he might have suffered losses in this regard, so he asked this question. And the second question is something he has been asking Zheng Qinggan and Yan Hangxia to investigate, but there has been no result so far. As for the third question, it was purely an association he made after discovering that the evil spirit Mahoraga might have been involved in the Chijin Mountain incident. He even suspected that the other party was the target of his master's hurried trip to Bingquan Town. After all, the act of Golden Chanzi coming to Dunhuang with the help of Chaiyu Palace was resolved too easily. Maybe there are other conspiracies behind it. And Mahoraga and Golden Cicada are both evil spirits belonging to Xinjiang Temple, so it's normal for them to cooperate with each other. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen looked at Zelfu, who was frowning, and saw him speaking uncertainly. I'm not sure about the first and the second. Especially the second. What happened that night is missing from my memory. As for the third, I vaguely remember hearing Brother Huang roar the name Mahoraga. That's all for now. I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. I'm currently 8 chapters short, and I'll make up for it when I have the chance. Chapter 367 Invitation. Master once shouted the name Mahoraga, so it seems that the reason why he hurried to Chijin Mountain was to go after the evil spirit. Maybe Master had been dormant in Bingquan Town for many years, just waiting for it. However, Master left the Chijin area so easily before. Probably because he had not noticed the reappearance of Mahoraga at that time. His transformation was after the night when Golden Cicada possessed Chaiyu Palace. Sure enough, did the evil spirit take advantage of the big commotion caused by Golden Cicada and quietly enter the barrier of Daxia? Fei Meng and I were watching the battle at the time, but we didn't notice anything. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen looked at the young man on the bed, who had difficulty moving his fingers, and continued to ask, you said that the memory of that night disappeared. Can you tell me specifically what happened? Zelfu also saw Zhao Chen's concern for Yu Wangzong at this time, and guessed that this blood-sword young master might be investigating the inside story of this matter. After all, the other party also had the identity of the Taoist official to kill evil spirits. However, out of the desire to repay the favor, Zelfu did not hide it. While the information about Huangjiagang in his memory had not completely faded, he briefly mentioned the friendship between Zhang Guanggang and Xianjun Zhenren in his previous life, and finally said, that night, a terrifying aura came from the Yuang sect. I originally wanted to help Brother Huang, but I didn't expect that I would be seriously injured and had to reincarnate. But I have no impression of what I encountered in the Yuang sect now. I only know that there was an extremely terrifying enemy that night, which forced Zhenren to reincarnate, not to mention that he didn't even dare to return to the family. Yuang sect actually had such a big mess, but why didn't the Taoist office record it? Even Sister Hangxia searched for so long, but there were not many clues. Logically speaking, even if the master was trapped in the historical fog, causing the convergence of his world line to change, such a big event would never be eliminated. Is it because it involves a certain high-level existence and has huge pollution that the official blocked the news? This possibility is not low. After all, even Zhang Guanggang who is a Dongsun, chose to forget that memory after reincarnation. Zhao Chen sighed slightly. He could see that Zhao Fu was not lying and really didn't know more. He could only sigh in his heart. It seems that the clues are broken here again. The things involved between the master and the Yuan sect are bigger than I thought. After Zhao Fu forced himself to recall the things about Huangjia, his spirit began to fail. His face looked extremely pale, and he soon fell asleep again. Zhao Royan hurried forward to check, and found that Zhao Fu's physical signs were normal, so he was relieved. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was not in a position to disturb the other party anymore, and left the room with Zheng Qingyan and Gong Yun. The three of them walked all the way to the small garden, and Zheng Qingyan took the lead to speak and broke the silence. The power that can force a Dongsuan real person to reincarnate can only come from the Shengsuan real person. As for the Taoist, the arrival of such power will not give Zhang Guangyang a chance to escape. It can't be the real body of Shengsuan, otherwise, a sect like Yuanzhang would not be able to retain its heritage. Gong Yun also added, I guess a part of the true body of a fierce evil spirit descended, and Zhang Guangyang was polluted after seeing it, so he had to reincarnate. Although this guess was unfounded, Zhao Chen couldn't think of a better one, so he nodded slightly and said, I think so too, and the polluting power must come from Mahoraga. Otherwise, the master would not have roared. However, although the Yuan sect fell into decline later, it was actually only because the real person Dongsuan was gone. If there was really a big villain who revealed his true self, the whole sect would probably be wiped out, right? Zheng Qingyan had a different opinion. She pinched her chin and continued, and I asked on 13 about the Yuan sect, and she was also very secretive about it. She even thought that I, who had supernatural powers, was not qualified to know. Then Brother Chen, you should not ask for the time being. If you continue to investigate, you may be noticed by the official who hid this matter. Gong Yun said with a little worry. She didn't know the real reason why Zhao Chen asked about the Yuan sect. After all, although Lady Gong still had Huang Xianjun's memory, because of the spirit of Cheyenne Blessed Land, she had no way of knowing that Zhao Chen would enter the historical fog soon. However, Gong Yun still gave her suggestion. Why not ask the master? The master she mentioned was naturally the spirit of Blessed Land. Zhao Chen shook his head slightly. Although the thing had a strong ability to calculate, it only relied on the power of the Blessed Land itself. It could only know most of the things within the scope of Ganzhou. Outside Ganzhou, its calculations would not be much better than King Gaon's 9 Yaoyi of celestial phenomena. And Anai was tens of thousands of miles away from Ganzhou, and the spirit of Cheyenne Blessed Land was even more out of reach. Of course, the reason why Zhao Chen knew all this was because he had summoned the other party again in the Star Chariot and asked about it. Forget it. Let Zhuo Hong and the disciples of the Gyuan Sword School conduct an in-depth investigation. If someone really interferes, it will expose some problems. Zhao Chen sighed, and then began his daily routine of sword training, gun training, and piano playing in the small garden. In an ordinary hotel in Shangtai district, Zhanghai, the capital of Ganzhou, a petite girl who looked only 14 or 15 years old was sitting at the table, eating tea and reading the latest edition of Ganzhou Fenggan Chronicles. TSK. Although Ganzhou is located in a remote area, the entertainment magazine is well run. Let's not talk about the strength of the characters introduced in this Wind and Cloud record, but everyone's story is very interesting, much more interesting than ours. The editor-in-chief of this magazine is a talent. The little girl was amazed and stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth and chewed it, making her cheeks bulge high. No one could have imagined that such a cute and lively little girl, whose legs couldn't even reach the ground when sitting on a chair, would be the supreme elder of the Bei family in Ningzhou, the Dongsuan real person Baking Shu who was called Star Picking Hand by people in the world. At the same time, she was also an undercover sent by the Mu family of Jinzhou to the Daomen. Unfortunately, not only did she fail to complete the mission, but she could never return to her family again. Putting down the magazine, Baking Shu picked up a stack of intelligence and read it carefully. While frowning her delicate eyebrows, she silently said to herself, the matter of Blood Moon has been dealt with, and there should be no beginning or end. But why hasn't the woman surnamed Shu left Ganzhou yet? Still refusing to leave Li's blessed land. What exactly is her conspiracy? Humph, I have to keep an eye on her. No matter what she wants to do, I will stop her. Thinking of this, Baking Shu casually turned to the next page of the intelligence, but was suddenly attracted by one of the items. An elder of foreign affairs of Ling Castle died in Yicheng, but that little bitch Churangrang didn't pursue it? Baking Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her hand, and began to calculate. After a moment, she suddenly jumped from the chair to the ground, her eyes full of surprise. The evil main soul of Mahoraga is actually trapped in the fog of history? So, the thing in the forbidden land of Yuan sect. But she immediately thought of something, and her face turned ugly again, thinking, not good. What I can think of, Churangrong, that bitch must have thought of it too. I'm afraid she is no longer in Ganzhou. The temporary residence in Cheyenne Fudi is all an illusion. No, I have to catch up. Even if the main soul of Mahoraga is trapped in the historical fog, that thing is not so easy to take. I still have a chance. With this thought, the star picker threw out a few soybean-sized stars and let them carry a few things on the table, drawing beautiful trajectories to fly in all directions. At the same time, she casually drew a crack in the void and flashed into it. Although the foundation of her skills is the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon magical power of the Mu family, she has also gained many other gains in the Thief Gate, and her methods have become more diverse. So she has changed from the original sword cultivator to the current star picker. Human, Gendio Martial Arts Hall. Meng Zuling spent a day recording all the skills and spells she knew into several jade slips before she was ready to go find Zhao Chen. But just as she was about to leave, she seemed to have thought of something and took out the golden crow crown that she had stolen from the moon worship believers from the workshop she built with the mansion technique. She had calculated that this golden crow crown could bring her great opportunities, but it has not been realized so far. Maybe she should take it to Mr. Chen to see. Maybe the opportunity should be with him. As her thoughts turned, Meng Zuling temporarily put the magic weapon into the storage bag, and then opened the door, and walked towards the courtyard where Zhao Chen lived. Along the way, she repeatedly thought about everything she had done in the past few days, and suddenly felt a little confused. I have paid so much, just to complete my friend's commission, and help him get revenge. This should be a very human approach, but why if I temporarily block my soul and simply simulate human emotions with data? 99% of them will not do the same as me. Humans are really hard to understand. It's so hard to be a human. Meng Zuling sighed and knocked on Zhao Chen's door with melancholy. In front of Zhao Chen, there was an invitation from the Sword Conference of the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou. With this invitation, you can open a cross-state teleportation array between Shuzhou and Ganzhou. Of course, this invitation was not sent to Zhao Chen. He is not qualified yet. The real inviter of the invitation is Tang Mao, the female hero who is still in his Jade book list. Moreover, this invitation was not delivered by a person, but was brought by a tiny star through the air and directly delivered to his bedroom. I own 9 chapters today. I will resume double updates tomorrow, and make up for it, 1 update per day. Chapter 368. What is opportunity? It can deliver the message accurately, and hide it from King Gaon's perception. That star is probably from a certain Dangsuan real person. Zhao Chen held the invitation in his hand, and his spirit entered the Dairi crossing chariot, and soon confirmed its authenticity. Although it came strangely, it is indeed true. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, although someone had long calculated that the person who cleared the human Yunsi killer was Tang Mao, a female knight from the Jinzhou Mu family branch, I deliberately let Tang Mao show an attitude of unwillingness to communicate, and she rarely appears by my side. Who sent the invitation from Jinzhou to me? Could it be that the elders of her family noticed that Tang Mao's condition was not right, so they tested it? But Tang Mao actually left Jinzhou not long ago. For a supernatural cultivator, it is normal to travel for a few years. The Mu family should not suspect anything, especially when Tang Mao did not send out a distress signal. This reaction is not normal. Moreover, the person who sent the invitation was most likely the Dangsuan Zenran. Even if he wanted to test her, he could just come openly. Why did he use such means? Could it be that Tang Mao's elders simply thought that she should participate in the sword discussing competition in the sword pavilion? Just as Zhao Chen was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. After using his spiritual sense to sense the person who came, Zhao Chen had to collect his thoughts and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and Meng Zuling's face, which was perfect and pleasing to the eye from every angle, appeared in front of Zhao Chen. This artificial person with his own soul did not exchange many polite words with Zhao Chen. After bowing slightly, he said directly, "Mr. Chen, the exercises you asked me to organize are ready." As she said that, she handed Zhao Chen several jade slips that she had recorded. "Very good." After Zhao Chen praised her, he did not watch it immediately, but took out a jade slip from his storage bag and recorded part of the content of the 7 stars divine mantra sutra that Tang Mao had practiced into it with his borrowed spiritual consciousness. Although he had not yet decided whether to participate in the so-called sword competition, Tang Mao's appearance fee was too expensive and could not be maintained for a long time, so he had to prepare a substitute in advance. Meng Zuling, who possessed the all things in the universe magical power and could simulate other people's magical powers and spells, was the best candidate. What's more, you can't just ask for things from your subordinates, but you still have to give them some benefits. This is a practice method of the 5th grade magical power White Tiger 7 constellation sword in the 7 stars divine mantra sutra, which can be regarded as increasing your foundation. Zhao Chen smiled and said while handing the jade slip to Meng Zuling, "The so-called sword competition is naturally based on direct combat. With this White Tiger 7 constellation sword, it is enough. There is no need to learn the North Dipper Death Curse in the 7 stars divine mantra sutra as the highest achievement. Of course, with Meng Zuling's all things magical power, it would be very difficult to learn the top grade magical power." Meng Zuling was obviously stunned when she saw this. At that moment, she actually had a feeling of facing Meng Zu, that is, the feeling of treating her as a person, rather than a tool. After all, only people need to be taken care of emotionally, while tools do not need it. "Thank you." Meng Zuling did not show any emotion and took the jade slip very naturally. "You have the magical power to change into the appearance of other people, right?" Zhao Chen asked again at this time. "Yes." Meng Zuling nodded slightly. "I know the 6th grade magical power 1000 faces in the second part of the Book of Thieves. As long as the body size is not too different, I can disguise myself as anyone I have seen." The second part of the Book of Thieves. It turns out that Meng Zuling actually knows this skill. TSK. In addition to 1000 faces in this second part, there is another magical power called Star Picking Hand. It is the same name as the great elder of the Bei family, Baking Shu. Perhaps the white immortal used the star picking hand to make up for her own 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon Foundation and was promoted to the rank of an immortal in one fell swoop. After hearing the name of the Book of Thieves, Zhao Chen calmly used his spiritual sense to scan the contents of the jade slip in his hand and then looked at Meng Zuling and said carefully, "You should have guessed it. I may need you to disguise yourself as someone and go to Shu with me." Before he finished speaking, Meng Zuling said, "Just give me your orders. According to our previous contract, I will obey." Hearing this, Zhao Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, "The contract is only the last guarantee. Since I want you to do something, I must give you a certain reward. Well, your foundation should be the 3rd grade all things magical power, which must require more and more comprehensive knowledge to play the greatest role. I will reward you in this regard." Hearing Zhao Chen say this, Meng Zuling did not refute or refuse. She looked at the young man in front of her for a while, then nodded and said, "Then Ling thanks you for your kindness, young master." After speaking, she suddenly remembered something and took out the golden crow crown from her storage bag. When Zhao Chen saw this crown, his face suddenly showed surprise. After all, he had been looking for the 3 real people who came out of the worry-free cave heaven and their respective magic weapons that imitated the Yangxiu golden crow crown for a long time, but he had only snatched the Yangxiu crown from Li Yunfeng's followers. He didn't expect that the little beauty in front of him would casually take one out. "Where did you get this magic weapon?" Zhao Chen did not hide the surprise in his eyes and immediately asked. Meng Zuling naturally noticed the change in his expression and became more and more certain of his own guess, so he organized his sentences a little and relayed to Zhao Chen the key points of what he had overheard when he raided the Vlad family in Yinshan City, and finally said, the original owner of this golden crow crown was severely injured by the underworld assassins from Liangzhou, which led to the acquisition of this treasure by Shike of the moon worship cult. And I first stole this treasure with the star-picking hand, and then killed Shike. Hunted by the Yinsi killers from Liangzhou. I remember that the ancestor of the little girl Zhao Royan was suspected to be one of the 3 real people who came out of Wuiyao Cave Heaven. Her father was hunted by the Yinsi, and before he died, he told her to find the blood sword. Could it be that the previous owner of the golden crow crown was Zhao Royan's father? He was actually killed by a moon worshipper who was listed as a member of the Yinsi. Zhao Chen just thought of this when he saw Meng Zuling's crystal black eyes staring at him and asked sincerely, I have calculated that, after obtaining this magic weapon, I will get a lot of opportunities. Sir, do you know what that opportunity is? There are 2 more chapters to come. Chapter 369 Delay. Opportunity? If you want benefits, just say it directly. Opportunity? Zhao Chen felt a little uncomfortable under Meng Zuling's clear eyes, so he coughed and said, the so-called opportunity should be left to nature and cannot be forced. Since you calculated that this thing can bring you opportunities, why not wait? He was not in a hurry to take the golden crow divine crown. After all, according to the contract between the 2 parties, even Meng Zuling himself became his assistant, not to mention the magic weapon in the other party's hand. As long as he needs it, he can take it at any time. Meng Zuling was a little disappointed when she heard this. She was actually looking forward to getting her own opportunity. After all, it was the first time. However, after thinking about it, she temporarily handed the magic weapon to Zhao Chen for safekeeping. She was not stupid, and naturally she could see that Zhao Chen attached great importance to it, and Zhao Chen would not refuse such a good thing. Maybe using this treasure to please Mr. Chen is the beginning of my opportunity. Meng Zuling thought as he said goodbye and left. After watching Meng Zuling's graceful figure disappear at the door, Zhao Chen pinched his chin and thought for a while, then entered the Great Sun Star Chariot with the help of visualization. Sitting on the 6 dragon's throne, Zhao Chen looked at the fog that was spreading around as usual, and then took out the jade slips and magic weapons brought by Meng Zuling, and studied them carefully. Meng Zuling has learned a lot of things, including both evil skills and magical powers, as well as the foundation of the famous and upright sects such as the Yuanxi Golden Pill, and even many new spells of the military. TSK, although it's just a spell, because she can simulate the Yuanxi Golden Pill, the magic she exerts is not inferior to the 8th or 9th grade magic. It's a pity that the Senluo Wangxiang magic power, which is her own foundation, is not in the content of the jade slip. Well, she honestly wrote the reason. It turns out that she made a vow when she practiced this magic power, so she can't teach it privately. Although there are many magical powers and spells, there are only a few that catch my eye now. First, there is the lower part of the Thief's Manual. Although there are only 2 mid-grade magical powers, Thousand Faces and Star-Picking Hands, their functionality is very strong. Several accessories of the Star Raft are in the aristocratic families and the upper sects. I'm afraid that I will have to do some sneaky things in the future, and I may really have to practice the Thief's magical power. Well, Thousand Faces changes its appearance, and Cloud Body and Smoke Body hides its body. Golden Eyes searches for targets, and Star Picking Hand steals treasures. It's worthy of being a Thief's inheritance, and the skills are really comprehensive. I just don't know what the 2 great magical powers recorded in the upper part of the Thief's Manual, that is, in its general outline, are like. The second is 3 magical powers from demons, namely the Blood Moon Demon Body from the 9 magical powers of Blood Moon, the Tree Man Branch from the 3 magical powers of Raising People, and the 5-star Destiny Plate, a magical power of calculation from the Assembly of All Stars. The blood moon demon body can transform itself into a special form, making it invincible when facing the blood moon believers. The tree man branch is strange and difficult to guard against, and it also confuses people's minds. Without targeted means, even those with top-grade magical powers would find it difficult to deal with it, although the 5-star destiny plate cannot compare with the star god sky crossing ritual, and is inferior to Fei Meng's 9 lines of celestial phenomenon. It is also a very good divination method. Finally, it is the Yuanxi golden pill magical power. This magical power was originally ranked 3rd grade, and is one of the outer magical powers of the Xingxiao sect, and it is also quite powerful. It's a pity that Mingzuling's Senluo Wangxiang magical power can only imitate 30% of the power of this golden pill. After memorizing the many exercises in the jade slip and casually selling the knowledge in it to Xingcha, Zhao Chen picked up the divine crown again, and opened the jade book to identify it. It has the same ability as the Yangxiao crown, and it can also improve my authority in Xingcha. But unlike the Yangxiao crown, this golden crow divine crown does not require a soul to exert its authority and power, but requires the power of faith. No wonder it is called a divine crown. This is a good thing. After all, there is the Ming cult in the cave, and there is no shortage of faith in the golden crow. It's just that faith itself is poisonous. Just look at those ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas who played too much and knew it. What's more, in the cave, I also saw with my own eyes that the star-aft accessory Yangxiao golden crow crown was corroded by the power of the evil god. Maybe Zhao Ruan's ancestor, the blood sword Zheng Zhao Zenran had problems because of his faith, which led to his inability to regain the position of Zenran. It should be fine to use it in the big sun star aft, but I have to be careful outside. By the way, if senior Zheng blood sword is really destined to be with his descendants, then showing the golden crow crown to Miss Zhao may speed up the process of their meeting. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen decided to give it a try, but he didn't plan to try it in Human County. After all, there was no Zenran guarding here, and if the blood sword was in a bad state and went crazy, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Why not take Zhao Ruan and Zhao Fu to Shuzhou together? There are many real people there, so leaving him alone won't cause any trouble. And as the reincarnation of real person Zhao Fu, he might be able to gain a lot of opportunities by participating in the sword discussion conference. After making up his mind, Zhao Chen also withdrew from the star chariot and returned to reality. At this time, the little black cat also ran in from outside the house quickly, jumped into Zhao Chen's arms, and then used the child mother concentric card to transmit the message. Ma Guanglian just sent me a message, saying that he will come to discuss the matter of the seed of lust with you in a few days. A few days later. Isn't he very anxious? Zhao Chen stroked the back of the little black cat and asked with a little surprise. I was also very surprised at first, but during this contact, I found that he seemed to be affected by the seed of laziness, so he lost his motivation to do things. Gong Yun also said in a surprised tone, seed of laziness. It seems that your laziness is really extraordinary, even your second brother can't avoid it. Zhao Chen teased his little black cat for a few words, and before he could get angry, he continued. However, he postponed the meeting time not simply because of laziness. I'm afraid this affected state is the main reason. If he doesn't solve this pollution from you, he won't be able to integrate the seed of lust. After all, Gong Yun was the human body chosen by the spirit of the blessed land at the beginning. Her essence is actually very high. The seed bred in her body naturally carries strong pollution. This is the main reason why Ma Guanglian said. There is another chapter later, maybe a little later. Chapter 370, Drinking Wine and Discussing Heroes. Although Zhao Chen only had the cultivation level of 7 apertures, everything he had seen and heard since his time travel almost all involved higher level beings. In terms of knowledge alone, most of the cultivators with magical powers might not be able to compare with him. So just by listening to Gong Yun's description, he guessed how Ma Guanglian was tricked. What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that Ma Guanglian was backed by a Sima family monk, it would be a good opportunity to catch him now. In that case, there would be no need to use your 7th sister Feng Wan seed of lust as a bargaining chip. Zhao Chen sighed slightly and stroked the kitten in his arms again. but he soon found that the familiar furry feeling disappeared, replaced by a slippery feeling. Shuzhou, Jingguan City. A young Taoist priest wearing a dark purple Taoist robe, light hemp shoes, and a long green belt slung over his shoulders was walking along the long street and came to a restaurant. This person has a handsome face and deep eyes like the starry sky in the autumn night, with a sense of mystery that makes people unable to look directly at him. His long hair is neatly combed behind his head and lightly tied with a plain white headband, but a few thin strands of hair are left hanging on his face, which looks both elegant and casual. This Taoist priest is Lin Yang, a contemporary true disciple of the Shangzong Xingxiao school. He had been brooding over his defeat at the hands of Dragon Tiger Sects Zhang Rumeng in Bazhou. This time, he heard that the other party was going to participate in the sword contest at Jianzhou, so he traveled a long way to Shuzhou, hoping to fight the Dragon Tiger Sect's direct descendant again. It is my lifelong shame that I failed to break the golden light curse with the Xingxiao Thunder method last time. I must get back at it, no matter what this time. And I already know what Zhang Rumeng's outrageous golden light curse is. I didn't expect that, in order to show off his power in front of others, he would rather consume the 9 returns and 7 returns Dragon Tiger Golden Pills apostrophe chance to return. You know, this can't be restored within a year. Zhang Rumeng was really willing to do it to hit me. Hey, I'm prepared this time, and I will definitely not fall into his trap again. Lin Yang didn't show it on the surface, but he was suppressing the fire in his heart. You know, the reputation of his Xingxiao sect was damaged because of this. This grudge may not be a big deal in the eyes of his teacher, but he must get back at it. There is still more than a day left before the sword fighting competition. I'd like to get drunk in this restaurant today, to satisfy my alcohol addiction. Well, it is said that the Zhu wine from Zhujiala is mellow, sweet and mellow. It's worth a try. Let's give it a try. After looking at the sign of the restaurant, Lin Yang's face bloomed with a sincere smile, and he walked into the restaurant. As the sword discussion conference was imminent, many people from the martial arts world came to Jingguan City. The private rooms were already full, and only seats were available in the lobby. Lin Yang didn't care, and he went straight to find a table with an empty seat and sat down, and called the waiter, ordered a pot of Zhu wine and a few side dishes. There were 2 men and 2 women at the same table with him. They were young, but their looks were extraordinary, but their cultivation was not high. The 2 men looked about 15 or 16 years old, and their aura was only at the level of refining orifices. One of the women was a little mature, but at most in her early 20s, and the other was about the same age as the 2 men. Lin Yang only glanced at them a few times, and no longer paid attention to them. After the wine and food came up, he ate and drank by himself. After eating a piece of beef and tasting the famous Zhu wine, Lin Yang felt very happy in his heart, but it was a pity that his cultural level was limited and he could not accurately describe what he was thinking. But at this moment, the leader of the men at the same table, after taking a sip of wine, shook his head and chanted, "The lightness at the bottom of the cup has a special fragrance, and the autumn light brews deep and light yellow. Really good wine." Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking that this man had expressed his unspoken thoughts. He was about to cheer, but before he opened his mouth, he heard another man at the same table say, "Young master, I didn't expect your literary talent to be so outstanding. It's rare to have such good wine today. How about we imitate KO and LIU in ancient times, and have a drinking, and talking about heroes? By the way, predict who will win the final victory in this sword discussion conference. Drinking and talking about heroes? Just based on the few of you who have practiced orifices?" Although Lin Yang felt amused in his heart, he sat up straight unconsciously, wanting to hear how these idle people in the rivers and lakes evaluated him. Although he also knew that he should not be optimistic about him because of his previous defeat. The one called young master was naturally Zhao Chen. The 3 people around him were the little girl Zhao Royan, the young boy Zhao Fu, and Meng Zuling, who had changed his appearance. After Zhao Chen confirmed that he would come to participate in the sword discussion conference, he went to Zheng Qinggan to discuss and informed the other party of the plan. After a little thought, Zheng Qinggan agreed to his trip to Shuzhou, but Qinggan herself would not come. First, because of some ideological issues, the relationship between the Zheng family and Jianzhu was very stiff, and King Guyan was not suitable to enter Shuzhou without an invitation. Second, Qi Fimeng was currently in Jingguan City, and she didn't want to have too much contact with Ying Huashan. Third, the invitation could only allow the invitee to bring 3 followers to Jingguan City. Under the premise that Zhao Royan didn't want to separate from Zhao Fu, there was no place for King Guyan. As for the little black cat Gong Yun, she didn't want to participate in any sword discussion conference at all, so she was left to look after the house. In addition, King Guyan also reminded him that Meng Sicheng, the direct descendant of the Meng family in Kingshao, was also traveling in Shuzhou, so Zhao Chen also disguised himself appropriately. At this time, Meng Zuling, who had the database, had actually recognized the identity of the person who came to share the table on his own, and sent a message to Zhao Chen. So, after listening to Zhao Fu's proposal, Zhao Chen casually glanced at the young Taoist priest opposite him, whose body was a little tense, and responded with a smile. Okay, then who do you think can win the championship of this sword competition? Although Zhao Fu is the reincarnation of Deng Xu and Zhenren, relying on the inherited memory, his knowledge is quite good, but he is not very familiar with the contemporary Xianzhuo, so he can only smile bitterly and say, "Sir, I only know some of the people attending the meeting, let alone choosing the first place. Even a list of the top 10 cannot be filled. Just nominate, I will be the judge." Zhao Chen smiled. Well. Zhao Fu lowered his head and thought for a while, then organized his sentences and said, "There is a person who carries the 9 turns and 7 returned dragon and tiger golden pill. Since entering the world, he has only used the spell golden light curse strengthened by the golden pill to fight against the enemy, but he has never lost. Can he win the championship?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen glanced at Lin Yang opposite him again, and seeing that he had clenched his fists, he smiled and replied, "Zhang Rumeng is indeed very strong, but it is precisely because of this that he has probably become the enemy targeted by all the geniuses. Even this so-called sword contest was held in advance for him. The purpose is probably to suppress his belief in invincibility. Under this situation, it will be difficult for him to win the championship." Chapter 371. Big Talk. As a senior disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Zhang Rumeng's record is indeed dazzling enough. He has only defeated his enemies with the Golden Light Curse since his debut, and has never shown any other magical powers. But in the final analysis, he is just a magic power cultivator. It is impossible for him to be much higher than the top disciples of the same sect and family. It is very difficult for him to get the position of no one in sword discussion when he is deliberately targeted. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Lin Yang looked at him with admiration. He felt that, although this kid's cultivation was not high, and he was not very old, his knowledge was really good. On the other side, Zhao Fu also recognized Zhao Chen's judgment. After nodding thoughtfully, he continued, "Zhuge, king of the Zhao Zhuge family, was born in a famous family. The Dunjia heavenly book he practiced was mysterious and unparalleled. He also used the first grade great magical power gods and ghosts 8 formations to capture the old magical power of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Does this person have a chance to win the championship? Zhuge King's gods and ghosts 8 formations is indeed powerful. Even if I get trapped in it, it is difficult to get out. I can only use the 9 clear immortal light magic power to protect myself. He does have the strength to win the championship." Lin Yang gave his own judgment and took a sip of the wine glass. But who would have thought that Zhao Chen shook his head again and denied it. Zhuge King has no problem entering the top 10, and it is almost impossible for him to win the championship. Even the hope is lower than Zhang Rumeng. Why? Zhao Fu and Zhao Royan asked in unison. Even Lin Yang was attracted again, waiting for his high opinion. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Because the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou has set up the Sword Discussion Conference." He emphasized the word sword discussion. Lin Yang suddenly came to his senses after hearing this, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Although the Sword Pavilion does not strictly restrict the weapons used by the participating geniuses, as long as they are not firearms, they are allowed. But if you check the top 3 of the Sword Discussion Conference over the years, it is not difficult to see that only in the session more than 10 years ago, there were cultivators who did not use swords as weapons, and entered the top 4. and the Zhuge family is good at formations and numerology, and although there are also swordsmanship handed down from generation to generation, this Zhuge king does not seem to be good at it. Zhao Chen paused, and then smiled and added, on the contrary, the Wang family, the in-laws of the Zhuge family, have a Yijian with a high purpose, which is said to have been praised by a Shangxuan's engine. It's a pity that the Wang family is just a powerful family. The strongest in the family is only at the first level of Dongsu. It is difficult to deduce this sword technique to a higher level. Zhao Chen's words were a little stiff, as if he was reciting from the instructions. Zhao Fu saw that his candidate was rejected again, so he thought for a while and said, then Wu Hualin of Yuzhou Wu family, who has the family's true inheritance Menghe Sword Sutra, can he hope to become the first? Although the attitude of Jianje towards the Wu family is not as hostile as that towards the Zheng family, it is not very friendly. Wu Hualin should have no problem entering the top 10, but if he wants to enter the top 4, he will probably encounter obstacles. Of course, his hard power is also likely to not be in the top 4. Zhao Chen thought for a while and answered. Wu Hualin of the Wu family had fought with King Gan's fourth cousin, and both were injured. And King Gan's fourth cousin was not the strongest in this generation of the Zheng family, so Zhao Chen felt that his strength was not enough. Lin Yang also agreed with this. In fact, he felt that Wu Hualin and Shu might be weaker. After all, the Zheng and Wu families, who occupied the trade in the East China Sea and the South China Sea respectively, had all kinds of technological magical powers in front of the Dongsun. For example, the Zheng family's mechanical Yinglang body and the Wu family's various ship bodies were not only extremely destructive, but also the prototypes of the Dongsun Dharma. But this kind of magical power was expressly prohibited in Shuzhou, and could not be used at the sword conference. Speaking of which, after cooperating with Daksha's Xiangang Pavilion, the Wu family's Menghe Sword Sutra was almost becoming the Menghe Ship Sutra. In recent decades, few family members have been flying swords seriously. The Zheng family is similar. They are keen to add mechanical transformation element to their magical powers in cooperation with another institution in Daksha, Baekyeoan. Anyway, the Zheng family's skills have already developed in the direction of not being human in the magical power stage, and they can accept it, even if they are more unorthodox. But such a concept is obviously not accepted by the conservative Jianj. This is also one of the reasons why Jianj doesn't like the Zheng family. But even if the sword pavilion intends to target him, what can we do? You can't cheat in front of everyone, right? Zhao Fu asked with a frown. Although he got Zhang Wangyang's memory, it was not directly covered, but read bit by bit, so his understanding of many things is both broad and shallow, which is very contradictory. If you want to target him, there are many ways. As long as you give him a few more tough battles when choosing opponents, Wu Hualin will naturally not go far. After all, Wu Hualin's strength is similar to that of his opponent. Zhao Chen explained with a smile, and then asked, do you have any other candidates? The Prince of Shu, the Qingqiang Fairy of the Flower God sect, and Shen Tians of the 10,000 Beasts sect, they are all good at swordsmanship, so there is always hope, right? Zhao Fu spoke again. These three are not like those geniuses who have just started to walk the rivers and lakes. Although they are under 30 years old, they are all seniors who have been famous for a long time. I don't know much about the Prince of Shu, but the two from the Flower God sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect don't have first-class magical powers, so they can't compete with the geniuses of this generation. Zhao Chen paused and continued, it would be about the same if it were Song Wuyuru, the evil god, and Jin Hunan, the Flower Light Flower Knight. It's a pity that these two have left their master for unknown reasons. What about Lin Yang of the Xingxiao sect, Meng Sichen of the Meng family, and Li Crossing, the contemporary king and sword of the Sword Pavilion who clearly participated in the sword discussion conference this time? Zhao Fu continued to ask. That's right, these three are the real favorites. Zhao Chen glanced at Lin Yang who was sitting opposite him, and said with a smile. At this time, because he had a reasoned opinion on the direct descendants of the major sects and families, many people in the restaurant had already focused their attention on Zhao Chen, wanting to listen to his high theory. This, however, made Zhao Chen's mouth curl up slightly. He was obviously not without purpose in holding such a drinking wine and talking about heroes in public. If I don't put Meng Sicheng on the spot, won't he come to trouble me the first time? And if I target him alone, I will also be exposed to his eyes. So, it's best to bring in Lin Yang, who happens to be there. Speaking of which, Zhao Chen was able to know so much information with the support of Ming Zuling's intelligence. Otherwise, how could he, a country bumpkin from a remote area of Ganzhou, convince the crowd with his words? I'm stuck again today, plus I slept till late yesterday and couldn't stay up all night, so I can only leave it like this for now. Well, I still own 9 chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Meeting Fei Meng again. In addition, Zhao Chen also made a deliberate choice to lump together Lin Yang of Xingxiao sect and Li Crossing and Meng Sicheng, the king and sword of this generation of Jianzhi. The sword discussion conference was originally held by Jianzhi to strengthen its own disciples. This can be seen from the fact that the disciples of the 3 holy places, Daoxunman, Dandingzai and Zhang and Lycan Sword Palace, were not invited. Therefore, as the leader of the 7 swords of this generation, King and Sword Li Crossing is the well-deserved first seed of the sword discussion conference. It would be difficult to convince the public if he is not included. Although Zhao Chen has never seen Lin Yang before, he can roughly judge from the rumors in the martial arts world that he is a person who likes fame and is competitive. If he is listed as the champion seed in person, he will not only not pursue Zhao Chen's intentions, but will most likely admit it happily and take the pot on his own initiative. It can be said that with him, outsiders will most likely think that the performance of Zhao Chen and his 4 people was arranged by Lin Yang, avoiding Meng Sicheng's suspicion. After all, they were eating and drinking at the same table. Of course, being able to accidentally sit and drink with Lin Yang was indeed the result of Zhao Chen's careful planning. For this purpose, he also used the golden crow god crown given to him by Ming Zuling for safekeeping and temporarily upgraded the authority of the 8 diagrams bright light mirror to learn about Lin Yang's route in advance. Sure enough, when Zhao Chen said, Lin Yang of the Xingxiao sect, Meng Sicheng of the Meng family, and Li Crossing, the contemporary king and sword of Jianzhi, are the real favorites, Lin Yang, who was sitting on the other side of the table, could no longer hold back his excitement and took the initiative to talk, pretending to be reserved, and asked, "Little brother, why did you make this judgment?" After all, he was just a young man of 18 or 19 years old. It was inevitable that he would be complacent when he was praised in person, especially when he was listed above Zhang Rumeng, who had been defeated. Zhao Chen pretended to look at him a few times, then glanced at the other people in the martial arts world who were listening attentively, and replied with a smile, "King and Sword Li Crossing has achieved supernatural powers for 3 years. During these 3 years, he has defeated 12 supernatural swordsmen in a row, including Feng Qingsun, Chun Jiang Sword of the Ancient Poetry Sword School, and Tao Ying, Sword of Fuliu of the King Cheng Sword School, who have achieved top-grade supernatural powers. Although Lin Yang of the Xingxiao school has lost to Zhang Rumeng before, his record is also obvious to all. He even killed the evil spirits of the All-Stars Association with thunder magic. You know, most of the evil spirits have various immortal bodies or indestructible bodies, and it is extremely difficult to kill them completely, but the Xingxiao thunder method is their nemesis. For this reason alone, Lin Yang can become a favorite in this sword discussion conference. After all, except for the golden light curse that Zhang Rumeng has improved with the magic method of 9 turns and 7 returns dragon and tiger golden pill, no one can be sure to take on Lin Yang's thunder magic. And I doubt that, even if Zhang Rumeng comes again, she may not be able to catch it in the same way. As for Meng Sicheng, Zhao Chen paused deliberately and did not continue. Lin Yang was overjoyed by the praise and was quite pleased. Seeing Zhao Chen pause, he subconsciously asked, "Why can Meng Sicheng be ranked alongside Lin Yang and Li Crossing?" Seeing that he took the bait, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Meng Sicheng came all the way from Kingshao. On the surface, he did not make a move, but as long as you check carefully, you can know that in the places he passed by along the way, People with poor character in the martial arts world have changed their ways and become new people. And he is not just pretending, but his whole personality has changed greatly, and he is completely different from before. This is not groundless nonsense, but the information that Ming Zuling updated a few weeks ago. With the support of the Holy Land of Dending Xianzang, she can freely access some non-confidential secondary intelligence in Six Gates and Daoguan office, and then organize and analyze it by herself. After all, there are too many disciples from various sects and families in these institutions of Daxia, and information that does not involve confidentiality is basically shared. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Lin Yang's expression became solemn. He thought for a while, before he spoke carefully. The Taixu hard sword, one of the 3 unique skills of the Meng family? It is likely. Zhao Chen nodded. He was also very interested in Meng Sicheng's methods, so this performance not only caused some trouble for Meng Sicheng, but also wanted others to try his methods. I didn't expect that after 100 years, someone from the Meng family has mastered this so-called most bizarre and difficult to defend martial art again. I only had Zhang Rumeng in my eyes before, and seldom collected information about other people. I really underestimated the heroes of the world. After Lin Yang sighed a few words, he bowed to Zhao Chen and said, "If it weren't for your reminder, I would have almost made a big mistake. Thank you very much. You are too polite." Zhao Chen showed a blank expression at first, and then pretended to ask uncertainly, "May I know who you are?" Seeing the question, Lin Yang smiled casually, and then stood up and chanted, "The thunder destroys the Xingxiu sword, and the wind and rain soar into the sky, and become an immortal. My name is the psychic feathered guest Lin Yang." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into wind, and disappeared in the restaurant. Seeing this scene, the drinkers in the building were stunned for a few seconds, and then all kinds of noise and exclamations broke out. No one expected that a big shot like Lin Yang would share a table with others to drink in the lobby of the restaurant. Then everyone suddenly thought, if it was really the psychic feathered guest Lin Yang just now, then would the young man's previous judgment be of reference value? But when they looked at the table again, they found that the 4 boys and girls had left at some point, leaving only a few banknotes issued by the court pressed under the wine glasses. In the private room on the top floor of the restaurant, Zhao Chen curled his lips and said, "I feel that this guy's more pretentious than me. The key is that other people's poems are better than mine." The reason why he was able to take the other 3 people from the hall to the top floor in an instant was that he used the magical power of Wang Daoyi and rolled Ming Zuling, Zhao Fu and Zhao Ruoyan up with Shen Feng. In this way, even if someone investigates afterwards, they can only count that it is a magical cultivator who uses Shen Feng and has nothing to do with Chen Gongzi of Human. After all, the 4 people had disguised themselves before, not to mention their original appearance, and even their breath was tampered with. This is due to Ming Zuling's mastery of a 7th grade magical power called transferring flowers and grafting trees, which can temporarily transfer the breath of other people to the target. Although this magical power cannot compare with the 1,000 faces of the thief gate in disguise, it can be used on other people, but the effect is very general. If Lin Yang had carefully investigated at that time, he would have a high probability of seeing the clues. Of course, as a master of magical powers from a famous and upright sect, Lin Yang would not do that. After all, it is very impolite to use divine sense to carefully investigate others, and it is easy to make enemies with others. At this time, Ming Zuling also retracted the effect of the transplantation magic, and the 4 of them removed their disguises. "Miss Duan, you can now sign up for the sword trial conference as Tang Mao. Well, have you remembered all the information I sorted out about her before?" Due to Ming Zuling's request, Zhao Chen treated her as Duan Mingsu in front of outsiders. "I remember everything. The memory fragments you gave me are enough for me to deal with the acquaintances that may appear." Ming Zuling nodded slightly and added, "In addition, I have also successfully simulated the White Tiger 7 constellation sword. But the power is not enough. Even with the power of the Yuanxi Golden Pill, it can only restore 60% of Miss Tang's level at most. That's enough." After all, Tang Mao was captured by the people of the Star Club not long after she left home. She is not well known, so no one will challenge her privately. Zhao Chen was not too worried about this. Even if someone wants to spar with you, using 60% of the power of the White Tiger 7 stars sword is enough. You always have to hold back when sparring. It is highly likely that no one will suspect you. Then there will be no problem. Meng Zuling said, and disguised himself with the 1,000 faces again, and then left the restaurant directly with the flying magic. Tang Mao himself also mastered the 5th grade magic purple courtyard soaring curse, so Meng Zuling's behavior was not abrupt. Seeing her leave, Zhao Chen turned to Zhao Fu and Zhao Ruan on the side, and said with a smile, okay, you can move freely, just remember to come back before dark. The two who had long wanted to experience the customs and practices of Shu immediately showed joy on their faces. After bowing to Zhao Chen, they went downstairs hand in hand. Zhao Ruan is fine. Although she has some calculations in her heart, she is a genuine girl. At this age, when she is just beginning to fall in love, she still has a great affection for Zhao Fu. But Zhao Fu has obviously recovered Zhang Guangyang's memory, so why is he still obsessed with Zhao Ruan like a young man full of vigor? Is this old man's youthful madness? Zhao Chen muttered a few words, before looking at the corner of the room, and said with a smile, okay, don't hide, I know where you are. Erlang, you can actually detect it? As a slightly surprised voice sounded, Qi Fi Meng's figure slowly emerged, and came into Zhao Chen's sight. That's because the Dangsu eyes that come with my escort position are most adept at seeing through this kind of magic to hide the body. Even the concealment effect of the soul hiding technique of Misty Rain and the hidden trace technique of Wind and Cloud passed down by the Thief sect can be discovered by me, as long as I observe carefully. As an escort, how can you ensure the safety of the goods without this ability to see through the hiding? Seeing that Qi Fi Meng, who always loves cleanliness, is now not only dressed in dirty clothes, but even her hair is a little tangled, Zhao Chen couldn't help but be surprised and said, how did you become like this? Hey, I don't know why these days, I'm always caught up by the killers of the underworld and I have no time to take a bath or wash, so I'm so unkempt. Qi Fi Meng sighed. Fortunately, she had already opened the 9 apertures, and her inner world had its own circulation. With the maintenance of small spells such as the cleaning spell, there was no bad smell on her body. Qi Fi Meng paused, then added, it's strange to say, after they came to your side, those pursuers didn't come up again. Then you can have a good rest here with me, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the bathroom that came with the private room, and smiled. Take a shower and change clothes first. Qi Fi Meng was not polite to Zhao Chen. After nodding, she happily took off her clothes and stepped into the bath. At this time, Zhao Chen also chatted with her through a curtain. Of course, there was no joy of reunion between them. After all, Fi Meng's nickname Zheng Qinggan had been with Zhao Chen all the time, and they both knew each other's situation. What they were talking about was actually the possible ancestor behind Zhao Ruan, Blood Sword Zheng Zhao. The situation is very clear. Zhao Ruan is indeed the descendant of Zheng Zhao who ran away from the Wu'ai Cave Heaven. And Zhao Ruan's father joined the Yinsi for some reason, and then defected. That's why the whole family was wiped out by the masters of the Yinsi, and even the family heirloom Golden Crow crown fell into the hands of the moon worship believers. Before his death, Zhao Ruan's father asked Zhao Ruan to find the blood sword, which means that the senior Zheng Zhao is not dead. At this point, Qi Fi Meng paused for a moment and asked, by the way, do you have the jade slip that Qin Sheng gave you that can sense Zheng Zhao's existence? Has it changed? Qin Sheng is the current leader of the Blood God sect in Wu'ai Cave Heaven. She originally asked Zhao Chen to take the jade slip out of the cave heaven and give it to Zheng Zhao Zenran in exchange for the information of many Zenran in the cave heaven, and the jade slip will sense when it approaches Zheng Zhao. But hasn't Qin Sheng been enlightened by you to become your incarnation and become your number 2 machine? Does the task she gave still need to be completed? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Of course it has to be completed, because the one who gave the task is actually Kenya Zenran behind Qin Sheng, and we will need her help to complete the task in the cave heaven later, so we have to complete her commission first, before we can talk. Qi Fi Meng responded, while washing her body. Although she didn't understand what Zhao Chen meant by no 2 machine specifically, she could still understand it roughly, so the answer was natural. Indeed. Although that Immortal also signed a contract with Xingcha, with my current authority, it is impossible to obtain her full ownership. Even as a Dunkso and Immortal, she probably has a secret method to resist the forced buying and selling of Xingcha at the current level. I'm very cautious even when dealing with the master of supernatural powers, and I dare not force it, let alone Dunkso. It is indeed necessary to complete her mission first, before we can talk. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen glanced at Fei Meng's graceful figure reflected on the curtain, and his heart could not help but ripple. Although a thin curtain, let alone his spiritual perception, even the sight of the eyes with opened eyes is difficult to block. But out of respect for Fei Meng, Zhao Chen did not choose to peek deliberately. After all, such behavior would betray Fei Meng's trust in him. He calmed himself down and answered the previous question. I have the jade slip with me, but it hasn't changed much yet. In the bathroom, Fei Meng was very satisfied with Zhao Chen's performance, but at the same time she felt a little strange. Zheng Qingyan is obviously better than herself in terms of appearance and figure, but why does it feel like Erlang is more calm with Qingyan, but always can't avoid some impulsiveness in front of me? Chapter 373, Plan. Zhao Chen didn't know what Fei Meng was thinking. After his eyes swept across the thin curtain, he changed the subject and said, since those Yunsi killers are still tracking your whereabouts, shouldn't we launch a counterattack? At least we have to find out how they confirmed your whereabouts. Fei Meng, who was applying shower products on her body, nodded and said carefully, we have to figure this out. Before you came, I wasn't strong enough to do anything, but now I can give those killers a surprise. What should we do? Do you have a plan? Zhao Chen asked as he listened to the sound of water splashing. Fei Meng narrowed her eyes, stopped using the ladle to fetch water, and spoke after a long while. It seems that I have to be a bait. But I can't be in Jingguan City, nor can I leave the city too deliberately. I have to grasp the right degree. Zhao Chen thought about it, and understood what Fei Meng meant, nodded slightly and said, now Jingguan City is full of masters, and there are many young heroes from major sects and families. The Yunsi probably dare not take action in the city, and if you just leave the safe place like this, they will definitely doubt your intentions, and will definitely not dare to attack rashly. Fei Meng smiled and said, that's right, so this matter still needs to be planned, and a reliable reason must be found. If it's a reliable reason, I can provide one. Zhao Chen said thoughtfully. What is it? Fei Meng asked curiously. For example, you have offended the direct descendants of a major force, and have to flee Jingguan City. Zhao Chen raised his lips, and said with a smile. Fei Meng knew Zhao Chen very well. Even if she didn't see his sinister expression, she could guess his thoughts, so she sighed and said, which young hero are you going to let take the blame again? Meng Sicheng from the Meng family? I think you'd better change someone, so as not to make things worse. Of course you can't find Meng Sicheng. He has just been pushed to the forefront today. Even if Lin Yang is covering up in front, if there is another frame up, he will definitely guess that someone is plotting against him behind his back. So, this scapegoat has to be found elsewhere. Zhao Chen said with a smile. Then who do you want to find? Although the Duan Mingsu next to you can simulate magical powers, most of her knowledge reserves are middle and low grade magical powers, and she only knows a few high grade magical powers. Fei Meng frowned. She could easily guess that Zhao Chen was going to use Ming Zuling to do this. What do you think of the Prince of Shu? Zhao Chen asked back. The Prince of Shu? Ming Zu Dao? I remember that he practiced the royal secret book The Great Emperor Forgives Sins and Blesses. Fei Meng suddenly came to his senses at this point, clapped his hands, and laughed. Yes, the Great Emperor Forgives Sins and Blesses is similar to the Zheng family's Dragon King Blessing Sutra, both of which are methods of intercepting the power of demons and evil spirits for their own use. It's just that the ancestor of the Zheng family is limited in strength, and due to the problem of affinity, he can only intercept the power of the Dragon King. And the great ancestor of the Ming family is said to be close to the Taoist, and the Great Emperor Forgives Sins and Blesses can also absorb all demonic methods for its own use. And with the Emperor Gao's forgiveness and blessings, the influence of demons on the Ming family cultivators who practice this method is minimal, which is much safer than the Zheng family's Dragon King's Blessing Sutra. However, after the Zheng family cultivators are promoted to Dangsun, they must also practice the Zhao Chen chapter of the family's other core technique, Thunder Jade Pivot Forgiveness, and get the protection of Forgiveness, the Thunder incarnation of Taixio Taoist of Taoxunman, in order to maintain their humanity, and not transform into monsters or demons. Having said this, she paused, and while wiping her whole body with a towel, she said, but the Prince of Shu seldom takes action, and he may not have the demonic powers that Duan Mingsu has. We don't know, and the people in the Yanxi may not know either. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said casually, just let them be half believing and half doubting and have misunderstandings. As for the reaction of the Prince of Shu, I guess he won't investigate before the sword fighting tournament. He will think that it is his opponent in the sword fighting tournament who is testing him and wants to use this to understand the details of his magical powers, right? Qi Fimeng also reacted and then put on a brand new dress and asked with a smile, then how do you plan to let me offend the Prince of Shu? Although Ming Zuling didn't investigate the record of the Prince of Shu's actions and doesn't know much about his strength, but there are some records of some of his interests and hobbies. For example, he likes lust. Zhao Chen said as he watched Fei Meng walk out of the bathroom after opening the curtain. Speaking of which, in terms of looks alone, Qi Fei Meng is actually far inferior to Zheng Qingyan and Ming Zuling. Even Sister Hangsha and Little Black Cat are prettier than her, but she just has that kind of temperament that makes people can't help but be impulsive. Pure and lustful? No, that's not accurate either. That feeling is hard to describe in words. In short, Zhao Chen thinks this may be related to the fact that the Buddha she believes in is not very serious. Good fishing? Are you the same as you, Erlang? Qi Fei Meng blinked and teased. Is this the image of me in your eyes? And, do I use fishing? Zhao Chen was not annoyed. Anyway, he had heard a lot of this kind of slander. I understand. Apostrophe why do feathered clothes carry gold and silver, infecting the peach and plum blossoms in the world? Qi Fimeng smiled, then walked to a chair in the private room, sat down, and got back to business. So when do you plan to let me meet the Prince of Shu? The sword fighting conference will officially begin the day after tomorrow, so we have to act tonight at the earliest, and tomorrow morning at the latest. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, and added, as for the location, it's best to be in a garden or park that's not very famous. And before that, you have to expose your whereabouts, and let the people of the underworld find you. That's no problem. Tonight is too tight, and there's no time to make arrangements. Let's do it early tomorrow morning. Qi Fimeng thought for a while, and said, let's study the script together tonight, and make sure that the people of the underworld can't see any flaws. If you want to avoid flaws, it's best to find a person who is slightly famous, but of average strength to be present. Zhao Chen's mind turned rapidly, and he soon found a suitable candidate whom he had met before, Feng Wantong, the master of magical powers of the Feng family in Ningzhou, known as Qihanda Mo. This man is a garrison monk assigned by Feng King to Dunhuang. He is about 25 or 26 years old, and is considered the most promising among the younger generation of the Feng family. Unfortunately, he also has not learned the Feng family's clanned magic power snowdrifting in the world, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to cross the gate of Dangsun. Before, Zhao Chen happened to meet him when he was using the invitation to teleport, and in the entire Ganzhou, except for Tang Miro, he was the only one who received an invitation to the sword discussion conference. As for the Li family, unfortunately, the Li family currently has no magic monks under the age of 30, and if Gangsha monks under the age of 30 want to participate in the sword discussion conference, they will not be invited, and they have to come to Jingguan City to sign up. There is another chapter later. Chapter 374 All Parties. In a small independent courtyard in Jingguan City, a tall and handsome young man was wiping the long sword he carried with him. He had a calm temperament and deep eyes, but the most eye-catching thing was the vertical red mark on his forehead. This person was Zhang Rumeng, the contemporary direct disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Since he entered the world, he has been using the Golden Light Curse to defend against enemies, and has never been defeated. He has a nickname Golden Light shining in the world and the martial arts world. At this time, several young boys and girls came from outside with angry expressions. They all had the strength of the Gangsha realm and were inner disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Uncle Zhang, Lin Yang, who lost to you, is very shameless. He actually used such a despicable means to raise his momentum and belittle you. A 15 or 16-year-old girl shouted angrily. The others also echoed, and everyone's face was full of unhappiness. Zhang Rumeng didn't care and asked with a smile, "It seems that you have also heard about the drinking wine and discussing heroes on the street? Although he has not been out, he has his own magical powers to know what is happening in the city." The girl asked in surprise, "Uncle Master, you know? You don't seem to be angry about Lin Yang's despicable means." "Of course I'm not angry. This incident actually helped me. After all, after this discussion spread, Zhang Jie will not be able to deliberately target me." Zhang Rumeng smiled, shook his head and said, "And this matter is definitely not arranged by Brother Lin." "Why not him? He was at the scene." Another young man asked. "Brother Lin, how could he have such a brain? He was being used by someone." Zhang Rumeng sneered, then his face became serious again, and he whispered, "However, I didn't expect the person who plotted against him, and his purpose is unclear." In the Zhan gestation, the contemporary Yao Long sword Fu Linglang told her senior brother King Sword Li Crossing about Zhao Chen's argument, and the latter nodded thoughtfully and said, "This is probably the method of Zhang Rumeng or Wu Huailin. Especially Zhang Rumeng, although he is strong, he is also worried about encountering strong enemies, so he came up with this idea, right? Using Lin Yang is also a good move. Unfortunately, junior brother Chen and Lin Yang are close friends, and he knows Lin Yang's character best, and knows that he can't come up with such a plan. Junior brother Chen is Chen Weijing, the Sun and Moon Sword in the Seven Swords. He is Lin Yang's fellow countryman and childhood playmate. One of them joined the Xingxiao sect, and the other became one of the Seven Swords of Zhanje. They both became supernatural powers, which can be regarded as a good story. Even the village where the two were born has developed into a big city in just a few years. Dragon Sword Fu Linglang also agreed with the judgment of the senior brother, but then said with some concern, "I guess it was Zhang Rumeng. After all, the only ones who can block the calculation of the uncle so thoroughly are the core children of the upper sect and the aristocratic family." However, although his method is simple, it makes it difficult for us in the giant pavilion to do anything else. We even have to ensure that he cannot encounter strong enemies continuously, otherwise the fairness of the sword conference will inevitably be questioned. Don't worry about it. I actually want to fight with Zhang Rumeng, who is fully powerful, and I'm very confident that I can defeat him. King Sword Li Crossing said confidently. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "In fact, compared with Zhang Rumeng, I'm more afraid of Meng Sicheng. Although the Meng family's Taixu hard sword has not appeared in the world for 100 years, its reputation is still well known." Fu Linglang fell silent after hearing this, and after a long while she whispered, "Brother, do you want me to try out the methods of the young master of the Meng family? You don't have to go in person, and as the host, it's not appropriate for you to go. However, I guess someone will get impatient before us." Li Crossing raised his lips and said, "Jinggadan City, Mochi Academy. The King's Hao Meng family is a family of sages inherited from ancient times. Almost all academies in Daxia enshrine the ancestors of the Meng family, so Meng Sicheng always stays in an academy wherever he goes, and teaches in his spare time. You must know that knowledge is poisonous in this world, and many real great truths are polluted, so teaching itself is an extremely difficult and dangerous thing. The lecturers in the academy basically adopt an inspirational teaching model to guide students to self-enlightenment so as to minimize the risk. The so-called subtle words and great meanings are like this. However, due to the particularity of inheritance, the Meng family can use some magical powers to avoid some pollution and directly impart some truths to students. And this kind of magical power is Thousand Saints Passing Shadows, one of the three major magical powers that can be achieved in Taixu Hard Sword. Speaking of which, the three magical powers in the Taixu Hard Sword are similar to the three magical powers of education of the Yaomu Academy, but the core is completely different. I didn't deliberately hide it before. It's not difficult to see that I practiced the Taixu Hard Sword, but why did the person behind the scenes have to put me on the spot? Is it just to muddy the waters? Meng Sicheng, dressed like a weak scholar, frowned, glanced in the direction of the giant gestation, and said silently to himself, could it be that Brother Li wanted others to test my methods, so he set up this game? And the reason why Zhang Rumeng might be unfairly exposed is to hide the fact that Brother Li himself is the mastermind behind the scenes. It seems that Brother Li is very confident in defeating Zhang Rumeng, but he is afraid of me. With a slight sigh, Meng Sicheng sensed the several auras that were quietly approaching the academy and shook his head and said, I can't have peace. I originally wanted to visit Fairy Tang to see if she has been possessed by the happy bodhisattva, but unfortunately I can't go for the time being. I can only wait until the sword discussion conference begins. Shuang Mansion, in the newly built 100 Flowers Pavilion. The Shuang Sun Mingzu Dao sat in front of a table filled with all kinds of exotic fruits and vegetables, admiring the dance of the flower god sect's King Qiang Fairy. The disciples of the flower god sect are located in the southwest, where Xia and Yi people live together, and the folk customs are very open. The disciples in their sect have no psychological obstacles to using beauty to achieve their goals. The same is true for the King Qiang Fairy in front of her. In order to seek the help of the Shuang Sun, she has been lingering in the palace for several days, and agreed to many of the other party's rude requests. At this time, Fairy King Qian was wearing only a gauze, spinning gracefully in the hall of the pavilion, dancing lightly, and every movement made the eyes of the Prince of Shu reveal appreciation and desire. When finally, with a leap, Fairy King Qian jumped directly into the arms of the Prince of Shu, the fairy just said coquettishly, Prince, can you agree? The Prince of Shu laughed, put his arms around her waist and said, don't worry, I have already done it for you. Fairy King Qian's eyes lit up, and then she hugged the Prince of Shu's neck and let him carry her into the bedroom. Huang Yi and Huang Er were dragged to Yangzhou in the southwest, and could not return, and now the Prince of Shu has arranged. Your Highness the King of Qin, I have repaid your kindness this time. I will never owe you anything again in the future. She thought secretly in her heart. Chapter 375 No Hope. Jingguan City, in a small courtyard not far from the Huameng Zioan where Princess Wei lived. Zhangqi returned from outside with excitement, and then he couldn't wait to take out a small metal box from the storage bag and opened it. The vast sacred white evil spirit and the cold, dark black evil spirit inside mixed together, entangled into a heart-light yin-yang evil. This evil spirit is a must-have for practicing the blind heart technique in the 12 heart light methods. Zhangqi also visited all the shops in Jingguan City to buy this uncommon evil spirit. Oh, it's really available. Someone wants the princess to die soon. A certain dancer and real person living in Zhangqi's soul sneered secretly, and on the surface reminded, Z-boy, don't condense the blind heart technique into a life spell now. The success rate will be higher after night falls. He paused for a moment and added, in addition, the magical power of the surname Ling is coming back. Yes, senior. Zhangqi immediately restrained his excitement after hearing this, and put the box containing the heart-light yin-yang evil back into his storage bag. As soon as he finished doing this, an inconspicuous sword light fell in the yard, and then old Ling, who seemed a little older than before, appeared. The old man looked at Zhangqi and sighed. The people from the Yinsi have lost that female knight again. They want to ask you to provide information about her again. Are these Yinsi assassins too useless? They sent out more than a dozen assassins from the Gangsha realm, but they couldn't even take down a girl who was just in the refining stage. Zhangqi was now very skeptical about whether this organization could take on the task of creating chaos in the city the day after tomorrow. That female knight is indeed quite amazing, and the Yinsi dared not send a divine power master into the city to hunt her down, so this situation has been created. Eldling did make a few excuses for the other party, but his tone was not so firm. At this time, Zhangqi heard the sigh of the senior who lived in his soul. The girl is not simple. Even I can't calculate her current location. I can only roughly deduce that she will appear in a place near the flower in the south of the city between noon and noon tomorrow. Since the female hero is so complicated, will it bring variables to our actions tomorrow if we offend her? Zhangqi frowned and asked in his heart. Isn't it variable that I want? No matter who is behind the scenes, if they want to use me, they must be prepared to be backlashed. The mysterious old man smiled coldly, but said in a warm tone, it shouldn't affect. Even if there are consequences for this matter, I'm afraid it will be after you assassinate the princess. And by then, will you still worry about this trouble? Yes, once the assassination is successful, I will offend the Xingcha royal family to death. At that time, I'm afraid the whole world will hunt me down, and she won't be a big deal. Xingcha's heart had long been filled with hatred, and he was easily persuaded. He then informed Elderling of the latest information deduced by the senior, and said at the end, "This is the last time to provide information. Tell the people of the Yinsi that, if they cannot fulfill their promise the day after tomorrow, I will publicize the matter and completely bankrupt the reputation of the Yinsi." Elderling first nodded in agreement, and then comforted Zhangchi. "I don't think they will break their promise. After all, they have always believed that there is a real person named Dairi Xingcha who is good at divination and calculation behind you, and they dare not offend you easily." In fact, not only the Yinsi had doubts, but Elderling also suspected that there was such a person behind Zhangchi, otherwise many things could not be explained. And when the sword discussion conference is officially held the day after tomorrow, most of the magical powers in Dairi Xingcha and Jinguan City will go to the locking dragon pond, and the people of the Yinsi will no longer have so many concerns. Oldling added. Zhangchi nodded slightly, then avoided talking about the Dairi Xingcha behind him, and only said sincerely, "When the time comes, it will be up to you, Oldling, to lure away the last defense force around Minghangaiu. It's our duty." Oldling and Zhangchi looked at each other, and saw the deep hatred in each other's eyes. Mingzulingai, who had just registered at the Jianje base, returned to the luxurious private room in Zujialao, and noticed that another woman had been here, and used the bathroom. However, as an assistant, she had no intention of interfering with the boss's private life, so she quickly ignored it, and reported to Zhao Chen, "I know who got the invitation for the heroine Tang Mao." "Who?" Zhao Chen asked with interest, and then glanced at Qi Meng hiding in the corner. It must be said that a special ability is indeed powerful. Even Meng Zuling, who is a master of supernatural powers, failed to detect it without a serious search. It's Baking Shu, the star-picking hand of the Bei family in Ningzhou. This real person is also from the Mu family in Jinzhou, and is related by marriage to the Tang family, where Miss Tang is. She asked for the invitation, on the one hand, to support this promising junior and let her use this conference to accumulate connections. Secondly, she has heard of your reputation as the Blood Sword Prince, and is worried that Miss Tang will really be deceived by your despicable means, so she wants to use the opportunity of the sword discussion conference, to let Miss Tang wake up on her own. After all, in the eyes of that real person, if you really use some means, you must have relied on the power of the Sakura Dragon Fairy, otherwise it would be impossible for you, a person who has been refining your mind, to control a cultivator with supernatural powers. And the Jianje has a very bad relationship with the Zheng family, and the Sakura Dragon Fairy is unlikely to enter Shuzhou, which is an opportunity for Lady Tang. If she can get rid of control on her own, it will be a great experience and accumulation for her. Having said that, Meng Zuling paused for a moment before continuing. "I heard all this from Tanglin, the Star Sword who is in charge of registration. Tanglin, like Tang Mao, is from the Tang family, a branch of the Mu family, but they are a branch of a branch, and are not taken seriously at all. That's why they joined the Jianje. Who would have thought that they are now among the 7 swords, and their strength may even be better than Tang Mao. Since you lent me the identity of Lady Tang Mao in advance, and obtained many of her memories, Tanglin didn't doubt me at all. After all, in her opinion, the fact that I can come to Shuzhang itself shows that I'm not controlled by you. And I also told her a lot of your advantages to show that I really love you." But she had a strange expression after listening to it. "This is to spread my reputation of infecting the peach and plum blossoms in the world from Ganzhou to the whole of Daxia. Miss, you are a bit superfluous." Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but asked curiously, "What's strange?" Her expression seemed to say, "You are hopeless." There is another chapter later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.